So that's what we're going to look at as we kind of do the technical review. But a gap up open, a pretty decent upswing at the start of the session. Not as powerful because we didn't have tech stocks really rallying yesterday. In fact, a lot of the gap up opens on the semis were sold. So if you take a look back outside of maybe like MU, there might even be some one-offs. I'd have to double check, but a lot of the semiconductor gaps were sold at first, and only until the afternoon did they come off a previous day close. So it'll show that they performed, but a lot of the initial selling pressure we experienced was due to some gap up opens that were being rejected. So it actually looks like the recoveries weren't too bad. I'm seeing, obviously MU stands out on performance, but even the video kind of came off the ground. So maybe it wasn't as bad as I thought. But yeah, it's mostly these afternoon rebounds, not so much the morning performance. A lot of it was sold right into previous day close. I guess MU held its ground pretty well. Yeah. So those can be kind of clues as to whether or not to kind of step into the market early, because picture perfect rallies would be, full steam ahead. All of your major stocks are either breaking out fairly quickly, or if we're not gapped up, have started on sort of the initial breaks in the morning, something a little bit more powerful off the open. Because a lot of the gap up opens were sold, I think we were experiencing short-term sell pressure. And that's just the semiconductors, which represent a lot of the tech stocks. If you look at the total heat map, there's actually kind of a 60-40 advanced decline, I think last I saw. And it's still kind of this like spotty marketplace where you'll have some sector strength and some sector weakness every single day. So we haven't really seen like correlated buying or selling in quite a while. Those are going to be the days where typically the market is very one-sided. So, even last week, I didn't really see high degrees of correlation. What I saw was like these types of days were very heavy on the NASDAQ. But you had other sectors that still were trying to sustain altitude and actually trying to move up. So that's kind of the irony of looking at the days that are strong or weak. Typically you want to know if there's major outflow in equities, whether there's a large capital rotation out of equities. And a lot of times when I'm looking at price activity, I usually find that unless the market is really freaking out and has high degrees of correlation where everything is selling at the same time, these types of days are mostly tech's fault or the NASDAQ's fault. And as long as it doesn't continue with correlation the following day, I usually find it's more recoverable than other sell-offs that we might have seen this year. So there's kind of like these little hidden clues into your market internals, and I usually find that that's a good way to kind of review a day, as opposed to just asking yourself, did the market move down or not, or up or down? Usually you want to see, what did it move down on, and was it everything, or was there like still a lot of performance out across different sectors? So a heat map shows it visually, and it's very like snapshot based. You can sometimes look at it through like a dynamic tool, and really the thing you want to be observant of is your sector performance. So for me, that's going to be these sectors here. And although I can't see the percentage change, you can kind of just walk through the major ones and say, while the market was selling off, did we see healthcare get hit? Well, it was hit on Tuesday, but Wednesday was fine. So the day when the market felt like it was flushing, where was that flushing coming from? Well, discretionaries got hit pretty well. Tech got destroyed on that day. It was a pretty nasty sell-off day. Financials were stable, but didn't have any upside. And communication. Communication had some downside. So usually you want to focus on those key days and ask yourself, is there any sustainability to this? Is it truly all stocks are getting sold right now, all sectors are down? Or is it just the majors, whether it's your NASDAQ sectors, your risk-on sectors, or something like your MAG 7 stocks, which is a nice ETF that just kind of has the MAGs. I don't think they're perfectly weighted here, but they're fairly well weighted to their size. So, if you want to blame Wednesday on a group of stocks, I would blame it on the MAG 7. Mostly because they're the ones with the most downside weight on that day. And as we can see, there was no sustainability to it. The following day, we were already recovering and breaking the session high. So it's those little nuances that can kind of help you stay away from thinking the market is turning when really it's just temporary. And oftentimes what happens next is pretty quick recoveries. Something akin to a pullback as opposed to an actual breakdown. So I'll probably offer more of that starting next year, because that's kind of where our focus will be as we move into next year's performance. But I did want to highlight that from last week, because I think last week, like most, if the market's moving down, we often find traders struggle more. Not because they're not taking bearish positions, but because they're maybe thinking that the market has changed. And usually it's just intraday short-term changes, something akin to a pullback. So, what was the last thing I wanted to look at? Maybe the IWM. How did we move yesterday? Not too bad. Decent gap up. We still got Monday's high in front of a lot of markets. So don't forget which relative high are we kind of looking at here. In IWM's case, it's the 255.50. So, that's a pretty impressive rally in the morning, to be honest. I think the IWM was more of a standout. Not only was it continuing well, but it didn't have that pressure coming from some of its more heavily weighted groups of stocks. And, the heat map for the IWM is a bit wider, but you can kind of see there's definitely more standout stocks here, which is why we probably called those out a bit more. Stocks like Rocket Lab, major outperformance yesterday. Space stocks were on deck for a lot of yesterday. Quantum stocks, huge standout sessions, obviously. There's also ones in here that I think are probably related. We just didn't have them on our list. Like I don't know if that is necessarily related to space projects, but EchoStar sounds like it's a space stock, and then GSAT. So I'd be taking a look at what actually performed, because these stocks might find themselves on our watch list moving forward. Anytime there's renewed enthusiasm about SpaceX's upcoming IPO, or just it's the day for space stocks to go up, you might want to have some names on your watch list, and this is a great way to find them, because they should be clear standouts on a session like yesterday. We obviously have our short list: Rocket Lab, ASTS, just focusing on the session. And what was the last one? Rocket Lab, ASTS. There's one more. What was the other satellite stock? Not Lunar. I'm sure it did fine, just it wasn't the one that we looked at yesterday. Crap. Rocket Lab ASTS. Damn, I can't remember. So, just kind of use yesterday's performance to find those stocks, because occasionally there will be, I'll call them hype sectors or groups of stocks that are going to pretty much all be big winners and big losers at the same time. They will move in tandem. Their performance will be somewhat similar. Some will be more volatile than others, but you won't really know that based on an intraday setup. And more importantly, if you have a big watch list of them, you can actually trade quite a few of them, positioning differently depending on which ones might be leaders or laggards. So, and we haven't really talked about that in a while, but if we're seeing space stocks as our new interesting group of names, start thinking about the behaviors of how these stocks tend to move. Usually there's some leadership performance, stocks that are breaking into new all-time highs or potentially leaders. You'll have hyper volatile ones that maybe show up once or twice and just have huge 40-50% type days. You'll have new IPOs, that F-Jet one that I just pulled up, Starfighter. It was up, 40-50% on the session. Clearly something is interesting here. It's a question of how do you spot it? And, we had a couple people looking at Rocket Lab. There was obviously some other big gems out there, along with the ones I pulled up in the Russell. You might want to go take a look at those and see if they looked good. They went up, but they weren't necessarily as strong as the other ones. So, yeah, I've got even names that I'm familiar with, but there's a lot of them out there probably. So you probably want to start building a watch list for them. And we can put a short one together in just a bit. So, just a circle back to spot gamma now. Taking everything from yesterday, realizing it might be a resting day for those names, but that's not the point. If space stocks are going to be hot into January, it'd be good to put a watch list together now. If they're hot on Friday one day and you have a watch list, you'll be ready. And everything else will just be days where they're not really as energized, not breaking out, not really moving significant price action. So, when it comes to spot gamma, just shifting back to the SPX, we didn't have our AM founders notes available yesterday. So what I'm looking to do is kind of get a quick recap of what was covered and look at the end of day recap, because we also don't have it for this morning. It's not published yet. But there are some notes in the recap that I think would be relevant. So first things first, key levels. We still have big round number resistance and support, but keep in mind the ones that are maybe key levels from the past acting as new supports, because the market is trying to break away from areas that we traded last week. And the 68.65 is a standout price because of a trade that took place yesterday, the Iron Condor trade that we're about to take a look at. They have also updated their bullish bearish pivot. It's currently 67.90 as far as yesterday is concerned. So you can take that forward. We're in bullish territory as far as how the market makers are handling the option dynamics right now. So as long as we stay above 6,800, I would say this is all bullish territory. Just the way the market maker is going to handle price. So the main thing from yesterday's morning review is the fact that there was an iron condor trade taking place yesterday. And according to this, the condor strikes are at 68.65, which this is kind of the image I want. I wasn't aware of that until much later in the day, nor was I really looking to take advantage of it, but it appears as if the condor strike was placed very close to the opening print. And you'll notice that the market kind of still went up throughout the day, even though the condor vertical range is only 5 points wide. So it's a very tight, it's as tight as possible for the SPX, a 5-point wide vertical range, but it was placed near the opening print. And this is going to indicate that because we closed higher than both the opening print and the range, they call it Captain Condor. If you see that, that's what I'm referencing. It's a type of trade that comes on occasionally. Because we're closing above that strike range, this is suggesting that that's a support now. Because typically this trade comes on. I usually find that the first day, I don't know if anyone has data on this, but usually the first day it's on, we can actually break one of the wings. Like, not only is Captain Condor a target area, but we often go beyond the strikes on that day. So if the first day the trade has been violated, and typically when you're beyond your condor strike ranges, you violated the trade logic, the condor spread is underwater. This particular set of trade tends to double down the following day. And if I'm reading this correctly, which I think it was said, where was it? As Captain Condor's upper range was breached today, I'll just say it. It's not a single entity, very likely. It's probably just large institutional flows, all acting as a condor spread. It has doubled down for tomorrow, holding approximately 47,000 condor positions with 6,900, 6,905. So Algo's got the levels, and then 68.55 and 68.50. Yeah. So this is the main note that I'm looking to capture. If that is the case, and we can verify that through Trace, which I'm sure it is, those are our targets today. So it's the same game that we always play, target the big money. And what you'll notice is the put strikes at 68.50, 68.55, that's basically yesterday's open. So even with the way this condor trade was set up yesterday, they already tried to have a boundary. They placed those boundary levels, but the market went past the call strike. So now they've just adjusted themselves to be closer to the range we're expecting to trade today. But I'm also going to be looking for the market to move to one of those edges. As always, which side do I target? We need some context. Usually a little bit of an opening drive would be helpful, or some sort of breakout. So let me pause there. Does any of this not make sense? Because there's no use for me continuing if it doesn't make sense. This is saying that there is a type of trade in the SPX. It is constructed through option verticals, which are just buying and selling a call and a higher call, a put and a lower put. They make boundaries because typically you're selling credit, and those boundaries are acting as not only a type of support and resistance, but also a magnet. And our job today is probably to try and hit one of those levels. These levels are likely to act as key levels for today. This was written yesterday. So does that not make sense to anybody? Yeah, and if it corresponds with some synthetic price levels that we use, then that's great. Because there's actual money behind those positions. We want to know those levels. And as Algo is suggesting here, we also want to make sure they're still there. Because that was written last night. I want to make sure that those positions are actively showing themselves this morning. And at a glance, I can confirm that they are. Because the larger call strike is at 6,900. 6,905 is the sold call against it. The larger put strike should be 6,955. And then 6850. I might have said 69. 6855 and 6850. So these two right here. And what it'll do is it'll make a wall between these guys and these guys. We're trading, unfortunately, right in the middle because why wouldn't we be? And we have to now figure out if we can navigate to one side through price action, right? So if we're very, very lucky, we'll get both. That's the game, right? We might be able to get a back test of some of the price action from yesterday, the opening print from yesterday, push past our closing price later, hold it, and then push to the other side. That'd be a great session, right? If we can get all of that to work. So those to me are our real price objectives today. We either want to test the lower boundary, the upper boundary, or both. If we do anything else, it's going to be a boring session, in my opinion. And my hope is that even though the condor trade would prefer the most sideways type of day, I usually find that because the size of this position is so obvious, the market tends to run to one of the edges at least once. So, just going back to look at that through the chart, 6850 to 55. I mean, it puts us under the lows of yesterday. So that'd be like, we're kind of undercutting yesterday's low. And then 6,900 is our weekly expected move. It's also the main target this week for bulls. So just kind of remember those levels. They're pretty easy to see. Under yesterday's low is great. But if we can use that as a bounce point, we could still move higher after the morning sell-off. If we sell first, use it to rebound and then recover. That'd be a great long opportunity, but it'd also be a great morning short. Just know that you might not be able to go much further than 6850. It's kind of like your target. So I hope that will make sense. I'm trying to visualize it as a range, even though we can't see it yet. I want to know that this is kind of a no-go zone, and maybe this is also a no-go zone, but we can move to them like this. So, okay, I think that's all the time I have. Have fun with that. Let's test Captain Condor, day 2. Trade safe, and we'll talk to you all later today. Have fun.
secret to getting multiple offers on your home in Ottawa is
All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Market Prep. I hope you guys are having an amazing morning. Hope you guys had an incredible day yesterday. Good morning, Peter. How you doing today?
Good morning, Carlos. I am fantastic. I want to wish happy holidays to everybody out there who is getting ready for the Christmas holidays. We are now on Christmas Eve. So
Eve, love it.
yeah, that's what I traditionally call it, Christmas Eve. It's also, for those who don't celebrate, I want to wish everybody happy Festivus. Festivus for the rest of us. As you can see, I've erected an unadorned aluminum pole that we can use for our Festivus celebrations. As always, we will have the airing of the grievances, as happens here in the chat room, and I'm prepared later should there be a need for feats of strength. So, yes, it's happy Festivus to those who aren't celebrating our Christmas holiday. So.
Yep, absolutely. Friends, let's get right to it. We're live on X, live on YouTube. Good morning. Happy, was it Wednesday? No, happy Tuesday. It's Tuesday. Happy Tuesday to everybody out there. As we get rocking and rolling here. All right, friends, let's get to it. Gappers List brought to you by TradingTerminal.com. Swinging the other way now. Tons of stuff in the red this morning, as you can see here. So we went green, all green yesterday, all red this morning, besides a couple that are sitting here on the gap up list. SOC, SIM, NVO with some good news there on their pill, and AG as well on here. So we'll dive into all of these, starting with our gap up list. But before we do that, Peter, what does our U.S. economic calendar look like for today?
Well, we have a couple of data points that just came out. I was just getting the numbers in here as we were talking. Starting with the, actually, I didn't even put it on here. The ADP employment came out at 815. That came out at 11,500, which is a little lower than previous. But our numbers are all over the place. Durable goods came out at negative 2.2 versus an expected contraction of 1.5. What else we got? Industrial production, that comes out a little bit later this morning, as does capacity utilization. Of course, our consumer confidence number that's coming out at 10. These are, like, we used to watch these religiously because they would have a great impact on the market, and we could see the market move. As I keep saying, recently, nobody cares. The numbers don't seem to come out and do anything. The market just totally ignores them and moves on with its life. So these are still relatively delayed, like the GDP number here, which is better, right? 4.3 versus the 3.3 forecast, but it's a Q3 number, that's last quarter. Durable goods is October, right? Well, obviously we're December. So maybe it's not reacting because it's not relevant. And I guess that's what happens when you shut down the government, right? It takes a while to spin things back up again. So, and we could be heading towards another shutdown, couldn't we? What's happening with that, Carlos? I haven't heard any news. What's happening in the U.S. there? Don't they need funding by January, or it all starts over again?
Yeah, I think I just kick the bucket down the road a little bit, and we'll go through the whole song and dance one more time again, and then we'll find a way to kick it down the road again. That's what we usually end up doing, is just kick it down the road. And I'm sure we'll do that again this time. Right. That's it, man. That's it. So we'll see. We'll see if it becomes an issue like it was before. Hopefully not. Hopefully people get paid and are happy, especially into the holiday season. So we'll see. All right, friends, let's get right to it. See what's on this Gappers list. Let's build this list this morning. SOC leads the way today. We are up 17%, 2.7 million shares traded. So you can see the action right on here. Float on this one is 74 million. The pre-market action looks pretty brutal. Look at the way these wicks are forming here on our 5-minute chart. So again, not really enjoying that one bit. And the daily also seems a little bit messy as well, as you can see here, a little bit all over the place. So again, not excited about this one at all, Peter. I'm not sure if there's any news worth talking about.
Yeah, this is a company called Sable Offshore Corp. And if you're running an offshore industry, it's a good day if you're an oil and gas company, not a good day if you're an electric wind farm. So, oil and gas has received a number of different approvals to go ahead with offshore drilling, which had been previously not approved due to environmental concerns. As we probably all know, the current Trump administration is much in favor of traditional energy sources and oil and gas, and not as concerned about environmental effects. It depends what you ask them, right? Because some of the wind farms are being canceled because they're concerned about the effects. So every single offshore wind farm in the U.S. has been canceled as of yesterday, I think it was. So that's interesting, and we're likely to see a couple of these companies on our gap down list. But they did at the same time approve again these offshore drilling. So depends on what data you're looking at, I suppose. But they stated for the offshore and wind farms some concerns over. It was sort of weird, actually. Some concerns over blade movement combined with the tower's reflective nature can create radar interference. So, anyways, that was the key reason for canceling the wind farms. And then the offshore drilling, well, Sable's going to take advantage of that. Now, we know that this sector, though, is not one that we can trade usually very easily. It doesn't often give us good trading opportunities. It's 2.6 million shares traded, but frankly, if I'm looking at the price action, it looks pretty quiet. Like it doesn't, with 2.6 million shares, I'd expect to see a little more activity. So, Carlos, I don't think this is one that's really going to give us good trading, but you never know with these ones, especially in a day like today when you get. I still expect lower volumes. By the way, remember what we told you yesterday morning, right? That you can expect it's a week of Fridays, and the day pretty much traded like that, right? We had the usual movement at the market open, and then after that, it sort of died off, and we had a lot of sideways movement. There were still some things that were moving, but it did feel more Friday-like. I expect today to sort of be the same. So SOC not going to go on my list.
Yeah, it's going to be one of those days, man. Things are not going. I don't expect a whole lot of good stuff this morning. Here's one that's been making some noise. NVO. They got some news today, and they're up nice 8.4 here, 5.3 million shares traded. On the daily, we're seeing a nice little pop here. So today might be a good day to have it on here, Peter. Some good news on their pill. So far, the market is enjoying this gap up.
Yeah, they did get a FDA approval on their new weight loss drug. They of course have their the Ozempic one that everybody watches, and now they've got this Wegovy oral pill, or otherwise called a GLP-1, which gives it just another avenue, I guess, to sell weight loss to the masses. So if if you believe, I'm a skeptic, I have to admit. The magic pill that helps, that gives you all the weight loss. I mean, usually it's you take the pill and you still have to do all the exercise and healthy eating and all the other stuff anyways. So in any event, they've got the approval, and that's good for their stock.
Yeah, looking good this morning. I think I'm probably will add this one to my list. It's got some news behind it. This is great news for them. And I think we might get something out of it. So I'm going to add it on here, NVO, on my primary. I'm going to remove the stuff from yesterday off this banner at the bottom. There it is. And of course, as we're just building this list, I am going to add Tesla on here as well to see how that does today. All right, let's continue, friends. Back to our list. We have ZIM, which is, I think, something shipping. We normally don't end up watching it. It doesn't trade very well. Yes, Sim Integrated Shipping. Here it is. We are up 7%, but for the most part, this stock, again, not a great intraday trading ticker. Every time the few times I looked at it, has not traded well, and today I don't see it being any different than that. So nice pop up this morning, up 7%, almost 400,000 shares traded. Peter, any news behind it?
Yeah, they actually apparently have received multiple unsolicited acquisition proposals. The board released that information yesterday. and says that they feel that they've rejected them all, saying that they feel it undervalues the company. And that is good news for investors because that means that perhaps they could, get a higher acquisition price or, attract new buyers. So we'll see what happens. Zim is, like you said, tough to trade. Not a good trader, but it's good news for the company.
Yeah, good news for them. How it's going to trade, not sure. Continuing here, AG is the last one on deck this morning, friends. So First Majestic Silver continues to push higher. It is up 2% this morning, 385,000 shares traded. Normally, I don't keep this on deck. Again, it just doesn't really fit my criteria for what I like to see when it comes to trading. Here's yesterday's action. It did move up nicely, did drop off here. Very light volume for the most part. They don't trade heavy volume, which is probably one of the reasons why I don't like to watch them consistently. But today, they're up slightly one more time here as they continue to make new recent highs here.
Yeah, and we have to keep in mind that this is not silver, the commodity. This is a silver company called First Majestic Silver Corp, and which is a Canadian silver miner. And typically the sector doesn't trade well. Silver prices have been crazy, as we've mentioned several times. But this is not something you can trade.
Yeah, not something that's really tradable on here. Continuing, that's it. Gap up is covered. 1, 2, 3. I thought we had some more on here that are just disappearing. So not sure what took place. But yeah, some disappear from here. This is all we have left. We kind of cover that. Yeah, Peter, you did change your hat. Okay, I'm not going crazy. I'm like, I know I'm but not that bad. I can see that you did change hats. I'm not going nuts just yet. All right. Awesome stuff.
I'm just getting you ready for tomorrow when I break out all the hats, and we'll be changing hats every time the camera changes, I think.
Awesome stuff, man. Awesome stuff. All right, friends. Peter, as far as the gap up, anything you like on here that we have not covered?
Well, like you said, it's whereas yesterday everything was green, today pretty much everything is red. But there is the one exception. There's always that one stock that's going the other direction. And what has it been for the last month? Apple. Always Apple. I don't know what the heck's up with Apple these days, but it is always, green when the market's red and red when the market's green. So yesterday it went down all day. Today it's gapping up, not by much. But it's just doing its own thing. It's off its all-time highs, which is up at 288, and as you can see, we're sitting at 271 right now. But if you want something that's gapping up, Apple could be your candidate. Interesting, Microsoft is also just marginally green here this morning. But I'm stretching to try and find these things. Pretty much everything is in the red today. Again, doesn't mean that that's going to be a red day. We've seen this innumerable times, right? Where the market will gap higher and then sell off once the opening bell rings, or vice versa. So today, just because we're opening lower, don't assume that that's the direction we're going to go. We could very, very easily reverse that direction as soon as the bell rings.
Yeah, absolutely. I do like watching Apple. We got the space for it. Again, today is going to be very similar to what we had on yesterday, and I expect that for the entire week. Very few selections of stuff that's actually in play, and just sitting and watching, guys, to see where we're going to get our opportunities. So being very, very patient is going to be important. Let's dive into our sea of red here. I mean, everything gapping down at this, not everything, majority of the stuff gapping down this morning. And it seems to be the same stocks that were up yesterday. Rocket Lab, Lunar, QBTS, Rigetti was on there. IonQ was gapping up. CoreWeave, it's just, they all just flopped to the other side. QUBT, Oracle was also on the upside. All these are now down this morning. Again, I don't think there's anything great on it, but let's look at the top three, which is 38% and 6% down this morning. And then we'll hop around a little bit to some of the more known stocks that we do like to watch and trade here. So here is FJet, Starfighter Space. I think I heard you talking about this the other day. Is this the one that wants to take people in fighter jets or something?
They bought they bought NASA's fighter jet inventory. Didn't know NASA had a fighter jet inventory, but apparently they did. And they sold them here to F-Jet. So this is really just feels like a pullback after the bounce. If you look at the daily, you can see how much it had moved up yesterday. This is just sort of a natural retraction after that. And yesterday was a big day after Friday, also being a big day. So it's just pulling back a little bit. Yeah, there you go. So they say they're going to use them for scientific, purposes, and I still don't understand how much business that can generate to actually afford to manage and fly this fleet of jets, old jets, by the way, because NASA didn't, they retired them because they were like old, well, relatively old. I mean, you got to remember, you don't want to be flying Mach 2 in a jet that's deemed end of life. At least I don't. But anyways, that's their business model. This is not why the stock's moving down. It's just moving down because I had such a positive couple of days.
I mean, hey, if we can fly up and shoot some missiles into space, that'd be pretty cool. I'm down for that.
Like maybe I don't understand the science. Why did NASA need a fighter jet that could shoot missiles?
Yeah.
Is there something they're not telling us? Did they have to defend against the aliens? What's going on?
Nothing fishy happening here. I don't know.
Yeah.
Interesting stuff. All right.
There's a great series of books that I read called The Old Man's War, and where there was like humans were fighting an entire intergalactic battle, and most humans on Earth were completely oblivious to it. So, and you could only sign up for the military once you hit like 70 years old or something, and then they basically gave you a new body, and you became like a super fighter. Anyways, maybe that's happening. Maybe that's what's going on, Carlos. We're blissfully ignorant here while there's a big intergalactic war going on.
Yeah, it's interesting.
This is how we find out.
Yeah.
There you go, Teddy. That's good. They needed to shoot a meteor. That's right. Wasn't that one of the big theories where they could like shoot a nuke into? Wouldn't you do that from the shuttle, not a fighter jet, because it's not going out of Earth orbit. It's too late by then. You got to get out of the atmosphere to shoot that nuke and break up the meteor before it pummels into the Earth. Anyways, whatever.
Okay. Here's FJet, friends. Again, pulling back here from the highs of as high as 30, 31. Man, this thing shot up from 8 to 32 yesterday. So again, be very, very careful. I don't think it's going to be in place. Second day are usually tough. Sitting in the American Stock Exchange, you do have shares for short on this one. How much? 150,000. So you got a couple of shares for short there with Interactive Brokers. Again, if it's your cup of tea, go for it. It's not mine for sure, but I would like to see, I'm going to put on the popcorn. I'd like to see where the action goes from here on this very interesting company. So I'm going to put there on the popcorn ticker. All right, continuing, another space type company, Lunar, NULNR. So Intuitive Machines this morning getting a pullback after a nice couple of days, right? So you had two really good days here pushing up, and today we're pulling back a little bit, down 7.2, as you can see here, Peter. Anything good on it?
Same story here. Really, they just had a good couple of days. All of these were, all these space-related ones were moving on the rumor fact news. The information provided that SpaceX is going to go public sometime in late 2026. So it's natural that it's going to pull back. I mean, we got a long way to go before we find out what that's going to look like, how it's going to affect the market, when exactly it's going public. I mean, everybody expects SpaceX to be massive, right? $1.5 trillion is the current, estimate. But who knows? It depends on how well subscribed the pre-sale goes. And I've got to believe, look, IPOs, especially the big ones like this, everybody makes money if you're in early. The banks make a ton of money. The lawyers make a bunch of money. Early investors make money. It's usually the suckers like us who get it after it opens to the public that it costs money. So just be aware of that, right? Because the whole game is you get in early, you get a good price, and then you sell as soon as your lockup ends, whatever lockup you've got. The shorter, the better, of course. But so I don't know what's going to happen. I mean, with SpaceX when it goes IPO, but it doesn't matter. It's floating the boats higher in the short term.
Yep, it sure is. I personally don't like it, so I'm gonna skip on it, friends. Continue here. ASTS, more space stuff, man. It's like space tickers this morning. ASTS. If I could type hold on. If I could type correctly. ASTS. Here we go. What is going on? Notice ASTS. There it is. Got it. All right. Eventually I was gonna get it. So here it is, ASTS, friends. We are down 6%, 410,000 shares traded, Peter. Another one that doesn't normally trade very well. But what's your thoughts on it today, man? Big drop as we're pulling back a little bit off this daily.
Well, Brian has this one in a swing trade, so he was happy to see the movement up on Friday and then again yesterday. They do have some anticipated good news. They've got a launch of Bluebird 6, another satellite launch, coming on Christmas Eve. So tomorrow, they are. This is the pushed back date, anyways. But it's supposed to be launched tomorrow. So if that all goes well, we could see the stock rise on Friday. If it doesn't, then we could see it drop. But in the short term, this is really just it's down because it's a pullback from the growth that we had over the last 2 days. Same story.
All right, so there it is, same situation there. And then Rocket Lab is another one that's also on here today, leading the way, also down this morning, 6%, 1.4 million shares traded. This one can trade a little bit better. Look at the action after hours last night, though. It actually looks like the market was open the way this thing was dropping. It went from 77 all the way down to 71. So did get a little bit of a drop there. Basically gave everything back, that gain on the day after the close here. Just gave that back and then some. So very interesting after hours action. Daily does look a little bit nicer. I mean, this day looks great, actually. I might have this on my list today, Peter. What's your thoughts on it? Rocket Lab.
It's one of the better movers in general for this sector. It's still not the easiest to trade. I like the volume this morning. Again, it's moving with the rest of the sector. They did have a successful launch yesterday during the day. And I think, what we're seeing from a stock price, it really looks like there was enthusiasm when the launch went well, and then it sort of sold off right after. So I don't know. I don't expect anything more out of this than I do out of any of the other space-related stocks today, which is not much.
Yep. All right. Back to our gappers list by tradingterminal.com, and we'll stop here. Let's look at quantum, and then we'll look at anything with the Bitcoin stuff. I do see some tickers on here, CLSK. I thought I saw some other ones, but the quantum definitely in play this morning. QBTS seems to be the one leading the way right now. So QBTS, we are down 5%. This after a good day yesterday, nice little pop there. And many of these had the same thing, right? Rigetti also popped up yesterday, giving some back right now. Great. And then you can go down the list, right? QUBT, Rigetti, and QBTS. So Peter, we're getting just a bit of a pullback here. QBTS seems to be the best one with the most volume. Anything you like on them this morning?
A great movement yesterday at the open on all the quantum stocks. So if you were watching and even traded them, then you were pretty happy. I mean, look at that. That's just a great move higher. Unfortunately, Carlos, that's not what we were focused on. Maybe that's to our detriment. But yeah, I think this is just a natural pullback with the market, especially after that big move higher yesterday. And quantum, all of the quantum stocks were some of the rare sector, one of the rare sectors that sort of kept the gains. Like it moved up all morning and then sideways all afternoon. It didn't actually, pull back or give back some of the gains, unlike a lot of other stuff that sort of came back down after the move up. Sort of like, PLTR had a big initial movement, but then moved down farther than it moved up. And even Tesla, right? It had that big move up right at the open, and then woof, did it ever sort of drop back down. So in any event, we're still waiting for Tesla, by the way. I know that's not what we're talking about here, but we're still waiting for that to hit 500. Hasn't got there yet. It got very close yesterday, very, very close, but it had just over $1 yet to go. And today it's got $13. So it's definitely within range. I think yesterday at about this time, this is the same price it was opening at. So we're in the exact same spot we were yesterday. So
yeah. Should be interesting. I'm sticking with my no, but let's see. Let's see what happens. All right. Other than that, Peter, that kind of covers our gap down. I mean, not a whole lot that I like here. This list, CoreWeave is another one that people tend to like. Let's take a look at that one. That one also is making some big noise. Look at this daily. 2 days ago, they had a huge run here. Yesterday, not so much. They kind of stuck within a range, and if you could see how choppy it was, really gave you nothing. I did have it on my watch list. So I was watching it closely, but really nothing great came out of it yesterday. You could tell by the daily how little it moved here. Today pulling down a little bit, still got great volume. I'm still interested in it. I think maybe if we start heading towards the bottom, we can get some kind of activity here. So CoreWeave I will add to my list as well and see where things go there, Peter. But other than CoreWeave or anything else you like off this gap down list?
Well, yesterday sort of showed us when I said a week of Fridays, right? When you get this lowered volume on these holiday periods, you can often get the unexpected things that move. Remember, we said the lower volume can bring sideways action, but it can also bring more volatility because you don't have that volume to tamp things down. And we saw both of that. So if you look at a 5-minute chart for yesterday for Nvidia, for example, right? One of the big ones we usually trust to move. I mean, look what it did yesterday. It was horrible, right? Like just flat and choppy and, untradeable pretty much. Like that's just you don't want anything to do with that. That's a horrible looking chart. But then you get sort of the secondary offerings, the stuff that sometimes we look at and sometimes we don't. And so many of those moved well. IonQ, for example, had a great move yesterday. We were talking about the rest of the quantum stocks that were also moving well yesterday. DJT, which moved down, but had a good move after it got its... it picked a direction after the open. So there's a bunch of stuff that, you sort of have to take your chances on finding the right stock that's going to move. And it's tough, Carlos, at this point to know what's going to move on any given day because, again, you just never know when you get this lower volume. So I would advise if you're willing to take the risk on, unpredictable volatility, then you may want to sort of spread the net a little wider or keep an eye on some of the stuff you might not normally, because some of the normal offerings may just trade like this NVIDIA that we're looking at, right? That's not going to give you the good opportunity, but you will get it on some of the stuff that, is normally just sort of a secondary, watch for fun, right? Where these might be the things that are moving quite well. We'll see. I still have hope that Tesla, though, is going to give us some good trading. I know, Carlos, you don't think it's going to hit 500. In fact, I don't even care, frankly, if it does or not. As long as it, gives some great movement as in its attempt, then the trading will be fun. So,
yeah, I agree. Up or down, as long as it moves for us well, that is all we care about. So, let's hope today's going to be one of those days. All right, let's see what you guys like this morning. I'm looking in all chats. I'm looking in X. I'm looking on YouTube. I'm looking in our chat room. What do you guys like this morning? Maybe something we haven't covered yet. That you have your eyes on or want us to take a look at. So let's start here with our chat. See what's going on. AMD. Yeah, AMD is one to look at. There's another one that can trade very well. AMD. There it is. Here's AMD.
To me, it's a good example of that, then just that unpredictability that I said, the lower volume. Because look at what was happening yesterday. Look, this time yesterday, we were looking all positive. It was running higher and higher right to the open. The second the market opened, it dropped like a stone, went back to the level that it was at pre-market, or like Friday at the close, and then just sat there for the rest of the day. Look at that. Terrible sideways action. So, really hard to trade unless you just happen to believe that it was going short off the open. And I mean, it was a great short, but it didn't look like it pre-market, did it? So, these ones can be tough.
Yeah, that would have been a tough trade to try to take there on AMD. And then I don't think it pulled back. It just kept going. Like, this is a 5-minute range. So the big move was done within 5 minutes, and that's a little bit more of a drop, but you didn't get much after that. So, but again, always a good stock to watch. I think you can get movement. You're seeing a little bit of movement now as we're getting ready for our market open. You do got a little bit of a drop. They're almost down to 1%. So you are seeing some action right now. But again, I don't see anything out of this world on it at the moment. BBAI, Let's take a look. So BBAI, lower price stock. It is pulling back a little bit here. We're down 3% on it. 786,000 shares traded. But for the most part, again, not one that I will keep an eye on. I don't think it's really heavily in play, so I'll leave that alone. CIFR. I know people like this ticker because we see it quite a bit. I don't like it at all, man. I don't trade it well. The few times I looked at it, I don't see any opportunities for me to take. So if you do like it, have it on your list. But the few times I seen this one, I don't find opportunity for me to trade it, right? So it's Cipher Mining. It does come up on our list a lot. You guys have mentioned it quite a bit, but it's just not one of my things, Suddy. So definitely keep an eye on it if you have the space for it. Lunar looks good today. I mean, we were talking about it earlier. It's got the nice daily there. It is dropping 7.5 this morning. We do have shares for sure of Interactive Brokers, plenty, by the way. Yeah, it does look interesting. You know what? I barely watched this one. Maybe today. Keeping with the space theme that we got going on here, well, maybe today we'll put Lunar on the list. We got the space for it, so why not? I'm gonna put it on there. NVO, Tesla, Rocket Lab, CoreWeave, and Lunar this morning. Let's see how this thing does. AMD, we looked at NVO for sure on the list. This is the one that's out of all of them. I think this is the one that's heavily in play. It's just, can it trade well this morning? We got the news, we got the gap up, we got the volume. This is one that's clearly in play with its own catalyst. So front and center for me, I'll be focused on this one, secondary Tesla, and then everything else on that list there. Looking in our YouTube chat, I don't see any tickers. Silver, we looked at. AMD, we got. BBAI is good. POTR being mentioned by our buddy Alex in chat. Let's take a look. POTR this morning. How did it trade yesterday? I think that yesterday, right, had a nice drop. Yeah, nice, beautiful short yesterday. Then it went sideways for the rest of the day, but again, pretty active morning. I am going to throw it on my secondary list because I do like POTR, and when it does trade well, it can provide some good opportunities. So on the secondary list for now for POTR. All right, Peter, that's all I have. Anything from you before we head over to community events and announcements?
I think you got it all covered. I don't have anything else to offer. No.
All right, excellent, friends. You can always head to bearwithtraders.com, click on webinars at the top, scroll down, and you can see what's happening for the next week in our community. Here is Tuesday. We'll go back. It is Tuesday. We'll focus on what's taking place today.
Yeah, so Tuesday, this would be our last day of this week for sort of regular scheduled programming. We do have a number of activities ready for all of our members, and then the rest of the week, of course, gets changed, and because of the Christmas holiday. So if you want to go to a session, look up today's starting at 11 o'clock with the small account option session that Phil puts on in the webinar room. At noon, we've got Brendan who does his DOS Trader Pro, a great session to attend if you really want to understand how that tool works. We had a few questions yesterday. People were asking about DOS and how it works. We were talking about RVol and some of the other functions and features. You go to that class. You almost guaranteed are going to learn something, right? If not, and if you know a lot, then why not share that knowledge with others and sort of pay it forward. But those are at 11 and noon in the webinar and onboarding rooms, respectively. The DOS one is for all member classes, by the way. Even if you just join on the intro, you can join in that DOS Trader setup. And then at our evening webinar is an afternoon webinar this week, okay? So keep that in mind. Eamon's going to be delivering it. Eamon's coming from a different time zone, so that we don't have him up at like ungodly hours of the morning because he needs to go to the club. Is he still a club guy? He used to go to the club all the time, but now that he's a married man, he's maybe he's not club. I've got my Santa clubbing hat on, so I'm ready if that's where we're going. But one of these days I'll actually meet Eamon and we can go to the club. Anyways, but his session is going to be at 1 o'clock today. Hopefully you will consider joining him there for that. That's in the webinar room for all of our elite members. And Eamon, it's really good to understand how he trades and what he looks at. He's going to talk about multi-time frame trend trading, and his sessions are always very informative. He's got a very specific approach to the market, and I appreciate that from him because he knows what he's looking for, and he will only trade when he finds it. So it's good to know that perspective. perspective, even if you don't plan to employ it. It's good to understand how other people look at the market, because if you can understand that, you got a better chance of being able to manage the movement and be able to make your own trading strategy work effectively. So those are our sessions, 11, 12, and 1 today. And then again, nothing this evening. Okay. So our evening one is happening at 1. If you want to join us, the holiday sale is on now. You can get 60% off the Elite Annual. That full Elite Annual price is down to only $999. Use the code HOLIDAYS60 to get that 60% off. Of course, you can join just using the intro if you want. If you want just a monthly plan, the Basic and Elite are still available. But the best deal by far is the Elite Annual. If you wanted to join, you can get access to that using that code HOLIDAYS60. Hopefully, we'll see you in the chat room sometime soon.
All right, excellent. Thank you, Peter. All right, friends, let's get to it. Let's get some levels in place here as we prepare for the market open. Putting my list together: NVO, Tesla, Rocket Lab, CRWV, and Lunar this morning. So let's get some levels in place. Go ahead, Peter.
Joanne was just asking a question: is replay available for trading terminal presentations? It depends on what the presentation is. If we're presenting a strategy, then yes, because that's applicable over multiple time frames. We'll record, and it'll be available in the trading terminal library. If it's an information session, for example, something like we did with the boot camp information session that Mike put on, those aren't usually recorded, because they're meant for those to ask questions and get their questions answered. And we find that the recorded viewership is very low on that, so we just don't want to clutter the inventory with things that aren't of value after their live presentation. So it depends what you're looking for, but again, strategy ones typically are recorded and made available. Anything that's information or point in time will not be retained. All right. Recorded webinars are available underneath the Academy. You have to go into the Academy, the Learning Academy. Oh, but Mike said that Mike, this is for the. He said he had trouble uploading it, but if you're going to upload the bootcamp one, so if that's what people are looking for, he's going to be putting it in the Trading Terminal Webinar Vault. Okay, there you go. So that's where you can find it.
Yep, absolutely. John, that's a great question. I don't know the answer to that. Maybe I will check in. Send an email at team right there, team at bearwithtrades.com, or support at bearwithtrades.com. I think it's team at bearwithtrades.com. Send them an email and they'll get back to you. That's a great question, but I don't have the answer to that. All right, let's see here, friends. Let's do some levels. Here's NVO. NVO will start here this morning. So right now, as far as levels high of the pre-market right now, we're sitting at 52. It's right over here. It's just being created right now. 52.66, we'll call it, as we're battling against that at the moment. The low of the pre-market, 51.17, right? So once you do that, you're pretty much covered for the highs and lows in the pre-market session. Here towards the bottom, you do got plenty of levels here for the highs and lows of the last two trading days, kind of stuck in this area. This is not the best daily. Like, this stock doesn't put in a great daily chart because it's very gappy, right? So it gaps up a lot and down in the pre-market sessions. Very small candles, as you can see here. Once in a while, you get some good movement. I expect today to have some good movement given the great news that they got in their pill, and hopefully that can provide us some good opportunity. 53, 54 is a good one towards the top, and then one more just in case we really like the news this morning and the stock wants to go higher, 54.47. So again, not the best intraday trading ticker, but I think today with the news, we might find some good opportunities. Here is Tesla looking to make a new low, friends. 486.50 is the low right now, barely holding on to that. You can see the struggle in the pre-market session at the moment. Below that, well, first to start towards the top, you're pretty much covered highs and lows for the last two trading days. Your all-time high sitting right there. Before that, all-time highs was at around 495-ish or so. We'll call it 494.96 for now. And then towards the bottom, in case we do start losing some ground, 480.71 is a good area of resistance plus support as well on Tesla. So we'll see what it does today. One thing for sure, we are expecting some good activity and volume out of it. So hopefully it can provide us something great today. Here's Rocket Lab. Rocket Lab a little bit sideways right now. Great daily in the last couple of days has moved pretty good. 74.07 is the high of the pre-market. The low down is 72.35. Below that, you do have the highs and lows for the last 2 trading days here and here. So pretty much cover there. The one only area that I don't see cover is 65.25 in case we do decide to drop a little more here. So again, daily has been great, especially all December. The daily has been really nice. Increase in volume in the last 2 days, given the fact, look how well we ran here, almost $10 move there, another $5 move yesterday. And today we're pulling back a little bit. We'll see what the market has for it. Here's CoreWeave. CoreWeave at the moment, low of the pre-market is 81.44, and then the high of the pre-market 84.38, which is pretty much stuck between all this previous day close, highs and lows for the last 2 trading days right on this. So you got a lot happening in this area. Outside of that, towards the bottom, we do have a level over at 78.80. and then one down at 74.07, right? Towards the top, in case we do break out of the previous day close, highs from yesterday, highs from this morning, is going to be over at 89.50, right around that area. You got some resistance this morning. Last but not least, going to be Lunar. Again, Lunar typically not one that we keep on our list today, but they had their, let's see what they do today. 15.16 is the low of the pre-market. 15.95 is the high. Once you do that, you're surrounded by the highs and lows of the last 2 trading days, especially cover towards the top. Don't have to do anything else there. Towards the bottom, we're going to go to the left a little bit and pick off some levels here, 13.86 and also down at 13.33 as well. So, and that covers my list, guys. NVO, Tesla, Rocket Lab, CoreWeave, and Lunar. Friends over on YouTube, if you haven't done so already, hit that thumbs up. We really appreciate it. We are sitting at, how many likes we have this morning? 543 people watching, which is not bad for a day like today, because today people are out and about, man. I went to drop off the kids at school. Yes, they still have school today, half a day today, and they're off tomorrow. And the streets are empty. And I'm like, am I the only one that's working today? Everybody seems like they're off at home cozy while the snow is coming down. So yeah, 550, yes, pretty good. 137 likes. Would love to be closer to 300. We can ask for 4 today because I think people are just starting their holidays very, very early, which is the right thing to do. So help us there. Really appreciate it. And over on X, good to see you guys. Mr. David, as we start our first week of streaming on X. Happy to have you guys. It's very quiet there, so I always got to say hello and wake people up there. Hello, are you there? With a lot of question marks. And make sure people are actually there this morning. All right, so that's it. Peter pretty much said we're done a little bit early. We got some time. I see Jerry got his list ready. What is he watching this morning?
Well, that's good that we were done a little bit early because we can let our mods get their lists in. Raf, I just want to say it's good to see you here. Don't miss your flight, buddy. I think he's addicted. You can't leave. I think 5 times I've seen him say, "I gotta go," and then he's posting more. So not that we don't love you being here, but
yeah, Raf, don't miss, don't drift
flight.
away, don't drift away, miss your flight.
That's how you get in trouble. Being that it is Festivus, and I, as I said, I do have the unadorned aluminum pole here, Carlos. Do you have any grievances that you want to air?
Grievances?
It's the airing of the grievances.
Oh, nice! I did not know this.
Tradition.
Oh, I never heard of Festivus. This is new to me. Okay,
What?
okay.
Oh, are you too young to know Festivus?
I have no idea what this is. I have to look this up.
You have no idea?
No, when this came out?
It came out of the show Seinfeld, and
yeah, I was young for Seinfeld, man. I didn't start enjoying Seinfeld
man,
until
it was
I was
the
a little
whole thing.
later. Yeah, I used to hate Seinfeld. It used to come on like after
so
Saved
you
by
didn't
the
even know
Bell.
what I was saying this morning. So Festivus,
Yeah.
it's Festivus for the rest of us. This was Costanza, the Costanza family, George's dad, decided to fight back against the commercialism of Christmas and founded this holiday called Festivus. That it celebrates, instead of a tree, you just have an unadorned, just a plain aluminum pole, and you exhibit feats of strength and you air your grievances. And that's what the holiday's all about.
Oh, okay.
Anyways.
I did not know that.
It's a joke, so it's not a real thing, but it's very entertaining. So, anyways,
If it's on Seinfeld, it's real. If it's on Seinfeld, it's real. You know what? I remember, man, when Seinfeld came on. Seinfeld used to come on like around 10 o'clock, and I used to hate it because I did not find it funny at all. I'm like, this is so corny. Why is this playing now? It's time for me to go to bed, anyways. And then later in life, I realized, man, I just didn't get the jokes. I was too young to get the jokes. It is hilarious. One of the funniest shows I ever seen. So good stuff, man.
Yeah,
Cool,
you
cool.
watch the first couple of episodes, they were really rough. The thing almost got canceled early on, but yes, it became a sort of a cultural phenomenon. It has yielded many cultural touch points, expressions, and I mean, hey, how many TV shows, like really popularized holidays? So we got
Yeah.
Festivus. Anyways, I just find it entertaining. So we air our grievances all the time here. You know, it's
Yeah.
so we celebrate Festivus everywhere. We were in any event, okay. We have about 15 minutes till the market open. Well, anyway, so I don't want to get. Anyways, I had some grievances, but they risk getting political. I don't intend them to be, but we won't go there. So let's talk about what our moderators are watching. And our mods have got some interesting lists here today. As Thor is going to be watching Mara and Meta, so he's sticking with the M's and going with the futures. Jared is going to be watching Tesla, PLTR. And then he's got a whole bunch of stuff on his, basically all the space stocks on his secondary list. Rocket Lab, JF, no, he means FJet, I think, but he has JFET. Anyways, Lunar, ASTS, a whole bunch of them. John is going to be keeping his eye on Christmas things like snow, elf, tree, and being nice. So there you go. He's always got the same list. And then I've got Tesla, NVIDIA, AMD, PLTR, and Novo Nordisk. I think I'll watch NVO just to see if it does anything this morning. I'm not sure what I expect out of it. Not much, to be honest, but it's up to 6.8 million shares already. So it is trading volume. So I'll give you that.
All right. Awesome. All right, friends. I think we are all set. Again, my list is ready here. I got MVO, Tesla, Rocket Lab, CoreWeave, and Lunar. I got to tell you, it's probably one of the most weirdest lists I have put together this whole year because a lot of these tickers I would normally not have on here. But I think it's that type of
it's that type of
day.
week.
Yeah, it's that type of week. It's your comment about
Week of
Friday,
Fridays.
week of Fridays. Oh man, people love it. I'm loving it. Thor's loving it. We love Week of Fridays.
Yeah.
I just love that, man. So kind of tells you how we're sitting here on this week. All right, I don't have nothing else, friends. I'm ready to rock and roll. People are engaging Peter and do it. Rants. Oh boy.
No, actually, it wasn't going to be. I was going to talk about energy just because we were talking about, the wind farms. I've never quite understood wind farms because, frankly, it's usually when I travel, I see them. I don't live in a coastal area, so we don't see a lot of wind farms. But they've always looked pretty hokey to me. Like I am all for alternate energy, but I don't get wind farms. I have to admit, they look like it looks immature. It just doesn't seem efficient to me. Giant spinning blades, these big acres of these giant spinning blades out there. So, like, there's got to be a better way to do it. I don't know. It's
Yeah. I saw off the coast of Hong Kong in the water, they got a bunch of them.
yeah.
Yeah, I was like,
Yeah.
oh, that makes sense because the wind's coming off the ocean. That makes perfect sense. So they're like on the water or something. That was pretty cool.
You see that a lot. I mean, traveling, you run into these things off the coast. You get these big wind farms. I don't know. I just seems like it doesn't seem like an efficient way of doing things. But anyways, I appreciate that people are trying, I guess.
Yeah.
But
Andrew's in chat. Andrew says Vegas in February. Peter, you going to that?
oh, I don't know. I haven't planned that. We'll have to see.
If you go, I'll go. If you go, I'll go.
When,
That's how I'm
when-
gonna do it.
Yeah. What time? What day is the money show?
It's in February.
I know, but when in February?
No, it doesn't matter. Is your schedule that busy? Are you that busy, Peter?
Well, I'm planning to go to Aruba. That's my.
Oh, see, let's get down to the real situation. You're going to Aruba
that's
when?
why I need to know because I've got I'm planning to be on a beach. So
There it is, 23rd.
All right, so
the
apparently
23rd of
it's-
February.
the 24th, 23rd to the 25th. All right, so yeah, maybe I can book the big timeshare. We can throw everybody in, have a big party.
Let's
Do
do
it
it, man.
all presidential suite style.
I'm in.
So yeah.
Let's
Anyways.
do it.
All
All
right,
right,
so
friends,
yeah,
we
that'll
are
work. I'll be
we are
back.
ready. Yeah, yeah. Hangover movie. We got some great memories in Vegas. We really do. All right.
Well, we
MVO.
have memories.
we,
You don't,
I don't
necessarily
remember
remember,
much, but yeah, I got videos and
but
stuff. All
you're
right,
told it
NV.
was great.
I was told it was amazing. Great, great time. I got bits and pieces. It was really like a hangover type movie. MVO, Tesla, Rocket Lab, CoreWeave, Lunar for me, friends. Andrew and Brian getting ready to trade in about 11 minutes to the market open here, maybe 10 in a couple of seconds. And man, just hoping for some really good and clean trading right out of the gates, man. I hope it's nice before it starts getting a little bit choppy like we saw yesterday. So, what else, friends? What else? Anything else we might look at? Yes, smash the like button, Rick. Thank you so much, and thank you to our Lambos and Garbage Truck members, man. Really appreciate you guys supporting the channel. We did great this year. I think it's like 470 members that we have. You guys are awesome, so thank you for that. You guys get a video every week from the community, from our moderators that you have access to. Andrew's recaps. You get early releases, and you get emojis. I mean, who doesn't love emojis? Look at that. See that there? Look at
Who
Peter's
doesn't
face.
love
Who doesn't? Who does not love that, right? I mean, that is awesome. So, thank you guys for all the support. Really appreciate it. Right. Other than
Yesterday,
that,
did
Peter,
you
we're set.
you took I took the Tesla trade right off the open, Carlos. We've been talking about how it pops up consistently at the open, and was able to
Yeah.
take advantage of that. But you're still of the opinion it's not going to go over 500, before the end of the year.
Not before the year end. No, I think
No,
it's too much pressure. It had its chance. It had its chance yesterday. It failed.
right.
I
Okay.
think we're not getting there. That's my thoughts,
Okay.
right?
Right.
I'm going against the 8 ball, so it's not an easy thing.
All right,
So
we'll see.
we'll see.
It just
We
has
did it.
to touch that.
And we did a poll on this last week or something, and 70% of people said that it would hit 500. So
Mhm.
that's a big chunk of people that says that it
Well,
will hit.
if there's one thing we've learned from doing our polls over the years, that when the majority says something, they're
Go the
usually
other way.
wrong. They're
Go the
usually
other way.
wrong. It's an amazing cultural phenomenon. Individually, we can make good decisions, but as a majority, apparently, we're very good at making wrong decisions. So I don't know. We'll see, Carlos. I mean, it's right now it's a crapshoot. Frankly, it could go. I mean, yesterday it was so close, right? $1.13, I think is, it got to like, 498.87 or something like that. I think was the high, and it just
Yeah.
couldn't quite do it. So we'll see. 498.83. So buck 17 away. So we'll see. I mean, today is again starting at the exact same price as yesterday. So it's there's every opportunity for it to do that. But we'll see. I don't care either way as long as it gives us good trading opportunity.
Yeah, let's see. Pre-market meditation says he's on team Carlos on Tesla. Yeah, I think it won't hit it, but if it does, won't shock me either way. We're in for the ride. All right, friends,
Yeah.
over in chat, I see Brian's got his list ready. He's looking at Tesla, Nvidia, AMD, Rigetti, Spies, and the Qs. Phil got his list as well, and yeah, we'll let you guys to it. And we'll see you guys a little bit later. Have a great trading day. Again, be patient. Can't stress that enough. Be patient. Wait for the setup. Our second trade, Peter, was like 40 minutes after the market opened. Right? So be patient. Sit and wait for the setup. No need to rush it. Take care, guys. Stay safe.
Trade smart, everybody.
Good morning, everybody. How's everybody doing?
Good morning, everyone.
Monsieur?
Hello. Hey, wait a second. That's my sign.
Yes, it is. Now it is mine.
Wait a sec. The Grinch came here, sold a sign, and now you've got it.
The stolen sign. We found it.
That looks good there.
Nice. Well, let's see, guys. Let's see what is happening.
You don't care for the hat.
I don't have the hat. I should go and buy one today, actually, but should have done it earlier. I don't have a Christmas hat.
Yeah.
So pretty quiet this morning, huh?
Yeah, I would expect that. I guess GDP numbers came in way stronger than expected. They're delayed numbers.
This is running up Ozempic company.
Tesla's Tesla's book looks pretty bullish. Exactly, eh? I know. Well, let's see what happens here. I wonder,
What's everybody guys doing? 600 people. That's nice that you guys are still coming. That is amazing. Didn't give up on this year.
um, see. So Fed Watch Tool yesterday had 80% staying at the current rate, and now it's 84.5, I guess, because of that GDP number. Well, it's been going up quite a bit, actually. A week ago, it was 75 that they're going to stand pat. Now it's 85. 36 days till the next Fed meeting.
US dollar is getting really weak.
Yeah, I noticed that yesterday. All the currencies were up against the U.S. dollar. Yeah, Tesla's moving up here. I knew it looked. The book was starting to look bullish. Nvidia's popping up a
Yeah,
bit here.
Tesla went green. Tesla
Oh,
might do.
PLTR just dropped. Amazon's going green. Microsoft's going green. Oh, look at Tesla go. Damn, I was thinking that was probably going to happen. The Qs are kind of popping up a bit here.
Yeah, everything's popping up above the VWAP. Tesla is above the VWAP.
Wow, there's a really big put wall right at 68.55. Wow, PL. Oh man, look at that. Some manipulation in the pre-market. Look at how PLTR, they sold PLTR off and then popped it right back up. Not cool, man. Not cool.
Netflix is at 93. Wow, Netflix sold off really bad, huh, this year. All right, 30 seconds to open, guys. I like Tesla as usual. NVIDIA, AMD. Novo Nordisk is interesting, but we'll see how it trades. Usually doesn't trade very well.
IONQ, I think Rigetti's is moving. SPY is popping, Q's popping up. Wow, look at PLTR and Tesla rip.
Tesla is reaping, yeah. Tesla 490. See if Tesla can actually do.
Oh my God, look at NVIDIA go.
NVIDIA has good volume as well, yeah. NVIDIA, some orders at 184. 184?
Really hesitant to chase this rally. Wow, look at everything just ripped right at the open. Holy cow.
See what NVIDIA is going. I'm going to go long NVIDIA at 184.26. There are some big orders up there. My Atlas is acting weird, so I'll wait for to start the Atlas. Tesla. Tesla also interesting. Should we go long Tesla? 491.29 or 492? $492 breakout. Tesla dropped. NVIDIA is nice.
I'm not touching anything yet. I just don't know what's going on here.
All right, looks like NVIDIA is. I'm getting out of NVIDIA, guys.
Came down to the VWAP.
Yeah, it hasn't lost the VWAP yet, but I just don't like it. Tesla.
Q's and SPY dropping back down.
NVIDIA is holding the VWAP, so I don't know if should we get back in there. It's the daily chart look like on NVIDIA. All right, I'm getting back on NVIDIA. Daily chart potential 185.
Okay, got long the SPY at VWAP.
Yeah, Qs are also. I lost my NVIDIA Atlas.
And getting Tesla's bouncing back here.
All right, NVIDIA is back. Yeah. AMD was nice. AMD popped up very nicely.
Yeah, AMD is still strong.
Novo Nordisk really sold off. Yeah, my Atlas was acting really funny in the morning. Now I fixed. Right, let's see if NVIDIA can break toward 184.50, which is the high of the day. R4 is at 184.73. Rocket Lab, huh? You guys are trading Rocket Lab?
Yeah, I'm out of this SPY trade. I don't really feel like I have an edge here.
Wow, Rocket Lab is running like crazy.
Yeah, Atlas kind of did something weird there. Looked like there were a bunch of data points got dropped.
Rocket Lab was very nice, 73 to 77. See if NVIDIA can. NVIDIA has some big order at 185. Adding a little bit more on it. Tesla is going up too. Tesla could be a long as well. Getting a long on Tesla too. 490, 489. Tesla looks like it's breaking out.
Yeah, I'm long NVIDIA. See if we can get back to high of day here.
Novo Nordisk is trying to come back up. NVIDIA at R4.
Long AMD too here.
AMD was stronger than both of them.
Yeah, AMD's at high of day.
Garbage.
Just gonna sell some AMD at 216 there.
Tesla. I'm still in Tesla. Tesla is happy below the villa.
I'm out of NVIDIA. That was couldn't push to a new high there.
Also, I was still in there, but doesn't look that great.
Just,
I'm
don't
still
like the
on
way
the
it's-
Tesla, but it's a bad trade. I think Tesla.
Yeah, Tesla's not behaving well. It's really choppy.
Tesla now they're down there 487.
These spies.
Getting out of Tesla 486.50.
Wow, look at Tesla's dropping hard now. There's a big order at 485.
Yeah, the Atlas shows that. Yeah, could be a good short
I'm out
too
of
for it.
getting out of AMD too.
Could be a good short down there to 485. Yeah, see 485.
Yeah, I think Tesla's gonna bounce here.
Right, so I'm still on NVIDIA. Let's see if NVIDIA can break out. Let's focus on something that we have.
SPY is gonna go up now. Damn you.
SPY is holding the VWAP. Yeah, price action of NVIDIA are really similar. Oh. NVIDIA breaks the high, that would be nice.
IONQ went green.
Rocket Lab is rocketing continuously. I'm gonna add a little bit more on NVIDIA here, 184.30. $185 on really hope that we can get to 185 in NVDA. Again, daily charts on NVDA.
Short Tesla for this run here to see if we can get to 485.
Peter shorted Tesla, nice. Very good trading, Peter. I want to see if NVIDIA is actually going toward 185. Daily chart looks like for the break of 185, but you gotta get over this R5. Sorry, R4. How we're going? Nice. I have a big size guys on it now. I'm pretty confident we're gonna go. SPY is making new highs too, so market is helping.
Yeah, SPY. I knew it was going to bounce. They should have just stuck with that trade. Damn.
My hands are not even on the keyboard. So I don't partial too early. Tesla's come back up.
And Tesla came back up right off of yesterday's lows. Had to get out of that.
Tesla 2488. I'm gonna take another long on Tesla. I know I'll probably regret doing that, but 5 minutes is becoming like a bullish engulfing. Probably regret doing that, but today's day of algos, huh? They're just taking our money.
Yeah. It's pretty choppy. Tesla rejected right at the VWAP.
NVIDIA 185, come on. Give us this Christmas gift.
You know, I'm trying another short on Tesla here.
Oh, shorting Tesla, that is not cool.
Again, yeah.
I'm long. Get it stopped out below if it loses the SP. Let's see, NVIDIA can go to 185. Very nice. Oh, nice. Very nice. We want to. Looking at the daily chart, we have a very clear move toward 185.68.
Yeah, SPY's breaking out. Yeah. I have to get out of Tesla again. It's just a bunch of small losses. Damn.
Oh, I'm still long Tesla, guys. So I want to see if it can actually come above the VWAP or not. My focus is now on NVDA because I have a much bigger size. Patience 185. Hmm. Oh, no, don't do that. NVDA. Really? This is a sad moment in my life. If this one doesn't break 185, this is definitely very sad right now.
Right, yeah, I'm staying away from Tesla. It's just a chop fest.
Yes, that is very tragic. No one noticed what did that one. Sold off. NDO is really ripping nice. Yeah, NDO is.
Yeah, Meta had a nice breakout. Let's try some long.
Right, so NVIDIA orders at 185 is still there, but smaller one, 184 is coming showing up.
Long some Rigetti.
Rigetti, RGTI. But NVIDIA is nice. What's the Atlas of Novo Nordisk? 5350 is a big one. I'm still hopeful that NVIDIA can go toward 185. And I'm still long on Tesla, guys, too. What do you think about the lighting here?
The Qs are still breaking out here.
All right, 185. 185, you want it on NVDA. We are getting it. It's a very patient trade for me. Scotty, how are you doing, buddy? Scotty, you can see the future. Am I gonna become billionaire? Scotty is a magician. This is Almost. Oh, my ex-wife get billionaire. Well, what about the Nvidia? Can you tell me at least Nvidia is hitting 185 or not?
Just gonna sell some Rigetti here at 2668. 2670 filled.
Ah, damn. So sad Nvidia didn't break 185.
Oh,
So
got a
sad.
lot of things kind of trading strangely today. OKLO came back up.
I can totally feel that there's not a lot of traders. Like algos are so obvious. Like it goes up and then it just move down. Like it's usually this surge of big volume with traders.
Oh, IONQ is trading better than Rigetti.
Maybe Nvidia turned out to be a. Like, we'll see. This is sad. This is sad
Wow,
moment.
Amazon had a nice move up.
Tesla is still trying to go above the VWAP. Maybe Tesla is making some money for us. Oh, 490 on
Tesla's
Tesla.
got some big orders to the downside though. Something I don't like about it.
490 is trying to become a whale. Oh yeah, this big order on the downside too.
Well, I have to get back out of Rigetti at break even. Yeah, this is not a great trading day for me.
Oh, Tesla's going to go toward 490. If you can get above 490, you can get out of it. That would be nice. Today is a day that kind of lost hope for nice breakouts. Get to 490. I can make some of the losses back on Tesla. Would be nice. All right, I'm partitioning here. 491 orders there. Just trying to get some of our losses back. Nice Tesla.
Yeah, Tesla had a nice. Now it's got a lot of orders building to the upside.
The upside, yeah. Is that big order on the downside is still there? Oh yeah. Oh no, actually, there is still up there, but let's see. I'm still long on Nvidia. Let's see what's gonna do at the VWAP. Getting out of Tesla. I'm all out of Tesla. This is like a very typical algo trading. Like it just moves. Don't get any follow through. This is back. Tesla. Still in there. Nvidia really. I should have partialed.
Well, Rigetti rolled over.
Tesla dropped too. I knew it. I knew this Tesla doesn't have any momentum anywhere.
Well,
Tomorrow's a half day, huh?
tomorrow is a half day, yes.
Oh.
CoreWeave is weak. It's trying a short on CoreWeave.
That is so nice. How did you do that, Paul? That's so nice. AI,
Megan,
huh?
nice trade on Google, on Alphabet.
Nice. I'm still long on NVIDIA, but I'm kind of lost my hope in the
Wow.
moment.
I think it's NVIDIA's lost the VWAP. Spying queues are rolling over. Holy crap. I've got NVIDIA below the VWAP now.
Are you saying that I should get it stopped out?
All right, I'm going to cover some CoreWeave since it's that kind of a day. Nice. Okay. Covered some at 80.55. Yeah, the queues are dropping hard here. Come back down to down at PDC right now. I'll cover some more CoreWeave. Oh, gone red on the queues.
Yeah, I'm very close to get out of NVIDIA as well. Stop out of NVIDIA. Tesla. Paris, what did you trade on Tesla? No, it's short. Wow. Why did you short that? It's very nice. That's the very nice short on Tesla right when I went long. What did you see Paris shorting it? Because that was a very interesting short.
Still short CoreWeave. See what we can get down to into the low 80s. Nice to see it break 80. Yeah, Tesla's heading for that 485 number again.
Yeah, I'm glad I'm not in Tesla. But NVIDIA.
Wow, PLTR just dropped hard. Come on. Come on, give up this 50, 80, 50 level. Here we go. Here we go. All right, here we go. I'm going to cover some more. 80.25. Nvidia's bouncing back.
It's holding a VWAP, so I'm still in there. See if I want to get 185 would be nice.
SPY is right at the VWAP now. Lots of orders at 80.30 on CoreWeave. Patience. Yeah, PLTR is dropping more. Everything's dropping. 10 o'clock, we just had a number come out. Should have been consumer confidence.
Actually, I'm not sure. Let's open up the trade terminal and see.
Here we go. Here we go with CoreWeave. Come on. I'm going to put an order in at 79.95.
Nvidia is definitely not moving to 185. So
Here we go. Come on. Lose that 80. Lose it, baby.
which one are you trading? CoreWeave?
CoreWeave. Short.
Oh yeah, no, that's the trade.
Come on. Lose the 80. Kind of miss getting filled.
I'm gonna get out of guys Nvidia too. I'm all out of Nvidia. Did not have any momentum to the upside. No, this was very nice too. Nice
Here we
Paris.
go. I got a fill there. That time. 79.95. Excellent. SPYs and Qs are really rolling over. Wow. Nvidia's gone red on the day.
It is not the short.
Wow, PLTR, that was a big red candle. I'm going to cover the rest of my core. We didn't have a lot left. 79.80. So there was made some money back on that trade. Just needed to be patient.
CoreWeave was nice. That was a nice short. Novo Nordisk.
PLTR, I mean, it came down to pretty much low of the day or low of the pre-market session. That was a definite area where it would have bounced. Ah,
All right.
well, Tesla came down. It didn't quite fill that 485. Came down and touched there.
Yeah. That was really sitting out. What a
I don't know. Do the Qs have more downside?
Mr. Brown, I use market orders. Let's go back up. Should we take another trade on NVIDIA, Brian? Hell yeah, why not? Why not?
Why not?
Why not? 184.
You only live once, is that it?
Yeah, then Christmas time. One more. Adding more. Nice squeeze. I don't know. I'm so fixated of NVIDIA 185.
Yeah. NVIDIA is really trying to come back up here, eh?
Oh, cool. I could be
Wow.
traveling over here. Please.
What are you saying about traveling?
I could be traveling, but I'm
You
here
could be.
trading. So you owe me a breakout.
Is there any place in the world left that you haven't been?
Travel more in Africa.
Oh, okay. Oh, you haven't been to the Serengeti, have you?
You know, I have ticket for tomorrow for Morocco. I don't know if I want to go there or
Oh,
not.
really? I want to go to Morocco. That's one of the places I'm going to go next year.
You've never been?
No, been to Egypt, but not Morocco.
It's pretty nice. It's a really nice
It
place.
looks really intriguing. You should check it out for our next BBT meetup.
In Morocco, yeah. I mean, I've been to 3 years ago. I went to Sahara and did the run, Marathon des Sables, but I was thinking of
Yeah,
going north, like Tangier,
I
Fez.
remember that.
But I'm pretty tired too. I don't know if I want to travel again. Is freaking NVIDIA can go to 185 or not. If it does, I go to Morocco. What do you think?
Mm.
See, the universe is telling me that I should go or not. If the NVIDIA goes to 185, I'll fly tomorrow to Morocco. See, it's completely out
I'm
of
long the SPY. I'm long the SPY off this 684.30 level. This was a pre-market level I had marked in. It's going to sell some here actually because we're back at the VWAP. AMD's bouncing, NVIDIA's breaking out a bit here, going back to the high.
Oh, oh, John, you're long NVIDIA too? Nice.
Is John's confirming your trade? Is a good one. It's always good to know John's on your side. Okay, I took a 920 on DJT. Nice. The old 920 trade. PLTR. PLTR just did a sort of a 920. Don't really like the setup on it, but it definitely went up to the 20 and rejected. Same with AMD. AMD popped up through the 9, hit the 20 and rejected. And I'm out of the rest of that SPY trade. After hitting VWAP. Yeah, it's really pretty choppy. Hood is really struggling today. Hood's down a lot. CoreWeave continues to sell off here.
Yeah, CoreWeave is nice. It's still short. You should have been staying short there.
Looks like the SPY's heading lower. Santa Claus has abandoned us. He showed up yesterday and now he's gone. He's gonzo.
Nice. MNMD. MNMD was the acid psychedelic company, yes?
I think so, yeah.
Nine Medicine, yeah. This was nice. What did they do? Is it acid or other psychedelics? This is, I think, in
I
Vancouver.
thought it was mushrooms
Mushrooms. Huh?
primarily. It could have been acid.
Could be, yeah. They say all the psychedelics, so and other novel compounds. So it could be acid too. That's a good. I really believed in this. I mean, I'm a big
in
advocate
the
of psychedelics. Yeah.
In the 60s, the U.S. military was experimenting with acid and using it as a weapon.
Dudes, you know who developed these? Nazis in Switzerland, 1941. Germans, the fucking Germans. That is a very, very interesting molecule that they were doing. It's during the war. It was discovered.
Yeah. They thought it would make everyone too happy to fight.
I mean, the Germans were using a lot of drugs in the war machine, like amphetamine, like meth. They were using it, for soldiers to war, and even Hitler was using oxytocin and a lot of drugs. There's a book called "It Drugs in Nazi Germany." I think it's called. What is it called? I saw the podcast with Lex Friedman. There was a lot of drug in Nazi Germany. And acid was developed 1942 in Switzerland in one of the labs, famous.
No, I haven't. Jacob's
Yeah,
Albert Hoffman, yeah. Yeah, what was it? There was the story about him experimenting with that stuff in the lab and then riding his bike home and having and then tripping out as he's riding his bike.
yeah, he did it. Yeah, he did. He did try it himself first. It's acid is amazing, like drugs.
Well, one of the main reasons it went mainstream in the '60s in the U.S. was that the U.S. military was experimenting with and using soldiers, giving them LSD, and they all thought, "Hey, this is pretty good."
Yeah,
Oh,
Timothy
and,
Leary was a
another,
famous Harvard psychologist. Do you remember Timothy Leary? He was very big advocate of acid.
do you think John was part of that experiment?
I don't know if it's a drug that on acid you can go fight. They do ego dissolution. So it's a drug that can remove ego from your consciousness. Can you believe that? How they developed that one? I don't know if you want to go fight. Burning Man started with the acid, so you got to go party.
Yeah, he was the '60s man,
You know what's
way
the
before
drug?
my time.
It's the stimulant. Nervous system
Army
stimulant.
gave you a lot of drugs.
John, what do you
All right,
think?
well, the market's rallying back here.
Oh man, what
Nvidia's
drugs?
Nvidia's coming back to high day.
Oh, guys, we didn't talk about drugs. This is about the company. We were doing fundamental analysis on my mind.
Yeah. Okay, CoreWeave's come back up.
So for anybody that thinks that we are off
Oh,
track,
yeah.
we are not off track. It was-
Nice trade on CoreWeave area. Did you got into that? Nice. Yeah, CoreWeave was a great short. Hood would have been a great short.
You know
Man,
what?
Hood
I'm
just-
red, but I'm going to be
Yeah.
green very soon.
What are you going to be?
Green.
You're going to be green?
Yeah.
Okay. That is the plan, and we're sticking with it. Kalons?
If Nvidia hits 185, I'm going to be green. I am negative right now, but this Nvidia trade.
Yeah, I'm still a little bit red right now too, despite that CoreWeave trade. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I can trust anything now. It's kind of late in the day, late in the morning for a trade for me. Hood could be doing a 920 right now.
Come on, NVDA. You can do 185. I've been asking
Yeah,
universe.
I'm short hood at 1816, 118.16.
Soros, that's the funded account. Nice. $17,000 profit. Nice, brother. Oh my God. Congratulations. This is that's such a beautiful equity curve.
Yeah, we could talk about healthy eating. Eat less sugar. That's my
Very nice.
resolution for this year.
So, Pros, when is your funded account ending? So you started mid-October. Yeah, so you're close to finishing. Very nice. Congratulations. See, we're building traders. 50% win rate, but that's great.
Market's moving up here.
Nice. Just keep going, buddy. Keep going, buddy. You're gonna be over $10,000. I love that. Actually, making a lot of profit. I love that. Traders are really doing well. Yeah, I think our community is one of the best communities in teaching trading systems. I mean, I wish that we had more complex option traders. I think Jared does it, but Jared doesn't do a lot of teaching. I think it's right. NVIDIA 185. That's the one that I was hoping to get some. I think NVIDIA is going to go to 185 now. Nice.
Yeah, I'm getting out of this hood trade. I don't like it. So that's another small loss.
Nice. Brian, just look at that.
Yeah, look at that breakout on NVIDIA.
Look at that.
They get that. They said they're preparing to ship some chips to China in February.
All right, I guess we have to go to Morocco. Edward, now I'm green.
Coming back up.
You ask if I'm green. Now I'm green. So really, now. Nice. Look at its heavy volumes. Crazy. And this 185 signal stayed there for a very long time. I love that. I'm glad I got back at it. So Rick, if you're trading only equities and if you want to get the market atlas, just go with the basic ones like $100, $150. If you don't want to get the market atlas, go with 100C, 150 or $165 package. Because the level 2, we are not using it anymore. So what you're seeing here, level 2, we're not really using it anymore. So this is level 2. So it's a much better thing. So you don't need to pay for that. So if you pay to DAS for the NASDAQ total view and then they get the market atlas, you're essentially paying NASDAQ twice because you're already paying it one time through market trade terminal and one time you're paying it toward DAS. because we do send the payment to Nasdaq. So it's better not to get the total view if you want to get the trading terminal. So Dan is asking a question. Why did I stay at 185? I think the order was very clear in Market Atlas, and I'm glad I got back at it. And again, the price action was very bullish. Like it's really staying above the VWAP, and it really didn't sell off like Tesla. So I had a really big conviction on that. I think now 185.68 is a daily level. So if you come here, 185.60 is that moving average, plus there are some couple of these big orders down here. I think we're going to get there. So the DAS, if you select the total view, then you're paying to Nasdaq. Let me show it to you. Some tutorial here. DAS Trader. So if you come to DAS Trader here, click on this, and then go to subscribe. So subscribe to packages. So if you, for example, want to go to DAS, you click on that. And you come here, these are the packages. So I have the Premium Elite. But so the one that has total view, this one, the $150 package. So that includes the fee that you have to pay to Nasdaq. It's $20. That's why I'm charging it as well on Trading Terminal. But if you select this one, then you're paying Nasdaq twice. So what you can go with the basic users, and then get your level 2 from Trading Terminal. That would be better. And then instead, you can actually go with the other things. Like for example, if you want to do, I don't know what do you say, like options, expert market. I don't know what these are, but so NVIDIA is going to go through. I'm adding a little more on NVIDIA here, 185.37. I think NVIDIA is going to go to that level. What's the next level? Yeah, 186 is. I'm adding a little bit more on NVIDIA. Yeah, I think the $100 package plus Atlas would be really good, very useful. Actually, don't know why DAS didn't build something like Market Atlas. Like, they have data better than us. So PK Trader, the settings are, so in the configuration, these are visual settings. They don't change any calculation. They're not like indicators that if you change it, it will be different. And they save. Like, for example, if you select these settings for NVDA, stays for NVDA forever. And depending, like, for example, aggregate 5 cents is, you can do it for stocks that are high price. But if it's a penny a stock, you can't aggregate over 5 cents. So even NVDA 10 level would be still nice visually. So these are all visual settings. So depending on how it looks better for different price range or different things. So there's no right or wrong. It's not that if you change something, and it saves. Like, for example, on NVIDIA, you can have certain settings because it looks nice visually. On Tesla, you can be different. My Tesla is now 10 cents aggregation, and we're going to make a massive upgrade on the performance on this hopefully before the end of the year. So it will be way faster, way cleaner. So
NVIDIA's still got a big order up higher up there, 186. This could go there, depending on the market.
NVIDIA is going to go to 185.60, I think.
We're really getting, now we're just chopping along here. We're just SPY's just trading above the VWAP. Q's just below it.
Nice. NVDA. Nice. Partially more. Yeah, Gary, I think that's the move there. I think it's a 50 moving average. Yeah, it is a 50. Plus there are some levels like high of December 2nd, and now 186 is really
I always found it weird that the US markets are open on the 26th.
yes, Julie. I got it a very big size on NVIDIA here. I think always stock market has always been open in the Boxing Day.
Yeah, I know. So I say I always found it a little different, a little weird. I always thought it should be, think it would be closed.
I prefer long trade. I'm mostly a long trader. Like 90% of my trades are long.
I actually prefer short trades.
Interesting. Pa, 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 pa. Da, 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 da. All right, that was a great trade on. That was a great trade that we did on NVDA. Back to green. 185.68. Do you see how it bounced back from that level down to the penny? Nice, Robbie. I'm glad that Atlas has. I mean, changed my trading as well. Like I'm actually a very good trader with Atlas.
Yeah, it really helps. It's a nice tool.
I mean, I was kind of
Yeah,
using it through level 2, but this one is.
well, I found using the other one was very helpful. So getting Atlas was great. The other one, which shall not be named.
Go to YouTube. See what kind of trouble Peter is making for us. I think he's talking about probably the I don't know, Santa is not real and how it was developed by conspiracy things like I don't know Charles Schwab thing to fool people toward capitalism. Probably he's going to talk about something like that. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, Putin. Let's see.
All right, excellent. I see the boys are coming in. Let me log into the chat, and we'll see how Andrew and Brian did in just a second. You guys to join us, guys. Guys, if I don't
Excellent.
talk to you guys as they join, you have a great day. Have a Merry Christmas. We'll be on tomorrow again, but if you're planning to miss tomorrow,
will.
have a great day. And we'll let you guys enjoy Andrew and Brian in a second here. Take care, guys.
Good smart, everybody. Hello, Andrew and Brian. Welcome.
How are you doing, brother?
You were very patient with NVIDIA. I got to give you that. You
I
stuck with it.
know.
You finally got the move. Now, did I hear you right? Didn't you make a promise? You said if it goes to 185, you're gonna
I
fly to
think
Morocco.
so. Yeah, the universe is sending me a message. Like I got the tickets to go to Morocco for the Christmas to New Year. It's from my flight is tomorrow, but
Oh,
I was so tired. Like I just came from a 3 weeks trip, but I don't know if I want to fly again intercontinental. But I guess I have to go. The universe is sending me a message.
I, I think you're free to interpret those messages as you see fit. So
Yeah, I know that's true. That's true. But that's when you're single and you have no children, you're lonely. You can just do whatever you want, and
Mhm.
You do whatever
Christmas
you
doesn't
want,
mean
right?
anything. Yeah. How are you? How was your trading, Peter? I did a really amazing trade on NVIDIA.
I saw that. Yeah. It was good. I ended up, I tried to short Tesla. I got stopped out on the first one, but made it back on the next trade. So it actually went fairly well. So I was happy with that. But then Tesla got very choppy. So yeah,
Nice.
it's been a tough morning. There's not been a lot that's been very directional, but I saw that some people got some great trades. Megan in the chat room got a great trade on Google. Some of our members had one and done days on a couple of different stocks. So that's great.
Yeah. So right now, what we're seeing here is NVIDIA is going to go through 186, and that would be amazing because we'll die a rich person.
That's always
Yeah,
important. Die a rich person, leave your money to me.
that's true. Um,
Yeah,
what do
you
you want to
can't
do
take
with all
the
this money, Brian? Like, what do you want to do with all this money?
Yeah, I'll do what Bill Gates does. Give it to charity.
He's actually not doing a charity. He's doing a lot of breakthrough
Well,
projects, like scientific projects.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, environmental. Maybe that's
Technological.
what
Like
I'll do.
there's a company here in Vancouver that they are um, they're funded by Bill Gates. I think it's Breakthrough Ventures is the name of their VC fund of them. Um,
He bought that company, Carbon Engineering.
yeah, they invested in that. Yeah. So Ramo is asking a question. How did you know that Nvidia is going to go through 186? Market Atlas. The Market Atlas is telling us that these are the very important levels that you can actually see. I mean, Carlos is not sharing my Market Atlas, but I can bring it here. So that's right now what you're seeing here is that the orders are at Market Atlas at 186 is sitting there. So it's very close. And of course, the price action, the candlestick pattern is has always been trading above the VWAP, and it was a really nice consolidation. So as you see, I went there a couple of times and eventually got stopped out. Eventually worked, but I did 3 trades on it. And what I liked about NVIDIA was, first of all, the daily chart was very nice for breakthrough and breakout. And also another thing that I really liked was that when the market sold off, this one really held above the VWAP. So it means that there is some strength on it. So that's also showing that, guys, even the days like that, nobody's trading or all the algos are there and most of the people are on vacation. There are opportunities if you have a good system and if you wait for your system for trading. Even tomorrow, which is a half day Christmas, Eve, you can still trade really nicely on that. I'm sure there's some really good trading opportunities.
Yeah, my experience with that day is it starts out, there's first couple of minutes, first half hour, there's some good trading, and then the volume really dies off.
All right, so here we go. NVIDIA, nice,
Nvidia's
186.
going, the Qs and SPY are moving up here. threw I threw a few SPX calls in here just to play this move. And getting out of them because we're right at high of day on the SPY. So I expect a pullback here.
All right, 186.
We're so close to that 186 level, and there's
I know.
180,000 shares sitting there. Hmm.
Nice. So easy these days trading with Market Atlas. So beautiful.
It's funny, Tesla's going the other way here. Tesla's been a bit of a dog's breakfast today. I lost money trading Tesla today.
Nice. Amazing, guys. Wow, it's a big day for me. Very big day. Nice. Should have traded. If it was NVDL, it would have been a way nicer trade. I love that. Nice. So, Gabriel, the meanings of the color on the chart. The colors are the orders. The bigger the orders, the darker the color, the brighter the color. Like you see 186 on my screen, like I can bring it here. It's a red because it seems that there's significant amount of orders are sitting there. And these orders are like whales, it absorb the price toward them. The price is going toward these bigger orders to the upside and to the downside. So don't look at it that there is a big seller or the big buyer. Just look at it at this huge liquidity pool is like a black hole, like a singularity event. It drags everything toward them. Yeah. So trading terminal is $99 per month, including everything. The only thing that you have to pay more is if you want the futures atlas, so like ES or NQ, because those are being charged by exchange. That's the data, and they're really bitchy about it. So they're really, really strict about it. And the tools that the journaling is coming. I think journaling is coming for all the brokers, and I think we have to start looking for the new tools that we built for trading terminal. I think it's something about options. Huh? What do you think, Brian? What will be next?
Yeah, I think that'll be good. The journaling tool will be awesome. If you can automatically journal your trades, then
Yeah,
you can
journals.
edit. Yeah, you can do an edit on comments and stuff like that.
So Dan, red doesn't mean, and the market atlas is not like a candlestick. Red and other colors are not bullish or bearish. Red is just shows it's a spectrum of the numbers. Like the more the trades are, the more brighter is that level, and they're just orders sitting up there. It's like a market. It's an order atlas. It's layers of order. So it goes toward that direction. If it's down, it goes up or goes down. The price usually goes toward those levels. Yeah, so future context, we have to do that. The problem is I personally am not really a future trader myself. And that's a little bit tricky because, I have to create the content myself. There's a lot of futures trading, like Thor has a lot of content. And even in YouTube is coming every day, and it talks about that. But you have to do it more systematically. Yeah, it's not huge amount of new education that you need for futures. They're pretty trades are really nice to us, like even opening range breakouts and stuff work on ESN futures.
For simulator, there's a lot more data for options, so it's really hard to hard to build a simulator with options. As you think about it, there's all the different strike prices and dates, and unless you really limit how much you include in that simulator.
Hmm. Yeah, it was very, very
So
nice.
we never did fill that 186 like yet, eh?
No, the
Maybe have to do
highest.
some
Yeah, it's going
have to do some
185.97 is the high of the
consolidation.
day.
Yeah. And it has to do some consolidation here to get that last push. SPY stalled right at R3 on the Camarilla pivots, which was pretty much high of day. So not surprising. Getting a bit of a pullback here.
Oh, there you go. Now NVIDIA is going to go to 186. Look at these beautiful, beautiful orders up there. Just
Yeah, we're getting a move on the market too.
we're gonna
Helping
leave
you out.
this history together, guys. Let me put some order there, just to be part of it. 186.10. I'm gonna put some order. Come to me. Come to me, brother. Yeah, I'm gonna do the recap. Not a problem at all. Let's see if we can get to 186. Again, the daily chart looks really nice. Break of these. I wouldn't be surprised if you go to 188, which is the next important level, 187.98. Yeah, why not? Looks like NVIDIA wants to go break off 186. I have some orders up there. The bonds are doing bad, huh? Oh, SPY is actually went green again. Did SPY is making all-time high? How far we are?
SPY is near high. Well, it's definitely near high of day right now. Could move. Looks like it's getting ready to break out here.
There you go. Let's witness NVIDIA 186 together, guys. Let's witness history. There you go. I have some orders up there,
Yeah, you see,
guys.
it just had to do some backing and filling there before it pushed through.
Yeah. Let's see if we can. I have ordered 186.10. See if I can get filled on that. Look, I'm very profitable for the day, so I'm not really aggressive at all. Just getting this. Any question, guys? Any question about the trades that we did today, guys? NVIDIA was very nice. Like I have actually a recording of NVIDIA trade at the open. I can actually do the recap because I want to, for my money show presentation, I want some live trading. So I'm actually recording that my screen a lot. But I can show you something on the recording. So this is for today. That's for half an hour recording. I wanted to show you guys. Carlos, go full screen on the chat. So this one is loading. So we were looking at this NVDA for, so the first trade that I did, we did see the big orders up there. Let's see there. Let me go starting. Yeah, so starting from here, the second trade, the orders were really up there. Let me actually zoom out a little bit on that. Here, here. I'm gonna zoom out a little bit here. Oh no, I had some issues with the in Atlas to open that eventually worked. Let me. That's okay now. So that's the NVIDIA now. It's started working. So the orders are stacking up, and if you zoom out, that 185 here, there you go. So that's what I wanted to show you. So this is the time 9:40, 9:40 that time. 9:40 is still we had this 185 order up there. So that thing was sticking up there. And as long as my idea was, as long as it stays above the VWAP, as long as we're having this consolidation, if the order is up there at 185, then there is a trade in there. But the idea here that you actually stay above the VWAP. So, and we did for most of the time. So that was, maybe I can later use some screenshots on this one. Because I want for money show presentation that I have in Vegas, I want to have some live trading. And we do live trading in Vegas as well, guys. Come, it's free for everybody. And that would be really nice to have some really nice live examples. Paul, yeah, white team of Atlas, actually a very good idea. I should give them. I think we have a couple of other priority for Atlas. I'd like to actually make an Atlas replay. So yeah, white background would be nice too. I like the white background. So Zils is asking any advice to avoid getting chopped up on Tesla. I think the best advice for not getting chopped up is look at the higher time frame. You know, Tesla really had trouble finding a direction based on a 5 minute candlestick. So see, it's very difficult to find a, higher high and higher low on Tesla. So when a 5 minute is really difficult to create a pattern of higher high and higher low, you should stay away from it. So that was, I got chopped up a few times on it, and eventually I realized that, okay, this is not going to be a day for Tesla, and I focus only on NVIDIA. But, one or two times get chopped up is okay as long as you manage the risk. But, it's very difficult for Tesla to make a pattern upside or downside.
Yeah, basically, you don't know what a day is going to look like, especially with Tesla. If it's going to be a choppy day, or if it's going to be like a day like yesterday where it just ripped higher consistently. So you really don't know, what kind of a day you're going to get until you're into it. So, and like Andrew says, you can try one or two trades, but if you're just finding that you're getting chopped up, it's probably best just to leave it and move on, find something else to trade that's trading more consistently in one direction. But that's the problem. You just don't know until you're sort of. That's why some people wait, 5 minutes, 10 minutes before they do a trade, just to find out what kind of character you're looking at for the price action of a stock. Exactly. Just wait for the market to find a direction. Sometimes it's hard, it's hard to sit on your hands and wait. You want to jump into a trade when you see a stock starting to spike up or down.
Come on, guys.
But that's where, patience and, comes in. Qs are pushing to Go back to the high of the day here.
186.10. I'm gonna get. Oh, I have some big orders to get filled, guys.
I've got this 620 level marked on my chart here. This was it's about the high of the pre-market. We did try to get above it earlier in the session, couldn't hold above it, so it's why we're rejecting here at about 620.10 on the Qs. So if we can get above that, probably a push to high of day, maybe even 621 is R3 on the Qs.
It's amazing, guys. I got filled
Wow,
on
look
NVIDIA, guys.
Yeah, look at Nvidia. Nvidia is still going, eh?
Bro,
Look at
186.50, 186, 187. I think we won 187. Bro, I called you bro. Can you believe that? Bro.
Bro.
187. I'm gonna put some orders at 187, guys. Nice. How's a great trading day? Who says before Christmas there is no good trading opportunity? I think they're wrong. Who were saying that?
As long as there's news, yeah, in this market.
186.50. I have some orders of 186.50. I think 187 we're gonna get there. I think 187 is a very nice level that we're gonna hit today on NVIDIA. And 188, the way that it's setting off, even 188. All right. Oh, there you go. We're going like a boss. Look at that. Nice.
Yeah. I don't even think China has agreed to buy these chips, but I guess just the thought that they could be shipping them. Qs
What a
and
beautiful
SPY
morning.
continuing to push higher. Wow. Qs are going to high of day here. Santa Claus is coming to
Wow.
town.
Santa Claus, all-time
Yeah.
high, all-time
Whoa, whoa,
high,
whoa.
all-time high.
Yeah, what's Oracle doing?
Oh. Tesla is coming above the VWAP too. Beautiful. Any question, guys? Before we hand it over to our friends at
Yeah, Marcel, that's the problem. I mean, just, it's frustrating when you have a day like that where you you pick a stock or two that you think is going to be a good, a good trader, and it turns out to be, a stock like Tesla today, where it's just choppy, and then you look at other people's trades, and you know, just frustrating that you just chose the wrong stock. But believe me, it like happens a lot. So you just have to. The best thing to do is try to recognize it quickly and find something else. Move on. Don't keep revenge trading, trying to get your money back. Happens a lot.
So I see authorities here. So I'm gonna hand it over to Thor. Thor, how are you? Where is your Santa Claus hat? Where is your Santa?
Of all the things I have in my collection of hats, surprisingly, a Santa Claus hat is not one of them. So
man.
yeah, I didn't have one. So I'm wearing my Jeep hat instead. So which I kind of feel like it's a Santa Claus hat for me at least.
I'm gonna go actually buy one today because I like to trade one tomorrow with it. It's very
I
important.
think isn't the Jeep hat the sort of the Florida version of the Santa Claus hat? That's what I thought.
I mean, it's a culture, you know what I mean? It's a thing. So we're all down here with with the tops off, the Jeeps driving around like it's still summertime. Like nobody cares.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Making us all jealous.
Yeah, I mean, we're a flight away, buddy. Come on down. Plenty of
Yeah.
space.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, maybe next meetup you have down there, we'll fly down.
Oh, I'm totally in. I'm totally in.
That would be
Let's
cool.
do it.
You got any meetups coming up? I know you do occasional meetups around that area.
Nothing scheduled except for I think I'm gonna pop out to Vegas, to hang out with the man, the myth, and the legends. I heard Andrew's gonna be doing some live trading, and anytime he's live trading somewhere in this continent, I'm on board.
That is the plan.
Right.
That is the plan.
That is the plan.
I think
Yeah,
they put the live trading
be.
7 to. Sorry, go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, I was just saying I'm planning on being there too. So looking forward to seeing you there.
Yeah,
Perfect.
let's do this.
All right, guys, I'm gonna hand it over. So profit-wise, really good trading day for me,
Yeah.
guys. We're sitting at $20,000 profit, and yeah, we're looking for. I have some orders at 187 on the. Let's see if we get filled or not. I was really patient today, and see you guys tomorrow morning before Christmas. And I hope you
One
guys
day
come
before
and you guys
Christmas.
join. Yeah.
All right. See you.
Beautiful. Good to see you, boss man. So hello everybody in YouTube. Good to see everyone. Nice to have you here.
All right, how's everyone doing? I had a great day. Let me just close the door. Hey, Steve. So the funny thing is we were targeting 186.60 on NVIDIA yesterday. No, we didn't get it yesterday, but we got it today, so I can't complain. But I didn't trade it all the way to 186.60. I was out here 185.50 area. And I'm guilty of trading a little too big. But so let me go through my trades. Forrester should join. So I took the opening range breakout. That's literally added partial at R4, got stopped out at break even, and as we started bouncing from VWAP, I added more. New position. then held partial again at R4, and then got stopped out. As we started bouncing, I got in again, added more, and then got stopped out. And then as it reclaimed VWAP, what I realized is what this NVIDIA has failed to do was make a lower low. And this was a big push with volume.
Hey Gary, I think you're
Oh,
sharing.
because I'm sharing the wrong screen. Hold on.
Yeah, I don't see anything.
Hold on. There we go. All right. So back to this. I took the 1 minute, went over VWAP, partial, broke even. Then as we held the VWAP at new position, partial again over here, got stopped out. Then added more as we started bouncing again, closing over VWAP, bought more and got stopped out. Then as we made this new push, and this is where Andrew went long, I decided that, you know what, this is holding trend. So what I did was I moved to options and was fairly heavy because I had 50 contracts. Now NVIDIA only has a 1 cent spread. So it's much easier to take a bigger size. And then I added 50 more. And the moment I added 50 more, I wasn't sure if that's a good idea because I really moved my stop loss higher, but I stuck through this. And then as we started, look, and this is where pivots come into play in options. All I was looking for was S3 to R4, and we came back, we started bouncing, added, held the moving average, and I was out at R4, got another pop. This is essentially the 185 right here. And then as we started going down, I got all out. But I mean, I had a very big position, so I was happy with the money I made. Had I not had such a big position, which I should not have, had I had a smaller position, I would have probably been still in the trade, and then get out like partial here and then partial here. But yeah, 186.60 is what we were looking yesterday for. That was the price we were looking for. That was purely based on fibs. So that's the only trade I took for the day. Pretty happy with it. Happy with entry, not happy with execution, not happy with management. Just because, I mean, don't get me wrong, I made a decent amount of money, but I could have probably made a lot more. Probably could have made as much as Andrew today if I had held. And that's the difference. Andrew held. He really held. And that was the big difference. So yeah, that was easy today. And the reason, look, this price action is very nice. S3, R4, rejection, come back, PDC, VWAP, bounce, double bottom, and we make a higher high here, come back, and then just go. And then have we still, and if you start looking at the 2-minute chart, all you would see it is still holding trend on the 9. So there's no reason to even get out or even start thinking about getting out. So this was it was a beautiful day. I'm very happy with this. This made some money here and then used those profits for the options long. But yeah, the reason is, now this is what Andrew was referring to, and this is what I was looking at as well, is on the daily, what we had, gap up, hit the moving average, bounce, close higher, and immediate reaction. So this was what both Andrew was targeting 185.60, I was targeting the same price, 185.60, was based on we at least get this moving average. Now that we went higher, this is where if the stock comes back to 185.60 or 185 area, is where I would want to long it to close. Today, I think NVIDIA is probably going higher. Maybe even do 188. Now, the other thing to keep in mind on the SPY is the following. right? And where did that go? If we do swing low to swing high, we held the retracement 61.8%, which gets us, wow, which gets us these prices 87, 88, 88.50. So I'm saying now we know 87 and 88.50 is a possibility. So really to hit like this is possible, like R6 area. So it kind of correlates, and the price action is clean as well. Does it happen or not? I don't know, but I wouldn't be looking for a short unless we reach this price. Till then, I would only be looking for longs. How's your day, Paras?
Yeah, I had a pretty good day. I
Thanks.
traded Tesla and I traded NVO. So Tesla, I got close to $5 drop, and NVO, I also got like $1 move. So let's talk about it. What was the thesis? What was the plan? So Tesla, everybody, we have been talking about it. It wants to break 500, but it's taking some time. And yesterday it had all the opportunity to go. It even went to 498.90, 499, but then completely got back below the important levels of 492, 493. So these are the areas which is interesting. The reason is that every single time, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times in the past, so this is a very clear resistance area. Very clear resistance area that every single time it is not able to close above 492. And unless and until it closes above 492, I'm going to be short biased. The reason of me being short biased is that unless and until our level is broken out, until and unless I am proven guilty, I would continue to short it because it's going to give me a very high risk reward. And that's the beauty of it. Like, you continue to short the resistance areas until proven guilty. And once you are proven guilty, then you can switch your bias to the long side. And that was the whole point for me. But the stock was already sold off in the pre-market, so that did not give me a what do you call, a good reason to short right here. Because if I'm shorting here, my risk reward is just messes up and I have to wait for it. But the good thing that happened in the pre-market and at the open was, okay, it very quickly in the pre-market it started buying very aggressively. And this is what even Brian calls it as a rising devil trade. And this is very quick, very close to rising devil trade, because it's not exactly rising devil trade, but it is also in the pre-market it starts to rally, and at the open it tries to rally at an important level. And my important level was 491 right here, because this was the pre-market, it did not lift, and 492, which was from the daily. So this was the area that I was interested in, that I would like to short the 491 and 492 area. And if it comes into my area, I'm going to short it. And when it came very quickly, popped up to 492, I started, shorting it at this 490. I got my fill at 491.20. And then my stop loss was anything above 492.20. So which was like a close to $1 move against me. So that was the thing that I was looking for. And then, as you can see, it very quickly rejected. At this point, it usually, if you look at the setup, this is a very good bull flag. And ideally, you should be long. It would be a very good opening range break up. And that is where I talk about, understanding the context is really important. Because a stock has already moved from 487 pop up to 492, which is close to a $5 pop. So the context is that it's already moved to $5, and I wasn't thinking that, okay, it's gonna completely come down at all. What I'm thinking is that it is extended enough to deserve a pullback. A pullback could be to the VWAP, like close to 490, 489, and then I would still be in a winning position unless and until it proves me guilty. And then if it would have held 490, then it would have given me more chance to think about it if it's holding or if it's selling. But the probability of it pulling back from 492 to 490 was a much higher, so it was giving me a good risk reward. But if it is sells off, and if my plan turns out exactly the way I think, then I can capture a very exponential risk reward. And that was the whole plan. I wasn't like, when you're shorting a strong thing, right? This was strong at the open, and when you're shorting it, you're not anticipating that it's going to completely reverse. What you're anticipating is it deserves a pullback because of the extension. So if it's a $5 move, and if I start seeing a tape selling it on 492, which is also a level, what I'm thinking is at least a $2 pullback is well deserved. A 50% or maybe a $1.5 pullback, I'll still be in a winning position. I could get stopped out at break even, but I would still be in a winning position. And that's the whole thesis behind it, where I was looking for it. It tried to break 492, but it never did. And then I was like, okay, the confidence was rising, and my first exit was close to $1.5, $2 in my favor. And then you scale out on my profits, pull back, another sell off to the downside. So 486 was the area that I completely got out, because I started seeing very aggressive buyers at 488 as well. So 488, I was like, okay, if it flushes again, and this drop was in a matter of heartbeat, like 489 down to 486, it came out in a very, very quick succession, like boom, and then like a $3 drop. So I completely got out right here. I was looking for 485, but the way it dropped and the way it bought back up, I was like, okay, maybe the chances are not there that it's going to go down. So that's why I completely got out. I was looking for 485 initially, but sometimes you have to, look for a feedback on how the stock is trading. And yeah, so that was my trade on Tesla. Then I traded NVO. NVO had a news about the oral Wegovy got approved for this thing, and that's why it was gapping up. It was gapping up close to 10 or 15%. And then I was looking for a continuation on the long side. I do not want to short it because it has a positive news and it has a catalyst, and it is also above a very important range. So if you look at the daily, the stock has been trading in a very tight range from 45 to 50, and then now it was gapping up, and usually it's a gap and go with a catalyst involved in it. It has not, the amount of move that I was anticipating did not happen, but usually it's a very good setup for gap and go. And what you're looking for is that sometimes it holds and then just holds the VWAP. Like here, it would hold the VWAP. There are only two ways for a stock to do it. Like this is one way, it holds it and then continues to rally. So I like to participate in the second place where it does that, or it sells off, comes back up, and then holds, and then I want to be a part of the rally. So that was the thing, and that's exactly what my plan was, and I completely executed it. At this point, I did go long, but very quickly it dropped and made a new 1 minute low, and I like, okay, maybe it doesn't have, and maybe if it comes back above again, VWAP, then I'll try to get back in. But I got out on the first, got stopped out on the first trade. But second trade, I got better, bigger, aggressive, and then as you can see, it quickly moved from 52.30 to 53.20, and I scaled out, added more at the pullback. I was looking for another high, break of high of the day, but it never did, and I got stopped out break even, just below the VWAP. So yeah, that was my trade on NVO. So two tickers did not trade. Nvidia was I think the trade of the day, and Andrew captured. Oh, it's above 187 now, and Nvidia was the trade of the day. I did not touch it, but this is one of the very, very good setups on a daily. One thing that you want to understand from the daily is, and even Andrew was mentioning about it on why he was so bullish, is from the the way the daily was interacting. When you see a stock has a big rally on a day right here, and then the next day it gaps up and holds that level. So it gaps up the previous high, holds the high, and even doesn't go down and even fills the gap. It's a very, very strong signal. So if it and usually when it breaks the area of 183 183.75 right here, which was the high of previous day right here, and this is the area, the 183.75, and then it's rallying very nicely. Yeah, I was looking to get in around this area, but I was pretty much good on the day. This is being a Christmas week. I think I'm getting back in at not getting back in, getting in at this area where it started holding very nicely.
Yeah, that's where I went in and added again. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, so that's my day overall. Very profitable day. Not as profitable as Gary, but decent day. What is a 3-bar play? What is a 3-bar play? I don't know what 3-bar play is, but I think if it's
Hold on, let me look for it. Let me look for an example for a 3-bar play. Is NVIDIA a 3-bar play? On what time frame are we talking, Harvey? Not on the daily. You say. No. That's not what a 3-bar play is. 3-bar play is essentially. Let me. 3-bar play is. Let's say you have a big red candle. Then you have a green candle. And then you have a black candle like this. So it's like first bar, pull back down again, and then when this breaks in the next candle, so you kind of start shorting here.
Yeah, Nvidia is not a 3-bar play because it never got in the range of the first bull day. Like if you see here, like this one is the first one, and then the second one was gapping up, and it held this thing, and it did not even this range wasn't there.
Yeah, Nagesh, there you go. That's the 3-bar play I was speaking about.
But isn't that a bull flag or a bear flag too? Like this is.
Yeah, I mean, the reason it's different, and bull flag is just not like 2 candles. It's slightly longer than that. But yeah, conceptually, it's the same idea. It's the same idea. It's just a different name to something which is much smaller in time frame. But this is not a 3-bar play.
But this Nvidia is crazy, man.
Yeah, man. You have no idea how much money I left on the table.
This is insane. Like this is there is something that wow.
I was trying to long my Nvidia all day yesterday for that 186.60 price, and I lost like $300-400 doing it net. I made some money, but net I lost. But I more than made up for everything today.
Man, isn't that insane? This can.
And this is also, it looks like a beginning of a new trend. If we go higher than, what's this price? If we go higher than this guy right here, 188. Yeah, this is the beginning of a new trend on Nvidia. And this is what I was looking at. The reason I was very bullish yesterday is also that if you start seeing, this is the trend it was in, which got broken up, and I was hoping for a continuation day to 185.60 here, which we did not get yesterday, and we got it today. So understanding price location on the daily is helps you in understanding what to do intraday. Especially given what SPY is doing. I mean, once it has accepted the FIBs, which looks like, I see no reason we don't get at least 687.20 or 687.50. So another dollar. That's good, Vatan. That's good. That's a very good trade. And are we extended on the 60 now? Yeah, I mean, this is also what. So this is the 3-bar to play in. It's called, I forgot the word for it, but when you have like 3 consecutive green candles like this, 3 white soldiers, I think that's what it's called. I don't know. It's been a while. This is usually very bullish sign. If we close like this on the 60-minute, then 1, 2, 3, like full-bodied candles, that's a very bullish sign.
Nvidia is getting extended, but no sign of selling pressure yet.
Yeah, I also think this is the beginning of a new move to like back to 200 levels.
I am tempted to short Nvidia, but I don't see a selling pressure yet.
Yep, French VF, that's what I'm saying. 188 is, if we go higher than 188, then that is exactly where I would be more interested for tomorrow. I mean, if we go over 188 and hold, then yeah, nothing is out of the picture. This is a clean trend. This is as clean as a trend you can ever get. And even if it goes down, it will hold some moving averages and bounce back. Oh, the other thing I looked at, which made me super bullish, was this. When I entered here, this is where I entered, was on the new 15-minute chart, looked like this. Nice touch to the 9 EMA, bounce, close as a hammer over the VWAP. And that's why I expressed it in options. I was sized up. And I think I've spoken quite a bit about this, but when you get those A+ setups, you have to size up. And be willing to accept a loss. Just because your size is bigger doesn't mean your stop loss changes. But you have to size up. Wow, 188. Man.
Okay, short here at 188. Just a quick scalp here to the downside.
It's insane. This is what I left on the table. I didn't expect it to.
Yeah.
Like that.
Drop.
Andrew, are you still in it? Damn, man.
Covering some more Nvidia. This
I
is
don't
a
know.
this is a scalp, guys.
Yeah. That was a great shot, Paris. That was a very good shot. You expect some selling at 188.
Yeah.
Tesla. Tesla, just be careful with longs. 480 area is a possibility that this gap will be at 483.
Covering some more. I literally caught the top. This is. And this is what I was talking about in Tesla as well today. Because when the extension is so much, the least you can expect is a decent pullback, and you'll always be on the winning side. If it comes back, you'll get a chance to come out at break even. But the probability, Gary and a lot of people talk about the expected value, right? The expected value for like doing a pullback is much higher than continue to just go high, and you're just betting on that fact.
So if you look at Tesla right now on a 2-minute chart, this is what a 3-bar play is. First candle, second candle, third candle. And now you expect it to break down.
Wow, that long from Andrew was heck of a trade, man. That's
And I got the same long, but it's just
yeah.
amazing how he holds.
He holds it.
It was just phenomenal.
He holds with size.
Granted, I was trading size a bit too big. All right, I'm gonna short Tesla here.
Oh wow, Tesla is dropping too. So
And now we're gonna look for our targets. So they're actually gonna look here. Limit. Actually, I just gonna move it to, yeah, this should go. $483.13. So we just call it $483.25. Let's see a reaction here. Our entry is 482.50, 482.42. It's not a great RVR. I have a very small size. Like this would be my stop loss. So $1 for $2. If we come here, then I'm hoping we can get 480. And so on Tesla, one thing to keep in mind is we have a call wall at 500. At the same time, we also have a put wall at 475. So if we are not going to go towards 400, 500, then we're going to go towards 475, and somewhere in there, you're going to find value. I don't know if 188 would be a retest. I think Tesla, Nvidia retest would be here, 184.50 or 185. That's what retest would be.
Okay, so seems like Nvidia wants to go lower.
Yeah, I think this 30 minutes on Nvidia is lower. At least get us back to 50 on the one, if not 50
Ah,
on.
beauty. Beauty, beauty. Yeah, thanks, Paul.
Ursula, Merry Christmas to you too.
So, Lewis, multiple things. First of all, there were Nvidia rallied quite a bit from 185 to 186, 186 to 187, 187 to 188. But if you look at it from 188, it was getting too extended because it's the stock moved from 187 to 188 very quickly, and it was getting extended, what we call as an exponential. And the way you can identify that it's getting exponential is like the lowest moving average, which is a 9 EMA, is unable to catch up with the price, and it gets too extended and it's too gappy. So once you see that happening and once things are getting rallied, you tend to you can anticipate that uh, it is getting extended to the point where it would do a pullback, and the probability of doing a pullback is much higher. I don't anticipate the stock completely going reversing it. I'm thinking maybe 187 area, 186.50 area would be the area where I would completely get out, and that would be a great risk reward because I was literally risking 15-20 cents to capture like $1 or $1.50. That's a great risk reward. So yeah, that was the whole thesis behind it. And then of course 188 is a whole number. I would want to see that the sellers trying to dominate, and I was talking about it even at 187.50 area, and I was saying that I am tempted to short, but I don't see the sellers yet. And that's where I was thinking about, I'm tempted, but if I don't see it, there is no reason for me to take a position. But at 188 was the exact place where I started seeing sellers taking over, and that's the exact place that I would want to short it, because even though 188 is a whole number, but if I would have seen seller at 187.50, I would have shorted at 187.50, but I did not see it. I was seeing actually the buyers who were trying to jump in, and the more it was getting extended, the better it is for me, because if I want to short it, the more extended it is, the earlier it would come back to its moving average, or the area, or come back to its because the stock cannot just keep going higher. If it gets extended, it has to come back to its mean. And that's what I was betting on, the fact that, okay, I can risk 20 cents here, and if it moves, if it comes to its mean, then I would capture $1 or a $1.50 on it. So that was the whole intention.
We got stopped out on our Tesla short, but I'll be looking to reshort it if we start filling here.
So this pop that you see on NVIDIA, a lot of times these pops are just meant to fail. So I would want to see if the sellers take over again, and I would add more to my short. These pops, when things are like that, they tend to fail. I want to see what happens around this 187.60 area. And will it come back and retest the 188, or will it gonna fail? Because a lot of times what happens is these are the places where it just are meant to fail.
Spy breaking high of day.
Yeah, they're trying to hold. So no reason for me to, I was thinking of shorting again, but they're trying to hold. So no reason for me to uh, adding a little bit here, adding and I would get stopped out above 188. If it has to fail, it has to fail from here. What a fail. Good. Let's see if it has a continuation. If it holds, then
And near pre-market trend. Yeah, this is a nice recheck of this area for a short. Just wanted to spend one more touch here and then reject, which should help me get back into this trade. But we can go as high as here, 487.20. Still be structurally short.
so 55 is holding. So 55 needs to drop. 187.55 is a buyer. 55 is holding like a boss.
Right.
Okay, I think I'm gonna get out. I think 155 was really good buyer. So let's see if it does. Give me one more chance for it to. Okay, getting out, guys, completely. Getting out completely on NVIDIA. It is holding up pretty nicely, so no reason for me to. So that was the idea of scalping. That's where you're not looking for bigger moves. You're looking for just a scalping thing, and it gives you a good risk reward. Or now it dropped 55. It still held 55. Yeah, 55 did not drop again.
Oh, just one more housekeeping question. The Trading Buddy program is still very much on. If you guys are interested in having someone you can work with, and just have someone who can help you become a better trader, keep you more accountable, please go ahead and fill this questionnaire. I'll post the link in the alerts section. And this is gonna be live till this Friday. Now let's just say the 26th, and then I'm gonna use the 27th to the 31st to match people up. So please go ahead, fill it, and hopefully I'll be able to match you with someone who trades like you.
How many did you receive so far?
Let's see, not a whole lot actually. 25 responses.
That's not bad. That's good. 25 people. And by the way, guys, if anybody is interested to get access to the tape course, which is under Trading Terminal, for the Christmas, there is a discount that you can use, and you can go to this link. I just shared it in the chat, and when you click on enroll, you can use BBT 800 off, where you get an 800 additional discount on that. So I think it's only available until New Year. So if you want to check that out and you want to get exposed to tape reading, if you have not been exposed to, check that out. Yeah, and ask people on if there was a value add for folks who took it. And yeah, so once you use it, I think in this coupon, you'll use BBT 800 off, and I think it gives you an additional 800 discount. So check that out. In the thing, so good, NVIDIA is breaking out, and that's the beauty of of tape reading, right? Like you can time your entry so well that it would always we are always on the driver's seat, and if it comes back and even though it did not hit my break even point, I got out of the trade because I started seeing buyers taking over. And that's the beauty of it. Like I would have anyways gotten stopped out, but now I got completely got out at profit because I saw the buyers were stepping in. And that is because of the tape, because of the order flow and the time and sales data that passes through it, and you can time your entries and exits really well.
All right, 687.50 is still on the cards on SPY. So, as you're speaking about it, the Fibonacci pullback right here and hold. So we're at least hoping for 687.71, another dollar. Yeah, we break 188, we break it with a bang now. NVIDIA. And 190 is definitely on the cards for tomorrow.
So it broke out 188 now. Nvidia.
Hmm. 189, yeah, 189. I mean, look, at this point, because SPY still has a dollar to go, can NVIDIA do another dollar? Easily. I will not be surprised. But if we're going to do 189, we might as well do 190. For now, this is a double top, which means we spend a little bit more time inside. I don't remember the last time I saw NVIDIA do something like this. It's been a while. And that's why price location makes a difference. I rarely trade NVIDIA, but this price location was very good to trade. Like break off this channel, break off this. Tomorrow, all eyes are going to be on NVIDIA. Like, is this a breakout play back to 200 to 210?
I think the more probability is tomorrow is going to be choppy for Nvidia.
Yes, tomorrow is probably going to be
The hangover day. What do you
Yeah. Well, then let's just hope Chelsea gets his 189 today, French VWAP. Could be Tesla time tomorrow, you are right. Could be Tesla time tomorrow. But I still want that gap fell to 483 at least. I don't know. I don't know. Let's check. 500. Yeah, it was about 60,000, 35,000. That's where we are now. Yeah. But I'm less interested. Wait, what happened? Why is it just showing 5,000? It decreased a lot. Oh no, this is 492. Sorry, yeah. But this is what I want to use as a wall. This and 475. And that's why I'm interested in a short price action. We go to 480 and we have bounced from 480 a couple of times. Tesla. Right? 480 area. He bounced here. Fake breakdown, came back, bounced here. So I'm hoping we can get this area today again. Or at least, well, at least the gap fell to 483.25. It looks like it will. This was a nice 50% retracement. Hit the moving averages, started selling down again. Same thing on the 5. Hit the 20 down. Now, can this be real down, or are we gonna spend like 3 more bars in this area? Well, time will tell. Last week it was close to 60,000. That's what I remember, but that was last week. What is NVIDIA doing? It's, breaking. It's gonna break, and we're going to 188.52. Just put in a range order. Yeah, I think we sell down. And 188.50 is a given, French. We should get that price. Sure. Swing high, swing low, retracement, targets. This is what it would look like on a 5-minute chart.
Wow, man. Nvidia just doesn't want to stop.
Yeah, 188.50 is the floor pivot Paras. So we're so close to it, you might as well do it. Right here.
Okay, I think it's top of the hour, guys.
Oracle should be interesting, I think. Yeah, Oracle I'm very interested in. If we can get back these prices, 184, then I want to hold it for like a swing trade back to 250. All right, top of the hour, guys. Well, tomorrow is a half day, right? So
Yeah.
we will see you tomorrow. And then if some of you are not trading, then happy holidays. Hope to see you again next week. Bunch of cool stuff starting next year with BBT. And I'll update you more on that in the new year.
Okay, have a great day, everyone. Merry Christmas if you're not joining tomorrow, and happy holidays. Take care. See you guys tomorrow.
Yeah, Steve, I did. I was big size. All right, see you guys. Bye. But that's what I say. When you have conviction, you gotta size up. Bye.
Hey everyone, good afternoon guys. How are you all doing today? Hey Jens. Right, let's see. Let me just share my screen with you, get all the setup ready. Harvey, you took NVIDIA for a 2200 setup. Let me take a look at it. I didn't, I wasn't looking at NVIDIA. Yeah, it actually wasn't bad. It actually was not bad, Harvey. Yeah, in a way it is a 2200, not around the 200, but for manual entry, it was not a bad one. The daily looked good. Sorry, the weekly. The daily was not looking good. So probably I would not have quoted, but it was not the worst one. I had Apple on my watch list to the long side, but honestly, it was just so choppy at the open that I decided to avoid it. And I had AMD on my watch list for a potential short, but it fake broke and squeezed. And no trades, unfortunately. Oh, I did not share my screen. Let me just share it now. Can you see my screen? Yeah, so basically, I did not like anything at the open, but I was wondering about playing maybe AMD to the short side. I liked this 30-minute chart on it when it was looking like this during the pre-market. And I was like, if it keeps holding around here, I might end up playing the break to the downside. But the break to the downside happened during the pre-market, and after the market open, what we had is a fake breakdown followed by a squeeze. The second one I was watching was Apple. I had it on my watch list for long. Since yesterday, I had it on my watch list for long. Yesterday, I tried it and I lost 2 times. Today, I also had it on my watch list, but it ended up being so choppy. Looking at it now in hindsight, after this hammer closed as a green candle and this one made an overlap, I think it was totally worth it. But that's in hindsight, and that does not matter anymore. I'll still keep an eye on it tomorrow for a long. Qs are doing well. Do you think we can have another leg to the upside? What's happening on the Qs ATR wise? Okay, let me see. ATR wise, let me just fix everything here. Let me add the ATR around here. Average through range, there it is. ATR wise, $8 the low is around 617. 625 could be hit. Daily chart is supporting that, and the weekly chart is supporting that. So I think if we have another leg, we can have another leg to the upside on many of the stocks that are being active right now. Samer, yes, Apple did look promising on Atlas. I saw that, but the price action was a bit ugly for me, and I had a bad day yesterday. Not that bad, 1.5 R loss, but still not a good day. And I wanted to be a bit more careful. I didn't want to make the same mistake that I did yesterday on Apple. But to be fair, yesterday I broke my rules. I did not have good entries. I should not have traded yesterday. Today was supposed to be a day where I trade, but since I broke my rules yesterday, it affected my trading today. Anna traded Google at the open. That was amazing. Good job, Anna. We're having a webinar at 1 p.m. Eastern, guys, in the BBT webinar room for elite members on how to trade trends. Yes, it will be recorded, Brian. It will be recorded. How did you guys do today? Okay, guys, I need to open the door. Give me a minute. There is delivery there. Just a minute. All right, I'm back. Just had to open the door. Thank you, Brian. I really appreciate it. Doing my best to add at least a small valuable information every time I remake an old webinar. I'm still thinking of new ideas. I will be back in my home sometime next week, hopefully by Friday, and I'll have my beautiful second screen. It doesn't feel comfortable trading when my first screen is here and my second screen is the TV up there. Probably one of the reasons why I missed a few trades. I can blame the layout, right? It's all the layout, it's not me. I'm a good trader. There is no way I'd be missing a trade if it was just me. Yeah, Steve, I agree that something got into my eye. I honestly get used to my layout. Even when I'm traveling, I usually don't trade when I'm traveling for a short time, but I'll be taking 2 weeks off, by the way, guys, on February. So probably I will be trading, and it doesn't feel the same on a trading setup. The charts look a bit different, candlesticks look a little bit different, the size of the charts look different, which makes the length and the width of the candles also be different. I kind of developed a feeling for how the setup looks like, and I can just tell where it's headed by looking at the candlesticks. I mean, consistently, not that I can tell that I'm right 100% of the time. But consistently, I can tell where it's headed just by looking at the chart and by having a feeling, long buys or short buys. With my travel setup, it's the same. It looks weird. I mean, do you see Nvidia as a good long on Friday? After it resets tomorrow. Let's see. Nvidia, what a good day on Nvidia. Yes, I do see it as long, Harvey. Without even a reset. It could be traded without a reset. There was a range around here, a couple month consolidation. We're breaking it today, unfortunately with no volume. That's the only thing that's concerning. But it has room all the way to 194. I mean, great day on SPX. Went long from the rate is 684.41 with 100 contracts. 100 contracts, Sean? You can PayPal me. I'm having my honeymoon trip on February. I'm kidding with good job. The entry was amazing. 684.41. You probably caught it somewhere around the bottom after the pullback, right? By 10 o'clock. This was beautiful. Well done, Sean. Such a good double bottom around the latest area. All the way to 686. Well done. I still think there is enough room for these things to go higher. And it's rare to have an imbalanced order tape on the Qs and on the SPY. Usually it's balanced. Today, look at this difference. Almost a double to the upside. This thing is going to 622, 623 for sure. Anyway, check out the 15-minute Tesla. Looks promising for a short. Tesla, 30-minute charts, daily chart, 60. The daily does look interesting for a short. 60-minute chart looks interesting for a short. I agree with that. Same thing about the 15-minute chart. Yeah, it does look promising for a short, but it's so wicky. These big wicks from the bottom and big wicks from the top just indicate that it could be stuck sideways. Atlas wise, this thing is more bullish, except for that order at $400 or 480, right? Price is that so difficult? 485, 480. But it makes total sense to have a big order at a round number as round as 480. We'll have the exact same thing at 500 probably. You see, we'll have the same thing at 495, and we'll have the same thing at 500. These round numbers, they're known to have these big orders. It doesn't mean anything. If we don't look at these ones, the ladder around here looks more bullish than bearish. So there is a chance that this bearish setup on the 15-minute chart is just going to be a trap before the squeeze. Tesla 500 before the end of the week. There is still a chance that could happen. $14 is something that Tesla could do in one single day. So anything you guys are interested in at the moment? Tesla looks like it is setting up. This is not a bad one to watch. Doesn't matter long or short, even though more long bias on it. And it just feels like it could trap. But pattern wise, it definitely looks like a short. I agree with Gary. It just feels like it wants to trap the shorts, but who knows? This one is interesting to watch. It's just starting to move. The Q's already ran, so I assume a continuation might happen. IREN has been nice. Yep, not bad. RGTI is a mess. I'm wondering what Andrew feels when he sees Nvidia here. He had to leave early. Normally he sticks till 11, and I think if he did not have to leave early, he would have held it all the way till 11. He did get a good entry after this fake breakdown. I saw him jumping in and I was so tempted. 188 was the target. Yeah, why not? That's true. Why not? I mean, $6 ATR, 182 all the way to 188. You're right. Did you hold it all the way to 188? It could continue going higher. I would have done this. I would have partialed most of my position around here and probably left the rest for a trailing stop. Good job. You know it. %70 out at 188.40. That's good. That's good. Well done. Love that. Let's go and find some trading opportunities. Go through the list. AAL looks interesting for a long. Yeah, AAL looks interesting for a long. How big was it, Sean? Man, that's amazing. Good job. You're nailing it. Now we have some cash for some gifts. Vacation? I mean, you deserve it. Full month vacation. Let's see what else we have. Let's see what else we have. AAL so far is the most interesting one. Disney did not run at all. Yeah, Disney did not make any move today. $2 ATR, $0.50 move today. This thing can explode and it feels long. This thing does feel long. Today or tomorrow it is going to run. Maybe even in the next few minutes. So we have AAL for a long, which is already started to go up. And we have Disney, which is also interesting for a long. Let's see what ends up running today. And man, do you see now for a long? Let's see. Daily chart is really weak, to be honest. 60-minute chart looks okay for a long. We had a nice fake breakdown around here for a long, and target 153.30. I do see it slightly for a long. They're like AL more. Disney looks interesting as well. So nice call. I like it. Not bad. Anyone traded AAL? Seems like it's reversing quickly since the moment we called it out. Qs are slowly starting to pull back or setting up for a pullback. I like that. Sean, that should pump it up. Okay, there is nothing interesting anymore. Let's just keep an eye on AAL and Disney. These are the main ones to watch today. We'll see what ends up happening with them. And let's keep also an eye on the Qs, which needs to pull back. There is a big order at 621.90-ish and 622. It could totally hit it after a decent pullback. Totally worth it, Sean. It was actually amazing. Why didn't you come, Sean? Well, hopefully I'll see you in future retreats. Long flight? It was long flight. I mean, I thought my flight was long. It was direct flight from Russia to Thailand, 10 hours. But then we had people who had a 20-hour flight, 19 hours flight, and I was like, my flight was nothing. Well, get first class and sleep. A couple sleeping pills, and you'll have a nice flight for 20 hours. No jet lag included. Zoro, welcome to BBT. How long have you been trading? You definitely made the best decision out there. Well, what do you think of DGT reversing? I don't see this one as a reversal either. So far, this thing is weak. You can see a reverse bear flag on the 60-minute chart. The daily chart needs to pull back. The weekly chart still looks long, but the daily and the 60 are bearish. For it to be long, it needs to fail the short first. So probably you want to see it breaking the low of the day, and after breaking the low of the day, you want to see a long setup starting to set up, and that might take some time. 7 months in simulator. And how is it going? Mainly small caps. I mean, this is a high cap community, and honestly I suggest that you give a try to high caps. Eventually go to low floats. If you want to do that on small caps, it's a lot of money. It's a big risk, big reward, but I suggest starting with high caps. They are slow, they are predictable, you're not going to blow up. It will help you develop a trading system, work out through your psychology and mindset. I also traded low floats when I started. I moved in to high caps, and my gains are not like Andrew's, they're not enormous. I'm making around 10-15% of my capital per month. Obviously with low caps you can make 50-100%, maybe even more. Like I said, it's big risk, big reward, but I'm happy with these. Making 10-15% every single month consistently is more than I would have asked for. Especially coming from my background. Let's take a look at AAL. Anyone caught this reversal call out on AAL? I hope some of you did, guys. We did call AAL and Disney. Disney is still going sideways, but AAL is getting to its target. That's amazing. You took it, Baby Facial. Good job. It was an obvious reversal. 60-minute chart dropping, giving you the U-turn. Nice hammer right after the break. 15-minute chart was also really obvious after the fake breakdown. Like, this was amazing. I love it. Yes, Andorra. Now I am a full-time trader. I am a full-time trader since like 5 years, 6 years. 6 years, yeah, 6 years. I never had like a full-time job. I had a part-time job because I was a medical student. The moment I started making some cash trading, which was more than what I was making in my part-time, I switched to full-time. Graduated from the medical university and I was already making decent money from trading. And I decided to just continue with the trading career. I never lost big money day trading, so there is no fancy story that I can share with you. But I lost big money opening businesses. So we all lose big money here or there. Some people lose big capitals trading, but I lost a lot of money opening that spa business. Yeah, I'm definitely just investing in real estate from now on. Should have done that earlier. I was like, okay, I have 2 real estates. That's good. Back then when I opened the business, I had 2. Now it's 3. But I was like, okay, I have 2 real estates. Now it's time to open businesses. Brian, I opened 2 businesses. The first one is, and that was my main one. It was a luxury spa business, massage, sauna, etc. And the second one was a small business. It was a shop. I mean, fixed price type of shop, but it's not exactly fixed price. It's not the cheap type of fixed price, but a bit of mid type. That one I did not invest a lot in. I just invested, I think, like $60,000 or $70,000. I noticed that it's failing like 4 months after opening. It was stupid to open a shop when everything is just delivered online, and I instantly closed it and sold whatever I had there for like $15,000, I think. So anyway, it was a loss, but it was tolerable. The spa business though cost me a lot because I had to design the interior, buy good interior, like pay the workers, and it was like a lot of workers there, and it was just costing me a lot. I think it would have went to positive if I held on to it for one more year, but I'm a good trader. I'm not a good business manager. So, and I even hired a business manager. It's a big investment. I don't want to even talk about how much I invested in the spa business, so let me just forget about it. Like, I've never blew up day trading. I never had big losses day trading. I always had my risk controls. I'm probably one of the few traders who never even went past their max loss for the day. But I found a way to lose money. Yeah, everybody has something. Summer competitions, like there are business owners. First of all, the problem is that I opened it in Moscow, in the center of Moscow, the capital, rather than starting to open it in the outskirts or outside Moscow, where these luxury spa would have went viral. And in center of Moscow, everything is so expensive. I was renting the place for like $4,000, and then the salaries for the workers total were around $6,000 to $7,000 plus the advertisement. I mean, these are like the monthly expenses only, not to mention everything that I spent to open it. And the competition is really big in the center. There were business owners who are having a similar model with a lot of different branches, and they were spending a lot on advertising. And to go to the top pages, I had to compete with how much they are spending, and me having only one single place, competing with those who had 50, 60 different branches in the same city, it was impossible. They were really big, yeah. Like I said, I'm a bad business manager. I mean, all I knew is just trading. That's it. Trading and medicine. Andorra, it's not that bad, to be honest. It's around 8%, which is big, but the interest rate in banks, if you put your money there, is 15.5%. It easily covers for the inflation rate, plus you make around 8%, 6 to 8% net. So I have some cash in USD and I have some cash in rubles, and I just put it in a bank for like 14%. And the ruble right now, one USD is 78 rubles right now, and it's been as stable as this is for like over a year right now. So this 16% that I made is a huge amount of money. It's better than investing in the SPY. Maybe I got lucky with the previous couple of years, but we'll see how the next year goes. And if all this war ends, it's going to be even better. So if I was in AL, that would be a place to lock in probably the first profit target. 3 15-minute candles in a row, multiple 5-minute candles in a row without any pullback, close to VWAP, and VWAP would be the final target. So if anyone took this AL call, this is probably a decent place to lock in some profits. Disney is still slowly sitting up. I mean, still looking interesting, but still did not break. Q's slowly making some sort of an ABCD pattern. You also got into AL, Sean? Well done. I love these type of afternoons where I open the list of stocks, I go through it, and you instantly spot some good opportunities. AL instantly caught my eye. Disney did that. Nothing else so far, we'll see. The Qs, the ABCD on the Qs is on the 15-minute chart. It is setting up, it's still not there. That's the A, that's the B around here, that's the C. But this could close red and it could continue going lower. So it's still not ready. The bathhouses, they're everywhere in Russia. So this 15-minute chart could close red, and if it closes red, probably the next one is going to be a 15-minute candle, sorry. And if it closes the red, the next one is probably going to be a red. So you either want to wait for this one to close as a hammer in combination with a higher low on the one, or you want to wait for it to get to pull back more. This is an interesting area for an ABCD pattern bounce. It's a good combination of the 9 EMA on the 15-minute chart along with a bounce from a resistance that could act as support. And 20 EMA on the 5-minute chart, exactly. So let's see if it makes it down there. We might have a third call for today. So far only two. Disney still has nothing, just struggling. Let's see if it makes the breakout today. It just feels like it will. It should. 2 days of consolidation. I mean, how long is this going to last? It needs to break today. It's not one trade, Brian. I could take 3 trades, 2-3 trades. I do that when I'm confident enough. But my main thing is that I should not lose more than 2 hours a day. If my first trade is half an hour, I could give a second attempt. If the second attempt is a full 1 hour, I probably am not going to take a third attempt unless I'm so confident. If my first trade is a break even, second one is a small loser, I could take a third trade. But if I lose 2 full hours, instantly I'm done. If there are no opportunities, I'm also done. If my first trade is around 5-6 hours, I'm also done. And yes, I can do that. I can find 4-5 trades per day with good edge if I stay and trade the whole day. But I cannot stay focused for more than like 1 hour. 45 minutes, 30 minutes, that's all I can do, staying 100% focused, not distracted, not emotional, trading like a robot. That's what I can do for 45 minutes. And I'm not gonna care about moves happening and going without me. I just feel confident. After 1 hour, I start getting some FOMO. I get exhausted. I feel like taking a trade. I start messing up. And that's why I don't trade the whole day. Some of my mentees do trade the whole day. And they do take some good trades. When I told you that my gains per month around 10 to 15%, it's trading the first 30 minutes and in rare occasions later during the day, like I did on Tesla a couple days ago. Yeah, let me just see. I think I took 1 or 2 trades later during the day this week. So this was my mess up yesterday on Apple. A couple trades that were losers. And there it is, the SPY that I've taken around 3 p.m. This is the day where I was covering for Megan. Normally I would not be sitting and looking at my screen by this time of the day. But anyway, I was sitting in front of my screen by 2 p.m. And by 3 p.m. I was like, I'll give it a few minutes more. Because I saw it selling off before I was done with the BBT McTime. And when I saw the fake breakout, I did play to the long side. Another day that I traded later during the day was Tesla. This was after my BBT McTime. From 12 to 1 it sold off. I gave it 10 or 15 minutes and I did mention that I will wait for 10 or 15 minutes extra, and if it sits up, I'll take it. But other than that, you'll notice that most of my trades are happening within the open, the first 30 minutes. That's it. First 30 minutes is where I take most of my trades. There are traders or mentees who trade the whole day and they are having 20-25% win rate per month. 22 or 25% gain per month, which is actually amazing. But I can't do that. I just found my sweet spot. My sweet spot is to trade 30 to 45 minutes straight. Ignatius, somewhere around here. That's exactly what we called it. We had the 15-minute candle, a reversal candle by 12:15. 12:16, there it is around here. We have a higher low on the 1 minute chart, breaking a mini range after double confirmation candles on the 5 minute chart. And that's what we called it. That was the entry. Could have played it long around here, stop loss around here, going for this level as a target. Jesse said that I'm taking really bad trades too, not just good ones. I trade when this is, by the way, the thing about Jesse, and I love that. He sets up alerts. He doesn't just simply trade impulsively anything he sees. He waits for the perfect setup using alerts. Once the alert goes off, he pays attention to the stock that he's watching for an extra few minutes. And if he likes it, he takes it. You need to just find your sweet spot. What do you need to do to trade without emotions. Let it be alerts. Let it be. Let me share my screen there, please. Let it be alerts. Let it be, I don't know, only reversals after some specific price action. Let it be maybe setups after fake breakouts. You just need to find something that keeps you patient. Yes, Sean, I do take mainly A+ setups, but yesterday, unfortunately, on Apple, I broke my rule, and I did not take an A+ setup. But I do focus on A+, and most of the time, entries after fake breakouts confirmation. Exactly, that was slippage. Sorry, what happened on Qs? Still holding. So you see, this one did not close much as a bullish candle. Still looks like it's going for the C. It's still dropping down. Not a good one for an ABCD pattern yet. AL, like we said, this is where you want to exit most of your position out. And this knee should be still setting up. Yeah, it's still setting up. Someone was talking about now. Yeah, you called it, Sean. That was a nice one. There was one more thing that we were watching. I forgot what it was. I forgot. Tesla. Yeah, Gary called it out. He said Tesla does look like short, but Tesla level 2 looks more bullish, to be fair. I mean, more neutral. I feel like it's going to be a trap. It's going to break and instantly squeeze, because it does look weak, but it's not dumping. It's struggling. Every time it makes a new low, it goes inside. Every time it makes a new low, it goes inside. It feels like it's going to trap the shorts. It's not a long yet. Pattern wise, it is short. I'm waiting for a trap. If I see the shorts getting trapped, I'll look for a long. But I don't want to play it to the short side because it feels like it could be a trap. It doesn't want to sell off. Alright, so the Qs are getting closer to the level that we were interested in. Let's say it's going to behave around this level. Remember that levels are zones. It's not necessarily going to touch it to the penny and bounce. It could break it, it could go above it, it could go below it, but you just want to make sure that it's holding. How can you make sure that it's holding? By seeing one of the three signs. The first sign is increasing volume, which seems like we're having right now, but it's not that significant of a volume. Second thing is a double bottom on the 1 minute chart after a reversal candle on the 5 minute chart. And the final thing is a mini consolidation above the level followed by a fake break. One of these three things. The volume is there. So let's see what's going to happen around here. Beautiful. If you played it, you might want to just move your stop loss to break even. That was a big spike. But I would expect I would expect it to reach at least the high of the day. Level 2 wise though, it looks like it wants to go to 621.90ish. We'll see. Let's take a look at Tesla one more time. You see, this is what I was telling you. Every time it breaks the low, it squeezes. Every time it breaks the low, it squeezes. Every time it breaks the low, it gets bought back up, especially with decent volume. This is just tricky one, and it probably wants to just trap the shorts. It could be a short. I mean, I'm not gonna deny it, but it's a difficult one, and I prefer to wait for the traps, for the shorts to be trapped to play along. That looks like a higher probability setup. You took now, Sean. Let's see. Well done. Not bad. Yes, Jesse, I'll be hosting a webinar on trend trading in 4 minutes. It will be in the BBT webinar room. I honestly remembered about it on Friday or on Thursday, I forgot. I thought I only had the webinar that was on Trading Terminal a week ago, but then I checked my reminders and I saw the second one. It was scheduled a few months ago, so I'm forgiven. $9 ATR on the Qs and only $4 move today. I expected more from it. Maybe it's going to happen still. Who knows? Yeah, who knows? Maybe it's going to happen still. The hourly chart is about to close red, which is definitely not a good sign. I was hoping that by the last couple minutes it's going to squeeze to 61.07 approximately, which is here. The hourly chart will look as a hammer and then we'll have one more momentum candle to the upside. If it ends up closing red, we'll have also a red 30-minute candle and then it might need to pull back even more before the ABCD pattern. Yes, I see that as well now. I was hoping that it's going to hold the 9 on the 15, and by the end of this 1 minute candle, it's going to squeeze above 621. That would give us beautiful bullish patterns on all the time frames. It could still happen within the last minute, but every second passes by and it looks less and less likely to happen. But if you played it where we were talking about it around here when the volume spiked in, you could just move your stop loss to break even and you just lose nothing. Kind of a risk-free trade. Anyway, guys, I'll be calling it today around here, and I will see you in the webinar room in a couple minutes. See you guys.
Hey folks, how are we doing today? What's up, Rick? How are you doing, Rick? Sam. Gary, yeah, I got a great NVIDIA trade. I'm just coming back to my computer actually to see the closeout on that. I'll have to get a screenshot of that. I overtraded NVIDIA a bit this morning, maybe, but it did work out eventually. But man, what a run. What a run. 188, of course. Of course, NVIDIA's at 188. After I sold it at 181 on a swing trade about a week ago. Oh well. Sean, how is the skiing up here? Probably not great. We had some snow, but then we get a lot of rain and some warm weather, so I think that really hurt a lot of the places. But then again, I don't know. It was a very cold December. Oops. So they might have got a pretty good pack down up north. I don't really know. I would guess, though, that the ski places are not happy with the recent weather. Hopefully it corrects itself. We're getting a little bit of snow here. I just got back from the store trying to grab some things we needed before the next round of snow hits here. We're just getting a little bit, but I don't really want to be driving around in it if I don't have to. So yeah, the NVIDIA trade. Took a few swings at this. I actually had a pretty good trade on AMD this morning, which started me off profitable, but then I ate away a lot of it with Nvidia here. In fact, all of it. So there's like 3 trades here trying to get the breakout, and it never quite worked. 2 of them popped nice. It's kind of hard to tell what's going on here, but the first 2 actually says, was it 1, 2, 3? Yeah. So the first 2 popped nicely. I got out near break even. Actually lost a little bit on the first one. Second one's break even. The third one, I just I was wrong. You lost money on that one for sure. Then it held PDC, and I actually got in for the break of 184.50 here because I was starting to think that's actually a little more interesting than the high a day perhaps. And I tried it here, got out after a couple minutes at break even. That didn't want to go. Then I got in again, got an initial pop, bit of a pullback, and then it finally ran. So honestly, it's a bit lucky in the end, it felt like. I mean, it seemed like NVIDIA wanted to go higher today, but you know, it seems like it's not a good strategy in day trading. But anyway, I got in a couple good partials when it broke 185, added a couple times, and then got that to work out without being stopped out at break even, and got a partial just below 186, and then I left and I went to the store and I set my range order at 186.89 and got filled up there. So it filled near 187, and then I guess we've hit 188 today. More than that, 188.63. Big day for NVIDIA. Well, wouldn't call it a big day. It's having a good day. It's up 2.3%. It's not unusual for NVIDIA or one of the Mag 7 stocks to do that. Yeah, Sean, there is something nice about set and forget, but I don't ever do that until I'm down to some smaller amount of shares. But it's a nice feeling. Yeah, you'll do with the set and forget and come back and made some money. And my desk is a mess. Let's see, Tesla is having a day, not great. Amazon's holding up nice, but I don't know if there's much left on that. NVIDIA could break out higher. Oh, the market looks, I didn't even look at the SPY. So the SPY's up 687. That's nice. Actually, speaking of the SPY, let's go ahead and take our SPY trade. Now, if you recall, yesterday at the end of our hour, I asked everyone if they wanted to let the trade ride or close it out. And we were down about $50 to $60 at the time. We would have closed it out, and the room voted to let it ride. And the end result was we lost $18. So I guess in the end, it was a good decision. We saved ourselves $30 or so. So yeah, $30, $40. So let's do it again today. We're going to take a fake simulated trade on the SPY, and we're going to have a $2 targeted move. So the SPY currently around 687. $2 targeted move is 689 to the top side, 685 to the downside. Let me get this poll in now because it looks like it's moving, and you guys probably want to get your opinions in. And we're looking for 50 votes. So try to vote quickly today so we can, well, I don't know. Maybe no, maybe don't vote quickly. Maybe vote slowly. Maybe that's better. But I will need 50 votes. Or maybe less. It looks like the room's a little thin today. We're down a few people, so I don't know if we'll get to 50. I'd like to. We're only at 18. Definitely need more votes. Laura, thank you for your vote. Sam voted. This is going to be slow. Very slow. Josh voted. Aurora voted. Anybody? Can anybody vote? Can anybody minimize the window that's covering the chat room and throw in a quick vote for me? I simply cannot settle for 23 votes. This is unbelievable. This is the worst voting we've ever had. Very slow. We're not going to get 50. There's no way. We can try to get 40. Got votes from Malad, GPT Trader, Dean, Max, Will, ACK, and Josh. Thank you for those votes. Next vote gets us to 30. Norma got us to 30. Yasmin voted. Mustafa voted. Thank you. Kelly voted. Give me 6 more. Can you vote twice? Maybe if you logged out of the room and logged back in. I don't know if the vote window would still be there. It might be, Sean. I don't think it would be, though. I don't think it appears if you leave and come back. Got 36 votes. Thank you to Bob and Tarun. William voted. James is 37. Teddy, 38. Give me 2 more. Give me 2 more. Two more votes. Not 3. Not 4. Just 2. 2 votes. All right, the hell with it. Teddy, you're the last vote. 38 votes. That's a not a great turnout, but let's do it. 71% want to go long, so let's get that. Oh shit, where'd my mouse button? All right, we're in on the SPY at 687.29. Put you in for, I can't do that, Harvey, but appreciate the interest. All right, so we're long, and now we need a range order. I fear that was a bad place to go long, not because the market won't go long more, but I don't know if we're going to survive. Actually, we'd have to go all the way down to 686.29. That'd be a pretty decent capitulation of the market here. That'd be down the VWAP, so maybe we'll be safe. But anyway, let's get this range order in. So stop range. 686.29 is our stop. 689.29 is our target. That's up near the all-time high. We need a special kind of day. And all right, we're in. Gary short Tesla. Oh, I'd never get unhappy with Gary. Gary can short it all he wants. Besides, Gary will have to cover at some point and create a buy order. What else is moving today, folks? Anything good? Looks like the quantum stocks are taking a breather after yesterday. Kind of figured they would. Let's see. TSM is up. Ooh, TSM had a little pop there. Anyone see that? What's that all about? delightful little high day break on TSM. In fact, that looks so good, I'm going to send that to Eamon for a break a high day example. That is like a really nice breakout. You'd have to kind of have to be watching that, or if you set an alert on TSM, you could have caught that. There you go, folks. That's good evidence of why, you know, it's kind of worth my time to set alerts on anything I can in a way. I seldom ever do that, but I don't watch TSM much. It's on my secondary list, and I'll trade it when it's in play or whatever. But not for nothing. If I had set an alert on my whole secondary list, I probably would have caught that, because that's a very unmistakable move on TSM through the high day there. Oh well. Bu- 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 bu. Ollie going long 46. That might have been a tough place to go long. I mean, it's easier for me to say that now when it's fallen back a bit, but there seems to be a bit. If you draw a line through 486 and look at the intraday chart, there's a lot of support at 486, like quite a bit, which means from the bottom coming back up, it's likely to be some resistance. Which, you know, the way I play high day breaks, I trade through resistance all the time, so it's not that you can't do it, but I think if you do draw that line through 46 on today's intraday chart, you'll see it's definitely a level of interest. So if we do break 46, you might be into something really nice, but it's got to get through there first for real. Amazon's taking quite a pause here. This is a lot of sideways movement here around 231.50 ish, a bit below that as well. Amazon's had an interesting chart the past couple days on the daily. It's creeping up back above 230. That's not easy for Amazon to do, I'll tell you that. It's a lot of traffic for Amazon on the daily chart when you get up in the 230s. Hopefully it can get back to 250 someday. Those were good times. It didn't spend long up there. Sam looking at Hood. Yeah, look at Hood. Hood could be Hood's getting some interesting volume here as it pushes up. There's like a local resistance it did earlier around noon, just above 120, and it's kind of pushing up into that now. The actual high on Hood is 120.70, but set on the second minute of the day. It's pretty close to the open. It's not my favorite kind of high a day. I like a pullback with a little more time expended before it sets a high, but could be something there. Hood looks kind of interesting. It's not a bad one. Oh, I'm being trounced by a strategy webinar. I didn't know that, Dwayne. Jeez. No one's here then. I can do whatever I want. Is it Eamon? Is Eamon doing one of his Moscow timelines webinars? Can we look Tesla Nookmao? Oh, Bookmap. I can show you Atlas. I don't have Bookmap. Would that be sufficient? Trying to do some marketing here, Ali. You can't call it the wrong thing. Actually, can I duplicate this? Because I want to keep this window. Oh, fuck it. Never mind. Tesla Atlas looks thusly. What is your question, Ali? What do I see orders breaking? What are we saying? You're driving again. You're always driving, Ali. Well, how are you trading 50 contracts of Tesla while you're driving a car? Hood. I assume you mean Hood. Everyone's drunk today. Nobody can type correctly. Has the eggnog season started already? Hood, right? Actually, yeah, I've got Hood on my screen here. Yeah, Hood's now a bit higher. I don't know what to make of Hood. I don't know where to trade it. I think the break of 120 might have been actually the better place to play it, and we already broke 120. So I don't know. I'm not digging the high a day on Hood at the 120.70 level. I'm not really feeling that's all that special. So Ali, now you're driving a car, and I've put Atlas on the screen. Can you see the screen now? You can. Because you're driving your Porsche Taycan. Okay, you've pulled over. I see. Hood's really going here. This is a good, interesting thing to watch, Sam. It's a good call. I really wish I'd thought of the break of 120, but anyway, I really don't need the trade anymore. I should really probably take a break. Like I said, I kind of overtraded Nvidia, and I've had a pretty good day. But let's keep watching it. I'm going to set an alert on Hood at 120.45. It'll be interesting to see that $0.50 level potential break on a Hood. There's no liquidity to speak of there. There really isn't much until 121, and there isn't even much up there, honestly. Let's see. Let's see what the old Atlas looks like for Hood. Yeah, it doesn't really get interesting until 125, probably. Well, that's not true. It starts to build up around 124. That big order on Tesla up at 500 still sitting there, obviously, just dwarfing anything else. 499 is pretty big, 84,000 shares. That's not nothing for sure, but 500's the biggie. Amazon's gone a bit higher here. They're looking to maybe try that 232. That's another 30 cents for Amazon, which could take forever for all we know. Broadcom, was that good today? I see it's up a couple percent. Oh yeah, look at Broadcom. Oh yeah. Did it have a clean breakout? It looks like it did. Yeah, it did. Wow, that's another nice one. That might be better than TSM, actually. That's a very nice breakout. Ooh, I like that one. I like that one a lot. Oh, wait a minute. No, I saw this breakout. Wait, which one? Yeah, the dirty thing about Broadcom, it didn't quite I think it just stayed a few pennies above the high a day when it came back down. But it did a classic retest. If you look at Broadcom, it broke out at 10.53 or something like that. It came back down to retest around 11.02, and then it continued nicely with its move. But yeah, no, Broadcom looks good too today. I probably would have stayed in that trade, I think. If I had taken the high day break. Maybe not though, because what is the spread on Broadcom? 6 cents. It was probably more earlier. So if the spread had been up around 15 10 or 15 cents, I probably would have used a buffer. I probably would have got stopped out on that pullback, I bet. I think that's exactly what would have happened. Might have got a partial off of it. Let's go, Tesla. Get through that 486. Actually, Broadcom would be good for a, should set an alert on that. High days up at 350 almost, 349.80. It's got some work to do to get back up there, but if it should, that could be a very interesting high day break opportunity. So I'm going to set an alert on Broadcom up at 349.70. And we'll see if that happens to go off while I'm paying attention here. YL, looking at, is that Novo Nordisk? Novo Nordisk, it's doing things. It looks kind of messy, man. I don't like the look of that chart at all. I guess it's toying with its low of day there. Maybe it's going to lose it here. It kind of has like an all day long descending wedge, descending triangle thing going on. Yeah, it actually does look interesting. Well, if you're a believer in that pattern, it could be interesting. The actual low a day is lower, down around, or it's down at 51.75. The base of the triangle is a little higher, closer to 52. But yeah, that does look kind of interesting. I will grant you that. Yeah, I see the jumpy candle you're talking about. Yeah. Got a little weird there for a second. Which kind of makes you think 52 is important. There's definitely some eyes on this. So if it starts to lose here for real, it could be interesting. A lot of times what happens, as with all breakouts, you know, when these triangles break, they recover and they go back up. So it's just like the opposite of a high day break that doesn't quite carry. So I don't know. We'll have to keep an eye on it. SPY has climbed up to 687.66 here, right near its high of day. This has turned into a nice little day for some stocks here in the market overall. How are the Qs doing? The Qs are about the same. Google's got an interesting look to its chart too. That is kind of a ascending wedge, all day ascending wedge kind of look to it. Yeah, maybe we are setting up for the real deal Santa rally, which really happens, if it happens, kind of in the week after Chris or the days after Christmas and in the first couple days of the new year. Maybe we're setting up for something good here. Here goes Tesla back to 486.
Alert price higher whose last greater equal 120.45.
Just had that alert go off and my headphones on Hood. So Hood must be up near 120.50. Where's Hood on my watch list? Hood. Yep. It's just toying with that 120.50 now. Honestly, another nice little punch through the high of day there. Hood pulled back to about 120.15 and then got some not perfectly building volume, but definitely an uptick in volume to push it up to that 120.50 level. And now the actual high of days up there at 120.70, just a little bit higher. There's no particular selling interest at that level, which is not uncommon for just sort of random location high of days. MU is losing it a bit here. Not a good looking chart on MU today at all. It's been crawling along PDC quite a bit, but it's getting into some more aggressive selling here for some reason. Looks like it tried to run from PDC over the pre-market high, which it did accomplish a little bit, and then it gave up. Tesla didn't like 486 again. Back down it goes. That's going to be a tough one today. Lost 485. That's actually selling off kind of hard too. You still, is Gary still there? Is Gary still short in Tesla? You are. Yeah, you might get what you want. What you want, 482 or something? That's very possible. Actually, looking at Hood here, if you go back into the pre-market, in the pre-market, there was a little bit of trouble right around this level, 120.65-ish. So if Hood gets through here, it could be interesting. I just had an alert go off. I think it was Broadcom. AVGO, yes, AVGO is pushing. Oh, that 350. Remember we talked about that. We set the alert there. And this might be worth a little stab. How many shares of Broadcom would I take, though? I'm going to try some Broadcom here. This might be a very quick trade. Meaning I may be wrong very quickly. There's the 350 break. I need that to kill. Ooh. It's getting weird. Which weird way are you going to go, Broadcom? You going up or down? I'm out. I gave it a little bit back there. That got a little more weird than I was expecting at 350. Might be worth a re-entry there. Let's see if it holds to like 349.50-ish. Often on these big levels, for high day breaks, especially at these interesting levels, these like a decade level, like 350. A lot of times they'll fail initially, hold the $0.50 level below, around there, and then make a renewed push. I'm just gonna keep an eye on it to see if that might be the case. I got in at 349.95 and out at 349.63. Ben, hold on one second. I just want to watch Broadcom here and see if this is a real push back up to 350. Let's give it up. Your question is, what are my thoughts on breakout pullbacks and the further move in your direction, but you were already out during the pullback? Don't you face that very often? I only get out if it comes back to break even, which is my entry. So I'm in trades all the time that break out and pull back. But if it doesn't come back to where I got in, I'm staying in the trade. I'm pretty good at that. That is one of my strengths as a trader. Is I don't panic on the pullbacks as long as I'm not stopped out of the trade at break even. So I'll just stay in it and hope for the best and hope it goes higher. But I do deal with all the time, Ben, taking high day breaks that break out and then come back to my entry where I'm back to break even, and I will usually get out of those trades. Sometimes later in the day when things are a little slower, I might let the retest try to work itself out, but yeah, I'd say at least 80%, if not more like 90% of the time, I just get out when it comes back to break even. But they do bounce all the time. They do. That's one of the things you got to do. If you look at Broadcom earlier, and with the breakout I was talking about earlier that happened around, go look around 10. I think it was like around 10:50 this morning. It was just almost 2 hours after the open, and Broadcom broke out nicely, and then it came back down maybe 15 minutes later, 10 or 15 minutes later, and it retested right where it broke, right where that high a day was, and then it went much higher. So it's like you have to decide as a high day break trader, do you allow the retest or you do not? Neither is correct or wrong. It's just a different way of, in the long term, dealing with your strategy, but you just have to have a method. And I've talked about this many times, but if you allow the retest, there will be times you'll be right, and it'll bounce off the entry, and it'll keep going higher, and you'll be right. There'll be other times where it doesn't hold it at all, and it just keeps sinking further, and it's a failed breakout, and it's going lower or much lower. So you'll win some, you'll lose some, but my advice is pick a method, right? So you know what you're doing every time. So you always know that my name is Ben and I trade high day breaks, but I allow the retest. And I will say my name is John and I trade high day breaks, but I don't allow the retest. It's important that you always know what you're going to do in your strategy. You know, obviously that's not going to be 100% true, but it can definitely be true the vast majority of the time. That's why I can look at breakouts and I can say, if you show me a chart, I could say, yeah, I probably would have taken that if I saw it, and this is exactly how I would have played it. I would have got in here, I would have taken money here, 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 I would have got out here, I would have added here. Because I've done this so many damn times. Like you can just show me a breakout chart and I can tell you exactly, more than likely exactly how I would have played it. Tesla looking weak as hell here. All right, here comes Broadcom back to 350. I'm going to try it again. This is not as good an approach to 350 as I had before. It just doesn't want to go. Just staring at the bid, trying to make sense of what I've entered here. All right, I'm out of Broadcom again. It's just, it's got to move. It's got to want to go. And this is teasing too much at 350. This may very well break out, but it's not going to break out under the conditions that I want it to do it. It is later in the day. I could make an argument for staying in this a little bit longer, but really want to see this happen quickly. I want buyers to be excited that it's breaking 350, and they're not doing that. They're not going for it. It's more like the bid's getting up there and the buyers are hanging out down below. They don't want to pony up the cash. Tesla looks like it's going to go low a day here. And Tesla being Tesla, if it loses that, Gary might get his 482 very quickly after that. Broadcom's back to that $0.50 level of 349.50. Let's see, it's coming in a little harder than it did last time. Well, maybe not, but anyway, it's there. Let's see if it tries to hold it this time. Tesla's down 1%. It's a really ugly looking chart today for Tesla, but it could be a lot worse. Tesla could easily be down 3 or 4% on days like this, so at least the range is small. Ooh, Gary, it's getting feisty. You watching it? Here goes the low a day. Ew, it's losing it. It's losing it. Let's see if this is for real. This is going to double bottom here. Little uptick on the market there on the SPY. Nice little candle pushing up toward the high of day. Not quite the high of day, but trying. That's not moving much else though. Nothing on my screen. Gary's taking some off. That might be smart because if this is just a false breakdown of the low a day, it's not a bad place to take some off. I feel like it is going lower though, Gary. Where's the love going to come from today for Tesla? I ain't seeing it. There hasn't been any all day. No reason to think it's coming now. Okay, folks, it's time for our second poll of the day. This is the poll of, do you want to stay in our SPY trade or just close it where it's at? So I'm going to send this out to everyone right now. The poll is going to say, sell our SPY trade or let it ride. And you can vote in either direction, but normally I'd be looking for 30 votes on this. I don't think I'm going to get that today, but we'll see what we can get. But we are currently up $29, $30 in the green, $30 in the green, $29 in the green, $31 in the green. $31 in the green. Still $31 in the green. Looking for a few more votes. We actually have 22 votes. Came in pretty quick. We might be able to get closer to 30. $28 in the green. I will post at 25 votes. There we go. So the room says sell, so let's do it. Let's get to the SPY and sell. So we got a $28 winner. The room says take it. It's probably not a bad idea. I don't think we're going toward that 689 something goal. That'd be an awful lot. I think this was wise. Let's take our $28, and we've stopped the bleeding on the old equity curve crash. So well, maybe next week. Not next week. When's the next day we do this? I'm not going to be on the mic tomorrow because the market closes early. So Boxing Day, I'll be back on Friday on the 26th, and we'll see if we can add to this. Tesla down below 683 now. Broadcom's coming back up just to screw with me. It's getting a little feistier too. It's getting a little weird. Are we double bottoming on the equity curve, Ben? Yeah, kind of. We're definitely forming support. That's good. Yeah, Broadcom is getting squirrely here, which I'll tell you, it's showing some interest. So I still think this 350 break could be good, but obviously I've tried it twice and given back some money today. So there's potential danger as well. But something is really intriguing me about Broadcom today. I'm going to put another alert on Broadcom at 349.75. NVIDIA has barely ticked a little higher here. New high of the day on NVIDIA, 188.64 on the high. The old high of the day was 188.63. So we've broken it by 2 cents at this point. 189 is obviously the next level of interest. And if I had an Atlas available, I would show you that, because I'm sure there are some shares up at 189. Let's see. Yeah, a few. There's way more at 190 because that's a decade level. But yeah, gosh, those numbers are big. So there's 190,000 shares. Is that right? Wow. At 189, but there's like almost 600,000 up at 190. And over 1 million at 200. John is feeling very stupid about selling his NVIDIA. Oh, stocks. These stocks will drive you crazy. Tesla. I'll let you can go give Gary his 482, and then you need to do a bounce. This is pathetic. Pathetic sell-off on a rather happy, otherwise, market day. Nvidia is trying to get something going for real here. It's really just banging up against the old high of day. Again, that was 188.63. It's just right there. Yeah, Jared, it's just hard to imagine that's not where we're going, you know. It's this daily chart on the SPX or the SPY just looks very very poised for more. We haven't got that 690 yet on the SPY or the 6. I don't know if we hit 6,900 on SPX. We might have. We did. Okay. Well, all right, folks, I'm out of here. Hope everyone has, those who celebrate, have a very Merry Christmas and happy holidays otherwise. And I'll see you folks on Friday. Trade safe and have a great time. Bye-bye.
Hello, everybody. Happy almost Christmas. Tuesday. French VWAP Trader is having fun. That is what matters here. It matters that we out here having a good time. All right. It's a quiet little room. I wore my onesie for you guys. So We're out here in our holiday onesie. Got full on suit, onesie suit going for you guys. Cozy times indeed. Ben, thoughts on the incredibly boring glacial grind up in SPY, please? Sellers are taking an off day and buyers are lazy. Is that a good way to sum it up? Yeah, that's probably a good way to sum it up. There's just not a lot of stuff is really low RVOL today. There's just not a lot of participation in the market. There was a bit of things that got a little bit of volume this morning, and we can go through some of those. But yeah, this is pretty normal. It is a holiday week. People are spending time with their families, so it's to be expected. Hello, Max. Hello, Anna. Welcome. Let's get this screen up here. Let's share screen. And there we go. All right. So I am in a little short on Tesla right now. I've been waiting for this to set up all morning. So it's now in play. My entry on it is, sorry, my setup is, there we go. Nope. My entry on it is 485.02. So we'll see how this plays out. I would like it to not pull back too much, but it is starting to pull back. We're trading together again. It must be the holiday spirit, Gary. On a bigger time frame, I've been interested in a short up here on this today. There are two different setups I liked on it. And then I did take Google this morning. We can go through that. Yeah, Anna, I did take Google. So let's look at Google while this is just doing its thing. So I caught the morning pop, but if you didn't catch this pop, it really offered a nice pullback. But so it wasn't on my list that I posted in the room, and it wasn't on my list originally, but it was on my list yesterday. So oftentimes, and I mentioned this in the chat room yesterday too, that oftentimes when something is on my list, like, so yesterday I brought up Google and I was like, I really like it, but it just never set up. I will oftentimes kind of keep an eye on it to see if it sets up the next day. And what I liked about it yesterday was that it like pretty much fully reversed all of its sell-off. So it showed me that the buyers were still looking at this as a potential long potential. But let me show you the bigger picture time frame here. So going off of the daily chart. So Anna, did you look for the 310 towards 315? Because that's what I'm pretty sure I talked about it yesterday. So hopefully that's what you were kind of looking at here. That is what I was looking at least. So what I liked about this, and let me get my pen up because it's not up yet. Nice. I love it. Great job. So let's walk through this. Where are you at, pen? There you are. All right, cool. So this is a 4-hour supply zone that they broke through, and this is the retest of it. So we're retesting this 4-hour supply zone from above. I'm on a daily chart right now, so it probably doesn't look completely correct, but on the 4-hour chart, this is what the zone looks like. So they retested this, and then they got volume last week coming into it, which I was looking for a once they got going, there was another little 4-hour zone here that flipped to demand. So I'll go over to that chart now so you can see what that looks like. And then there was a 5-minute break of structure to look for the intraday play. So go to a 4-hour chart. So as they started coming up off of here, notice that there was this really big sell day here. So I was looking to see, would they get on top of this and be able to flip this to demand and continue the leg up, the next leg up. So I was looking for a bounce off of this location, and I was looking for it yesterday with a 5-minute break of structure for the intraday play. And it just didn't set up yesterday. But if you look at yesterday's price action, bring over yesterday, they sold off, and then they did like a slow grind back up the rest of the day. So today when we opened, we were basically opening where we opened yesterday. And if sellers didn't have like the follow through yesterday, that tells me that there's just not enough selling. So this would have been more of like a liquidity grab to bring more buyers in for the next leg of the move. We might actually make it to 315 today after all. And I caught the breakout on here on this area for the initial pop this morning. The reason why I've got 315 as an area is because if we go back to the 1 hour chart and we go from this move up and out of here, there is a lot of value up here. So if if Google ends up holding on top of 4 hour supply, flipping it to demand, we're going to look for it to start running towards higher value. And that's where that location is. I got out of it after this morning. I did see some sellers start to step down a little bit. And also because I had company coming over today. So I needed to just kind of get out of here and go with that. So here is a trade on that. Let's pop it out. Pop out. Config. Make the candles larger to see. So I just caught the pop at the open. When we closed above, there was a 5-minute break of structure around 310.80. When we closed above that, I got in for the move towards 315, and it got almost to there. And then I started to see some sellers like stepping down a little bit. So I decided to just take it as the morning momentum move, but it never really changed character on a larger time frame. So the trend is still intact if you wanted to like get in for a pullback. One of my mentees actually did take it for a pullback today, caught it around this location, around VWAP. So a couple different places to play it, but overall, just bigger picture ideas for them to get above that location and get moving. So pop this back in here. There we go. So great catch on this one, Anna. Sometimes it just doesn't set up the day that you want it to set up, right? So there's nothing wrong with looking for it the following day to set up as well. Rocket Lab was also something that took off again today. I literally marked this area for a trade this morning, and then I don't know why, but I was just like, well, maybe I'll put PLTR on my list instead, thinking that maybe it would drop down to demand and I could play it at demand because I'm more familiar with that one than I am with Rocket Lab. And then it just exploded off of this. So this is it's from yesterday. So got back above all-time high, held that demand zone, and just moved and grooved. That was such a nice pop this morning on that. If you guys caught Rocket Lab, congratulations. What you gonna do, Tesla? You gonna keep pulling back on me? We'll go over Tesla as well. But to answer your question first, Anna, break of structure and change of character are not the same thing, actually. They're all part of market structure, but they don't mean the same thing. So change of character is going to be when you actually have a significant level that breaks and changes the trend. So let's look at where that would be for, I don't know. I guess we could just do it on any chart, really. So let's look at it on the hourly chart. So if we're looking at, we'll just use Rocket Lab as an example. So if we're looking at Rocket Lab, it gets this really strong push up, forms this high, pulls back, and then forms a new high. So this low, or this low that broke to a new high, becomes a strong low. A strong low, meaning something that broke to a new high, is what we would call our change of character, or CHACH. This is what the buyers would not want to lose, because if they lost the last swing low that broke to new highs, then we are shifting the trend for the time being. So that means we would be taking out strong buyers that stepped in. And if we started to then drop and get below that area, that would be a change of character. A break of structure is a trend. So a change of character is a trend change. A break of structure, which would be the last swing high, would be a trend continuation. So when we're already in an uptrend, we're looking for, this is the break of structure for the trend to continue. There's some resistance at the break of structure area. Oftentimes that's why it pulls back. So we have to clear that for the continuation. So break of structure is at the last swing high in an uptrend. And in a downtrend, it's going to be this low. And change of character changes the trend dynamic. Does that make sense? Does that answer your question? Oh yeah, and Ben, you asked about SPY. We can look at SPY as well. But I'll answer your question on Google. What significance, if any, is there of a low volume node at 310 in Google setting up as a key level on the chart? Key level in terms of setting up as a support resistance on the chart. 310 is really thinly traded. So 310, so let's go to Google. It also depends on where you've got it anchored. So that's also significant. Volume profile is dynamic. Are you, let's see. So I was looking at the last daily strong low that broke to new highs. And then I'm seeing after this daily strong low that broke to new highs where the buyers have all been since then. And there's some liquidity here. There's a little bit here, a little bit here, a little bit here, a little bit there. I mean, a lot of it there. That's the target. But you're seeing something at 310, which would be down here. Is this the low volume node that you're talking about? Let me see your screenshot. There hasn't been any volume there. Let me see. Oh. You mean this little pocket. Sorry, clearly my brain is already on a holiday. You're talking about this right here, right? Yeah, okay. So this is it is a low volume node. Oftentimes they're created when price moves really quickly through those areas because it doesn't have a lot of time. Previously when we were there, it didn't have a lot of time hanging out there to exchange shares. Oftentimes they become larger the longer time we kind of spend in those areas because you're going to have more volume being traded at those specific price points. So oftentimes these little pockets get created when price moves really quickly through them and hasn't really spent any time in them. And that's why that's there. And so when we come back to it, if price gets momentum and they get buyers, then there is the possibility that they can move very quickly through those areas because there's not going to be a lot of resistance or a lot of volume that was already traded there or shares that were already traded there. So they often act as vacuums where price will move really quickly. Now, we did talk a little bit about this yesterday when it comes to pockets on volume. It can also be a place where if there's not enough volume to push through, like to start moving through there, or there's not enough buying, they will just use that as kind of like a rejection point to bring it back down to value. But I like these for the breakouts as long as the volume leads in that direction. So if you look at like the 2-minute chart here on this today, so we'll say that your little pocket is somewhere around here, around 310. Notice the amount of volume that starts to come into this. What that tells me is participants are willing to buy at higher prices. So we're starting to move away from lower value towards higher value. And as long as there's this type of volume moving in that direction, then participants are looking for a higher value. If we got really low volume as we tried to push through here, there's a good chance that it would come back down and try to find value, go back down to value that it already knows it can exchange shares at, basically. So the pockets become really good for fast momentum moves. Some of my best plays are when there is a change of character with a pocket above. So like on the hourly chart, you might have something like something like this. And this is our change of character, and this is our break of structure. And all of a sudden, it kind of just like moves back up to it. And then you've got all this value down here, and you've got all this value up here, and there's an empty space right here. When it starts to change character, as long as there's enough volume for that day, you can go from, like I've gone, what was it that I traded? It was like, I think it was CRCL. And I went through a pocket on that I think it was like 20 points, and it happened in 15 minutes. Like it was one of the fastest trades I've ever had. So they can be really valuable for fast movement as long as you have volume. If you've got participants, you can move through those really, really fast. And just a quick check here on Tesla. Still hanging in there. We're still alive. But will we continue to be alive? Might have to take the break even on this. There's not a lot of volume today. I don't know that it's actually going to keep moving, but I'll show you here what I'm looking at from a bigger time frame. So let's see. And does that answer your question, Ben, by the way, before I move on? You'll see it a lot with gaps. So what had a really big gap? AMD. So excuse me. So if I go to the hourly, we'll just do 4 hour to make it easier to see. And AMD had a gap day, so I'll show you it on the daily. So there's this huge gap right here. Price moved really quickly through there, gapped up, and it created a void. So you can see it on the daily, but if I bring it to like an hourly chart, and we go back to where that gap occurred, we gapped up, you can notice that there's nothing here. So if we break structure as this is moving down, right? So this is the low in this trend right here. If we break structure and we start to move lower, if there's enough volume and enough participants willing to sell at these lower prices and not enough buyers trying to hold it up, this can get moved through really quickly, which is why I'm more interested in AMD than NVIDIA. If NVIDIA starts selling off, then I think AMD as a sympathy play will have maybe better movement. At least that's what I'm thinking. And you could kind of use these as like your guide. But remember, you still have to have sellers in those areas. Okay, yeah, and if still pondering, processing. I like this took me years to figure out how to like read technical analysis and charts, right? So ask as many times as you need to. Hey, Steph. Welcome to the 2 p.m. party. All right, so let's take a look at Tesla. So on the daily chart on Tesla, we are breaking out. We did this spring, we broke out, and we tried to break the previous all-time highs up here. And we are stuck a little bit. And while we're stuck up here, one thing that's interesting on the daily chart is the amount of selling that actually is occurring up here, which tells me that there's a little bit of resistance. So if you were trying to long Tesla this morning and you didn't have follow through, take note of what's happening on a bigger time frame. So I'm going to go over to the 4 hour. And on the 4 hour, there is this supply base. So we've got this supply zone. And we've got the most recent buyers here, this demand zone. And the good thing about Tesla is that the space between these is usually pretty large. Now, at the top side, we've got value here. And at the lower side, we've got value all the way down here. So there's a bit of a pocket as well. Even if I zoom out on the chart, I can still see from that day where we got the spring, there is a bit of a pocket up here. So this is the low that created the spring up and out. And you can see that there's these value zones. So as long as the sellers stay in control of this area up here, and I want to show you guys a 5-minute chart, then we're looking for a continuation move, which would be the break of structure. So when you're already in like a downtrend currently, I'll show you 5. We'll go to 5. So from yesterday, the trend has not changed as of from yesterday, right? So we're up in supply. We sold off. We moved up, we came back down, chopped around, tried to get into supply, tried to do some stuff, came back down, got stuck at the break of structure. because this is a 5-minute chart. Now the bigger time frame is still bullish, but there are sellers on a bigger time frame. So when that happens, when we look at the lower time frame, we want to kind of, as an intraday trader at least, think to like kind of be in with them. So if you did long Tesla today and you had a difficult time with it, just know that the trend that's happening on a 5-minute chart is actually bearish. So what I was looking for here was just a break of yesterday's low, which would be the break of structure for the next leg down to demand, or value, which is sitting a little bit higher. Now, I don't know that there's enough volume to move this today, and I am short under this level here, under the 485-ish level, but we'll see if they can actually move it down there. If not, I'll just take my 1R or whatever and call it a day on it. But we're basically layering, right? So as a intraday trader, use the bigger time frame for like the overall kind of structure of what's going on. But even though the bigger time frame is more bullish, recently we've got sellers in this area. So to play this to the long side, we either want to be at an area of higher time frame participants, so like buyers on the bigger time frame, or get above the most recent sellers, right? So that would put us above like the 495 area for the 4-hour supply. And the trend is still bearish right now. The question is, will it continue? We don't know. TBD. Let's see. Let's look at SPY. Value to value. I marked these yesterday. So bigger picture, still bullish. Nothing is broken. And let's see, we're coming up into some previous sellers. I bet it does. Let's take a look at it. So yesterday we kind of chopped around a little bit in this area of value, but notice the bit of pocket that's up here. So the market has moved from the lower area of value to this upper area of value. And now we'll see, are there still sellers here? That's the question. Let's look at the weekly chart because Jared's calling it out here. Nice, nice. That wick right off of supply. Flipping it to demand. They gone pecan? Pecan? Do I say pecan or pecan? They gone pecan. Pecan. I have to because that's what rhymes with that right there. They gone pecan. They gan pecan. Imagine. Depends on where you're from, I guess. Saw you guys talking about NVIDIA as well, making its way up towards supply in the daily. Still moving and grooving today. How are the quantum stocks? Did they end up getting any juice today? Nope. But I did mark this level from the daily chart for a retest. They are back there now. But trend is still bearish right now, and there's no big volume signals that would say that it's going otherwise. Mhm. What else are you guys trading? How did Coin do this week? So they implemented that new, what's it called? The yes no trading. I can't think of the word. And they've been selling off since then. One thing I like about Coin though is that just from a bigger time frame, I'm interested to see if buyers come into this thing, because previously we got this big spike up on it, and then we formed a base and rallied again. So you've got these areas of buyers from before with a lot of value sitting in this location. We might form a range for a little while around here. I don't know. Maybe they do end up filling this gap over here. They've got a gap on the daily chart. But for now, I'm interested to see if they can get any of these buyers from before to step back in. So far, they haven't. It'd be a decent place, I think, for them to step back in. But no one's come to play yet. Ben, NVIDIA had some H200 chip selling in China news today. I guess that triggered the tiny bar screen up on NVIDIA. I looked at the news in the morning and didn't really think much of it. Well, that seems to be triggered. Yeah, that's probably it. I mean, that news is... That's the news that's been newsing on NVIDIA for a while. But every time the news outlets mention that, I feel like the algos are programmed for that word. That's what it seems, at least. CCL, after its big week last week, just kind of consolidating above this level. I've got this marked from this previous high up here. Yeah, it does seem like old news, huh? They just keep talking about it over and over and over again. I was in it a couple weeks ago when they announced it for like the first time that they were finally going to allow it or whatever. And that stock went absolutely bonkers that day. What should we do? Strategy? Is it going bankrupt? MicroStrategy, like MU? Coin? Whoa, who's going bankrupt? MST. Oh, MicroStrategy. Sorry, I don't know why I said MU for Micron. Oh Lord, or for MicroStrategy. Getting my M's mixed up. I don't know. Is it? Who says? I got a daily break of structure down here that it's trying for. Let's see what the other news it is. I have no idea. If there is some type of news about that, I'm not seeing it. Though they renamed. I'm clearly behind. This is what happens when you travel. I have no idea. No idea. Usually you don't see like bankruptcy news until something is like closer to zero, but I don't know, maybe at least from the stuff that I've seen. But right now they're in a downtrend, so there is a break of structure here for a continuation. See, I don't understand that world. I've got my Dogecoin and just living in my naive land of Doge. But these buyers that came in on this, where are they? They're not continuing the party. They're not showing up now. This is an interesting one to keep an eye on. They tried to change character at one point, couldn't quite do it. The trend is your friend. But today, the volume is just super low on everything, so no need to fight stuff. Mm-hmm. Gary, you got a strategy for that? Easiest money in the world, short MSTR, long Bitcoin evaluation gap reaches 1.5. Yeah, this one, when there's no follow through after there's the pop like that, it definitely concerns me. Like, it would concern me if I was a buyer, but unless they're trying to accumulate down here, then we should see them come back in. Where art thou is the question. Will, I am about over our angsty teenager ONDS. Like, can you just get going already? Keeps running into supply and then dying. Supply, die. Over and over and over again. I know you do. You're the number one buyer of ONDS, adding under 8 every time. The supply that I've got marked up here just keeps struggling at it. It's going to take the buyers a little time to clear that, I think. Maybe in the new year. When it's 50, we won't remember this. You're right. You're right. Yeah. Was Lunar the same situation on the Rocket website earlier? Let's look. And ASTS. I saw people talking about ASTS this morning. I didn't look at it though. So ASTS, it's just, I mean, the one difference here is this one's not on all-time high. Is Lunar? No. Lunar's not all-time high, and neither is ASTS. So there's that. That's one difference between Rocket Lab and these ones. But as far as like what they did at the open coming off of demand, ASTS definitely came off of yesterday's demand, just like Rocket Lab. Yeah. And then Lunar, same sort of idea. Yeah. The only difference is they're not at all-time high. But as far as like dipped to demand and then bounced away from it, yeah, definitely. If that's what you're asking about. I look very New English today. Yeah, I got in trouble on another call because I'm holding a Patriots mug, and apparently that was not okay. But when I'm here in New England, I have to. Or I get kicked out of the family and I have to sleep outside on the frozen lake. And I don't want to sleep outside on the frozen lake. When in Rome, exactly. Harvey, did that answer your question? I don't know if that was what you were asking. But they all did. They both did it. All three of them did a bounce off of the larger time frame demand. So I got a 4-hour queued up here. It's the same idea. And then Rocket Lab. Yeah, this one's actually on a 1-hour chart. Yeah, just supply and demand on it. And, you know, this one also, it's breaking all-time high. So not only is it a bounce off of demand, but it also is in an area of like new territory, right? And usually when we're in like a discovery area or new territory, that's when we might see fast movements to new prices or like a new expansion into new areas. So that would be one reason. Hey, Justin, just in time. You're welcome. He probably did. The power hour. It's coming. Let's see. I'm interested to see how today actually ends. Like, but yeah, tomorrow, basically, you know, with the half day and then Thursday being a holiday. Nice. What'd you have for lunch, Justin? Was it a tofu sandwich in my honor? Okay, fine. At least you ate some vegetables. I'll take it. Let's see. Oh, Justin, no, keep that comment to yourself. I had bought a 0DTE out of the money call, about $3 out of the money yesterday, and even when the price went in my direction, the options price was mostly decaying faster than the price was appreciated with the price movement. The price movement in the morning was a bit slow, but I expected better price appreciation when moving up. I'm guessing that I needed a strike either at the money or one strike at the money. Yeah, so time is a really big component here, and 0DTE can be really, really tricky in that regard. You're right that yesterday, with the morning chop and consolidation, you're going to get some decay on those contracts. The problem is like that decay and that chop happened for so long that by the time it got moving, you had to make up for basically the stuff you lost in the morning, which can make it tricky. So yes, typically you're going to hold a little bit more value if you buy a little bit closer to the money, to a little bit closer to at the money. Zero DT has its place though. I think that if you are in breakout territory, zero DT can be amazing. If you're not in like a breakout territory on a stock, then you're going to have an easier time managing the premium on the contracts if you are buying closer to at the money or even a little bit in the money. It's tricky though. Zero DT is hard, but if I really recommend, like if you're trading zero DT, to be in like some sort of breakout area, or even like it, I guess somewhere where it would bounce really heavily. The only problem is like it needs to bounce heavily with a lot of volume to keep moving up through resistance. That's why I usually would aim for like a breakout place on the stock. And it could be like, there could be a pre-market range breakout. It could be a pattern breakout, like a wedge or something. Yeah, hindsight's always 20/20, but yeah, exactly what Will's saying. Zero DT needs to be played like momentum. So breakouts would be what I would gravitate towards with that. It's around 9:48. Give me a second. I'll take a look. Just gonna watch Tesla for a second to see if I want to bail at break even or not. Should have just taken my 1.5 hour or whatever I was at, but I was going for the fill, the move towards demand, but there's just not enough volume on this thing today. What you gonna do, little buddy? I don't like it. There seems to be orders stepping up on it as well, so just gonna bail on Tesla here. They should have continued. The fact that they didn't continue and we've got a little bit of volume coming in on this, it's not worth it. Not worth it. I can show you guys the trade. It's very boring. Basically break even. Got out a little bit above it, but was looking for the break below that 5-minute change of character, below 485. My stop was above this 2-minute supply that kicked in to break through the level. It could still work based off of this seller, but the fact that we didn't come back and retest the level and kind of like stay underneath it, I don't know that I want to really mess with that on a holiday week. So I'll just take my break-even trade on that and just live through my Google morning. Hello, Shoaib. Hopefully I'm probably butchering it. I apologize. Shoaib. I'm gonna go with that. If you want to correct me, please feel free. Look at NVIDIA for a short. Shoaib. So I got it correctly. I got it correct. Look at that. I'm a professional. NVIDIA for a short. I do like it for a short, closer to like the 190, 191 area. Let's see if it's setting up on the intraday yet, though. I'm on a 2-minute here. We're not quite up there yet. They are mostly just consolidating. This appears to be, oops. So it needs to break and hold for this continuation to happen. The change of character on this is pretty low. We could maybe consider this 187 level. I don't know that the risk to reward is there, because this is bullish on the intraday, and it's continuing to make these higher lows, and it still has room to run up towards like 190, 191 before it actually hits larger time frame supply. It could be a short. I just don't see it right now on the chart itself, and I usually don't recommend like fighting the trend, right? Just kind of let them do what they're doing. If you see an intraday change of character, then maybe, I just don't know time-wise. You could, if you see your setup, you could short it, but the risk to reward, I think the first place you're going to be looking at is like 188-ish. So you really only, you're getting like maybe 60 cents out of it. Up to you if that's worthwhile or not, because it still needs to break the swings to be able to shift the trend here. You got it. The thing about trading is like there are always long positions to be had and there are always short positions to be had. The reason why it's really important to build a system is because you could be trading long and short all day long. You want to ask yourself, am I in the location that I would want to take a short, and is the risk to reward there for me? It's really important that you know where you want to trade on the chart. And we talked about this a bit yesterday too. John actually brought it up with you guys. Just like there's so many different levels and so many different areas you could be taking trades. VWAP, pre-market high, pre-market low, previous day's close, supply, demand, all of these locations. You could be sitting here trading short and long all day long. And if that's your style, that's your style. But I think it's really important to pick like your top 1 or 2 levels that you really like to trade, or areas that make a lot of sense to you individually. And different areas make sense to different people. Choose what makes sense to you, then learn price action and understand when it is the time to take a long position there or a short position there. And then, obviously check the risk reward to see if it's worth it as well. When I look at this chart, the way that it's been consolidating, this level that they can't seem to get above could be a short opportunity. However, because the trend is long on the intraday, the risk to reward isn't that great personally, but it might be great for you depending on how you like to trade. You bought it at 182 in the pre-market, but you didn't hold it. Ah, bummer. We all have trades like that we get into and then we don't hold, and then we're kicking ourselves. It happens. One thing to do when you review the trade is to make sure you mark down why you got out of it, what caused you to exit, and then you can start building your exit system around your strategy as well, so that it is more technical and you've got reasons to get out of positions. Because if you've got a strategy and you got out based on your reasons to exit the position, then you did the right thing. But then if that keeps happening and you miss these types of moves because your system told you to get out, then you can go back to the system and say, what do I need to adjust in my system that helps me capture these moves? Are my reasons to exit not actually good reasons to exit? Should I be waiting for a different type of signal? And if you're just exiting based on emotions, then that's another topic to work with and look into. You got out on the previous day high rejection, so over here. Okay. Just gonna mark this. Is that actually previous high? Is actually, are you talking yesterday's intraday high or counting the pre-market? Just out of curiosity. Pre-market high or the intraday high? Intraday high. So here, somewhere around there. So when it comes to your exiting criteria, exactly, I was just going to say that. So levels, the thing about like previous days high or previous days close or key levels is you're going to get participation usually at those. It's just a matter of whether or not those participants can actually take over, right? So one thing that you could look at is bar by bar analysis. So hindsight's always 2020, but if we look at this morning, as we are moving up at the open, we've got good volume. And then the volume is kind of on par for the most part between buyers and sellers. And it continues to kind of fade out a little bit as it pulls back. So there's not any sort of like aggressive selling that kicks in this area. So that tells me that this is just a pullback from the morning open and the morning buyers. If this volume suddenly got really elevated, this would tell me that a lot of sellers are coming into it. But it's pretty low. And then after it pulls back, we start to kind of pick up a little bit to the sell side, right? So there's the buy side. There's a little bit more buying volume where the buyers take control of these candles as we start to move. And then it kind of pushes it back up. And then we get another injection of high volume or buyers that come into the market. So volume is one way. Another way is a change in character. So if we're moving up, we want to look for a break of something on the structural side. So I like to use the 5 usually. So for anything to change on this, depending on, you got in at 182. So for anything to change on this is, if we just look at the intraday, this would be the change of character on the intraday, the swing low here from this location. This is just a pullback. Once this breaks to new highs, this now becomes our new change of character. So if you get out at previous day's high, and then you see it kind of reclaim and break up again, you could re-enter into this above previous day's high with a new change of character location. But so there are different exit tools you can use. Volume, order flow, if you are learning that is definitely a great tool. It's a great leading indicator. Or just market structure, so a change of character in a location. If the character of the chart hasn't actually shifted on the intraday yet, then the intraday buyers are still in control. I know it's always easier after the fact, but like Will said, it is important to expect some selling at these levels. The key is to look at the selling and ask yourself, is it more aggressive than the buying? If it's kind of on par or it's a little bit less than, then we can look at it and say, this is just a pullback. Your entry most of the time is good, but holding is what you're struggling with. This is very common for a lot of people. And it's usually because most of the time developing a system or a strategy or signals to get into a trade is spent on that entry point, right? So a lot of strategies that I see come through with people that I work with, the entry model is super fleshed out. It's like, I want this to happen at this level with this sort of candlestick and blah, 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 right? This sort of order flow and so on. And then they've got a target that's further away, but there's like no criteria in between. So my biggest piece of advice to you is build out your exit model. And oftentimes it's just kind of the opposite of your entry model. That's usually the easiest way to start with it. A lot of traders are like, I don't know when to get out, that's totally normal if you're still learning trading. But if you've got specific things that you see for an entry, put yourself in the other party's shoes and start thinking about, would I actually short here? So when you look back at this, and maybe the answer is yes, and if so, then you got out at the right time. If you ask yourself, would I actually short at yesterday's high, and you exited, then you're following your exit model, if that was part of your exit model, right? But if you ask yourself that question and you say, no, I wouldn't, this is what I would want to see actually before I short, then think of this more as a partial territory, right? CDiz is yelling at me. It's true though. I like the all caps. It's fun. It's very exciting. It shows me that you're excited. We always dip on emotions. It's human condition. It's true. It's true. They trip me up too. But the best thing you can do is just keep going back and revisiting your trades and analyzing. All right, kids. Well, it is that time. I will leave you, bid you farewell, leave you with the boys. I will not see you tomorrow because the market closes before 2 p.m. So have a wonderful holiday. I probably won't be on in the morning, honestly, either. It's not really like the day that I want to be trading. I would rather be spending it with family. So I hope you all have an amazing holiday for those of you that celebrate Christmas. For those of you that do not celebrate Christmas, I hope you enjoy your celebrations and whatever you do celebrate. And also enjoy some time off from the market because that's always nice to have every once in a while. So I will see you guys, I guess, on Friday for the 2 p.m. session on Friday. And I hope those of you that celebrate Christmas, Santa brings you everything that you want, as long as you were good this year. But I know some of you have been very naughty. So have a good one, you guys. I'll see you on Friday. Bye.
Afternoon, traders. Hey, Justin, Steve. I was watching Tesla long. I went short, got stopped out, took another short. That worked out great. Ben, I was trying to reverse NVIDIA, which so far has not wanted to go down. It has decided it is not a reversal. All right. Anybody else have any awesome trades today that they want to share? It's funny, like, again, things that were good yesterday or bad today. PLTR, good yesterday. I would argue it's bad today. NVIDIA, the reverse. Tesla was a little tough. And here we are on Christmas Eve, otherwise known as Festivus. For those that know Festivus, which is not a real thing, but it's still entertaining. I'm not sure I understand what you're saying, Ben. You're here for the airing of the grievances? I air my grievances all the time. I'm always complaining about things. You guys should know that by now. True. You didn't have to agree so readily, Josh. But you know, it is what it is. I can acknowledge the reality. Google, you got the long on Google. Megan had a great trade on Google off the open. Was this? Yeah, this was an open. Oh, you actually traded. Wait, are you in a different time zone? It looks like it. You must be Central, Justin. Yeah. Okay. Yep. All right. Well, no, good trade. That was the one big move that Google made all day, right? Was that one off the open. So you had to be there to catch it. The airing of the grievances. What should I grieve about? I grieve about, I don't know. Yeah. Well, Sean, I mean, it's not like it's utopic. There's always something to grieve about. I have had more experiences with our medical system recently. I realize it doesn't operate as well as it as I thought it would. The damn moose. Uh, Power Hour is certainly not what it used to be, Ben. I would agree. Used to be Power Hour was it was like the Open. It was great. Like you'd get this last hour, and that's originally why I agreed to do this because it was just humming. But yeah, that is certainly not the case now. Harvey, it's been quite a few years. Well before the pandemic, really 2019, I think. 2018, 2017, 18 was okay. 2019, I would say, is when I think it's really started to die off. I mean, I only sort of use some market imbalance data. The 1 to 10 sort of uses that. But, I mean, probably the honest answer is I've never thought about how to use it properly. Hmm. Yeah, I've really gone my own way. All right. Tesla's back at VWAP. Nvidia's hanging out at the high of day here. I'm All right. Tesla. Ugh. I have to admit, this market is annoyingly positive. I wanted like a more, I don't know, depressed market. It looks like the Santa Claus rally has officially started. Let's see if it can hold it. Traditionally, we're up, what, 1.5% roughly? So if it can continue, what are we up today? We're up only 0.5%, so we have another percent to go. So we could see 2 more days like this, or one day double this. Or we could see one day that's 4 times this, and then another day that drops half of it back. It is a winter wonderland out here today. Well, see, Justin, it depends on what your definition of a good market is. My definition of a good market is one that I can trade very well. So, and I have not. I mean, this one's been okay, but it's not great. An unreal market since COVID. Yeah, it's right. Like it's been a 5-year weird market. And I've just assumed that we just have to get used to it because the market doesn't seem to be going anywhere, right? Perfect clip on the topic. Oh, hey, buddy. It's Mike. What's Mike talking about? Well, interesting video. When did this video come out? If you've been trading the last 5 years. Depends when it came out, but I don't disagree. Oh. Can you hear me now? Is my audio there? I got totally distracted on that video. There's one guy that's got a corded headset, and it has an impossibly twisted cable, the cord, and it. I hate that. I so desperately wanted to untwist it for him. Looks like it. I have no friends. Yeah. This is what happens when you throw a party and nobody shows up. I just have you guys. So. Mike said he was going to be here. He had a short meeting, but we haven't seen him yet. And Jared, Jared could be taking some holiday time. No, I'll be here tomorrow, Justin. Tomorrow morning. I won't be here Friday. Friday is a holiday in Canada that apparently in the US you don't know exist. Yeah, Boxing Day. Exactly. You don't have Boxing Day. See, you're missing out. You could have all the fun. All right. I know Tesla's it's not didn't get the I was hoping it would test 500 again. Just because. Maybe tomorrow. Tomorrow there's got to be pretty low volume, right? Low volume can bring big volatility. So I think we've got a better chance of it doing that. I think 490 is possible, but not probable. I would be surprised if it goes green again today. I don't think it will. But again, possible. Hmm. What, Andrew? I don't know, because Andrew was talking about traveling and going to a place. Where is he going? Wait, Morocco. Said he was going to go to Morocco. So I don't know what his travel schedule looks like. Yeah, I know he said that. He also said, Dean, that he already had a ticket. So, you know. So we'll see what he decides to do. You never know with Andrew. You know, he might not feel like it now. He might feel like it, extra feel like it tomorrow. So, well, you know, I'm looking at my usual stocks. We'll see. Unless somebody ends up suggesting something else, like Mike yesterday. He gave me a good trade opportunity. He gave me Amazon. Did I learn French at Canadian school? Yes. Yes, that is where I learned my French. All of, my God, when's the last time I took French in school? Maybe almost 40 years ago. Well, but then again, I did use it with the kids. So. More Arabic classes. Arabic seems really tough. That's true, Steve. I can practice it anywhere. Yeah, you want to do that again? Don't count on it, right? The problem is you make the assumption that you're going to be able to do it again, and that's when you can sometimes make bad trades. All right. A new dialect. We do practice a dialect here. Québécois French. But that's really not something you want to publicize. Amazon is up today. I mean, I don't know, it's such a shallow increase on Amazon. That's sort of how it normally moves, right? You know, Amazon, Meta, Google all sort of had the same move higher. There you go. Speak English, and you're multilingual. It really is sort of a bastard language. I don't know. I don't think Tesla's going anywhere. I'm not feeling this today. Thanks to British imperialism? I suppose so. Possibly. A collage. Yeah, I don't know. This is boring. Tesla's below VWAP again. AMD speaking English. Dwayne, this link? What another video? Oh yeah. See, I've seen this one before. I like this guy. Yeah. That's a great little skit here. Because he absolutely demonstrates the absurdity of the English language, right? And how it really doesn't make any sense. Yeah. All right. Still watching here. "25 minutes to go." I know. Oh, we're almost here. Mountain Pass on Google. It's a little late for a Mountain Pass. Are you saying that one happened earlier today? I don't really see it. That high was a little too. Problem with Google is it doesn't give those volume signatures. Now, yeah, see that it spiked higher right before it went lower, and it didn't go to the high of day. Here, let me bring it up on the screen here. Show you what I mean. I'm not saying don't take it. If you like it, then by all means. But when I look at Google, I look at this pattern here, and look. So first off, here's the higher high. So it never got that high. And while it went up, pulled back, and retested, it tested higher and then tested higher again. So each successive higher high would break my rules, even if it was at the high of day, which it's not, based on this high at 210. So admittedly, it moved down afterwards, but yeah, so that wouldn't work for me. Now, if you're talking about a really big mountain pass, like on a 5-minute chart, and you look at something like this, that is more of a mountain pass. Two problems with it. One, we're too late in the day. With 20 minutes left, you can't trade off of a 5-minute chart at this point and expect a big move. There's not enough time for it to play out. And secondly, look how flat the volume is. There's really no volume at the high of day, right? I'd like to see some exhausting volume that will tell me it's likely to drop. So because it's late in the day and you didn't have the volume, I have a low certainty that it's going to drop with any aggressiveness, which makes the risk to reward a little more challenging. So again, Justin, it's a good catch. You're right about the general pattern, but that's what I see in it. So I said, Mike, look, he's got a hat. Here.
Told you I was going to get a hat, Peter.
There you go.
I was going to get a hat.
You did. All right. I took mine off. My head was hot.
You got to have the AC going. Oh, wait, you're in Ottawa.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sorry.
I'm looking at...
Open a window.
Yeah. Let's see if you can you see this? I'm not sure if you can see what's going on out here.
That's a lot of snow.
It's snowing right now, although you can't really see it that easily, but just look at it.
Oh, man.
Anyways. It's been snowing all day.
Bright and sunshiny, Peter. Bright and sunshiny.
Yeah, I know. Show off. All right, NVIDIA setting a new high right now, and it is doing it with volume. So this is a decent high of day right here.
It frustrated me so much today.
Yeah, NVIDIA has not wanted to reverse.
No, I just didn't trade. I got into NVIDIA. I traded NVIDIA 3 times today. Like, how the hell did I not get a good long off NVIDIA? I was too early, and said, okay, I'm done playing with you. And then, of course, it makes the big move.
All right, let's see what NVIDIA does right here with this test. Problem is NVIDIA is still putting this, it looks like it's still pushing upwards. My goodness.
It's starting to get some wicks, though. Look at that. Got some wicks. Why it's ugly. NVIDIA is above what it was expected to do at the beginning of the week. Amazon was another good one.
I'm going to take a chance on NVIDIA here, see if we can get a little bit of a reversal.
Peter, you and I think alike, huh?
I guess, yeah. Let's see what it's going to do. All right, here we go. It's moving now. I got my stop at break even.
Let's get down to.
Well, let's get below 189. I can take my first partial. Come on.
Come on. Below 189. I partial.
Yeah, it's getting support here, isn't it? Come on. 03, 02, 01. All right, taking a partial. Where's my partial? I did not take a partial. Oh, there's a partial. All right, so here's, I forgot, I'm not sharing it. So here's what it looks like on my screen.
I'm disappointed. F12 is not break even. F12 is all out. Oh well.
$188.80 would be a good move for another partial, but it looks like we're getting support at 189. The only place with orders is up at 190, which is not so good for this short trade, but I thought I'd try it anyways.
You can get the SPY to completely reverse it.
Yeah, maybe.
Just holding that 189.
I'd love to get down to this level here where it was last consolidating before the pop higher. Again, 188.80 is a great area, but there we go. Oh, there you go. 188.99. Let's see. Go below. Somebody's really supporting it here at 189.
Yeah. What's
Thanks, Ben. It hasn't really done much yet, but we caught it at the right time. Again, stop was right over the high of day, so a good risk to reward. It's nice and tight. See if we can't get a move that makes it worth the while. Maybe not. Oh, I was supposed to call. I was supposed to make some calls today. I forgot. January 3rd. Well, we might run into the 1 to 10 at this point if Nvidia keeps just faffing around here, which would be problematic unless it drops. I mean, if it drops on the 1 to 10, that could be good. But
you know what I need to do?
Add. No, I'm not going to add. I'm too close to my break even. The ad would just lower my break even, and then I might get caught in the price action. So I will wait. Yeah, someone's really supporting this. Every time it goes below 189, they kick it back up.
Look at how it's just popping, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna. I mean, we could. You need that. We need that buyer to give up. If that buyer gives up, whoever keeps jumping in with some volume, then we could get a good drop. Because while there's a little bit of volume down, at 188.93, 90, 88, it's not. It's nothing that Nvidia couldn't chew through very quickly, especially if the motivated buyer steps aside. But I'm stuck in such a tight range here that it doesn't have to pop very high to stop me out first, though, unfortunately. There we go. Like that. All right, I'm out.
You're having Christmas there, right, Peter?
Repeat that, Mike? What's that?
You're having Christmas in Ottawa. You're not going anywhere.
No, not going anywhere. No, we are the hosts for basically all the families, so everybody comes here usually.
Yeah, that's always good.
Having the bigger house, I guess, we always end up hosting. All right, well, that was my 1 to 10 alarm that you probably didn't hear since the filtering now seems to cut it out all the time.
Get that pushing higher.
Yeah. So that's okay. I ended up with a few bucks on it. What am I going to do though? What am I going to do? What's a 1 to 10 here? Oh, Tesla. How about a nice pop to 186.50 and then a drop? That would be good. At least I don't have to worry about Nvidia through the 1 to 10. Microsoft, I don't even know what to do about. I like Tesla best. We'll see. Here we go. Oh, come on.
Look at that video.
Boo. Boo, Nvidia. But notice how it popped higher before it did that?
Yeah.
That's really interesting. Wow. That's just mean.
Good luck trying to catch that.
Yeah, no kidding. All right. Microsoft, Apple made similar moves here where they popped higher and then dropped. Tesla's up a bit. Hey, Ryan.
Hey. What's your shirt saying today, Peter?
My shirt is here.
It's a great shirt.
Santa stuck in the chimney.
All right. Well, we've all experienced that at least once.
Have we?
Well, okay, maybe I spoke too soon.
Yeah. You're looking at Meta. Meta made a little move on volume. Everything's a little choppy here. I was hoping for Tesla. Tesla's making the move higher that I was hoping for, but it's not aggressive enough. Not enough volume. Nvidia had nice volume and movement, but it was too fast. So it's tough sometimes getting the movement, the volume, and the speed right that you can manage. So. I did not find the right combination today, it looks like.
Yeah, the video though, that thing moved way, like you couldn't catch that.
No. At least I couldn't.
No. You had to be short before that candle even opened up.
Or have the reflexes of an F1 driver.
I bought one of the two.
I could re-enter NVIDIA, but now it's not, I just don't know what it's going to do. it could be
No
choppy.
risk to reward.
Yeah, the risk to reward's all off. So not something that I'm looking to jump into at this point. Tesla, look at that. Tesla did drop. Look at, oh my goodness. See, Tesla made the move, the exact move I was looking for. It just moved too slow. So. You're short, Justin. Okay. Good for you. I did not take that trade. I was not so bold.
Fortune favors the bold.
So I've heard. However, you can be bold or you can be old, but you're not usually old and bold.
True. Mike, you're dressed awful warm looking for someone who's in Puerto Rico.
Yes, but I'm not in Puerto Rico. I'm in the Dominican Republic.
Oh, no, sorry, Dominican.
Much warmer.
Sorry.
Much warmer.
Okay. There you go.
I'm on the south side of the island too, so it's
Where's-
definitely warmer.
Where's the T-shirt?
He's got the
Yes,
he's got the air conditioning blasting, so he's
I
Okay,
do.
there you go.
At
That's
21
the explanation.
Celsius. Because there's nothing in Fahrenheit here, so.
you certainly fool. Oh, well, I certainly know I can be fooled. That's for sure. Oh my God! Look at Nvidia. What the heck? Nvidia just popped right back up there. See, that's why you don't want to go chasing these things. That's a perfect example right there. All right. Well, probably done with trades for the day. If you haven't already found your opportunities for today, I think the fun's over. There's certainly no earnings after the close. Expect very little, if any, after hours trading. And yeah,
So,
we
Peter,
are.
we
Yep.
only have a half a day tomorrow, right?
Correct.
Yeah, that's correct.
Markets close at 1.
That's right.
Close at 1. And then they open again on the 26th,
Correct.
Boxing Day.
Yes. I will be traveling on Friday the 26th and Monday, whatever date that is. So I probably won't make the close. We leave early, but it's the 6-hour drive to the border. So it can be extremely long. I know Friday I won't be there because I'm not even bringing my computer.
Well.
Coming back, I might make the close.
All right. Well, Friday I won't be here myself. It's a family day, so.
So I'm just letting
Well,
you.
it's going to be a
All right.
pretty skinny crew on Friday.
Yeah. Well, John's doing the pre-market show for me, so that'll be good.
Okay. And it sounds like Andrew's going to be in Morocco. Or maybe
Yeah.
not.
Well, we hope
You
so.
Did break 185, right?
Depends if he feels like it or not.
Who to be old and single.
He He says it all the time, though. He's like, I don't feel like it, but he usually ends up going.
Yes.
So
I think you will.
It's my bucket list. I want to go there.
oh yeah, oh,
Yeah.
get him
Stole
to.
that idea.
Maybe you should convince him not to go and give you the
Yeah.
ticket.
I think he stole that idea from me, just like he stole my sign.
Yeah, how'd that happen? Did he like break into your
Grinch
house
came.
late at night or something? Or
The Grinch came. Yeah.
yeah,
No, he asked for it back. So
can't
Yeah,
do
but-
that. He gave it to you.
well, he was going to throw it away. I said
Yeah.
when he was moving from the pigeon office,
Yeah,
and I
that's
and I
right.
said, no.
I remember you
Yeah.
mentioning that, and you rescued
You
it.
should get another one
I
and
rescued
then
it.
expense it to him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I rescued it from the dumpster. Apparently, he's ordered another one though.
All right.
So I am going to get it back. Apparently.
I was
Apparently.
going to say, well, you should just order one.
Yeah.
Then put it on the expense report. There you go, Andrew. Needed
There,
one for
there,
the show.
there. Yeah, I didn't even think about that. No, he said he was going to return it, so I believe him.
Well,
I did notice he moved his desk, right? Like
Yeah.
further towards that one side of the wall, so it's more like an office type area
Yeah.
without a lot of open area in the back.
yeah.
Looks
Well,
nice.
He, it's just another good indication of how Andrew likes to change his mind. So,
Yep.
so as we said,
Very
we'll never know if he's going to end up in Morocco or not. He will. It's always a game time decision with Andrew.
Game time.
Yep.
Here we go. NVIDIA pushing it to the close. 10 seconds if anybody's in a trade.
And there you go. There is
We are
the bell.
closed. And there it is. I'm going to enjoy Presidente right now. Getting some Burgal.
You
All
go
of
for it.
you have a wonderful holidays, since I probably won't see you till right before the new year. So
All right.
Okay.
have a Merry
All right,
Christmas. I'll be here
Thanks,
in the
Mike.
morning, but tomorrow, but we don't have a closed show. So everybody
No.
in the room, Merry Christmas, Happy
Yeah.
Holidays.
Merry Christmas, Mike, to you and the family.
Christmas, yeah.
Enjoy.
Happy holidays, Mike.
Yep. And everybody don't open your computer on Christmas for any reason. Take a day off, seriously. Sorry, I had to put
Yeah.
it out. It's not a day to make up for, let me get caught up. No. Do it
No.
now.
Yeah.
Christmas, leave the computers. The markets are closed. Nothing's happening. So, all right. Everybody have a
Okay.
wonderful time and talk to you all soon.
Good advice, Mike.
Peter,
Take care,
Have a
everybody.
good one, Mike.
I
Yeah.
will see
See
you
you,
all
Peter.
tomorrow morning. Brian, have a great evening. Thanks for your
Yeah,
advice,
you too.
by the way, on that other thing.
Oh yeah, and if you want any other thoughts, if you have any other questions, feel free to ask.
You don't know a guy with a place there, that's not planning to use it?
Well, I could tell you where I stayed, and I know he converted his house. He built some condos on the back.
Oh, yeah?
It's kind of I don't know. If I was going on vacation, I don't think I'd be inclined to stay there. Not just from a location perspective, but I mean, if you had a car, it wouldn't really matter that much. I can give you the name of the place and you can check it out.
Sure. You telegram that to me, and I'll
Okay,
look it up.
I'll do that.
That would be great. Oh, and I got to close the poll. I better not forget to do that. Look at that. I'm going to forget. So, okay.
All right.
I appreciate that.
See
Thank you,
guys.
sir.
Yeah. Take care. We'll talk to you soon.
Later, everyone. Have a good night.